rubber dolls and field simulations. I was the only one with you in the back of that ambulance, and when you stopped breathing, I was breathing for you. I was physically putting air from my lungs into yours. Your heart started beating under my hands, and now you're sitting here, and it's incredible. I guess I want to thank you for not dying on my watch."
Rowan smiled and offered him her hand. After a moment, he took it. "The only way I could be more grateful," she said, squeezing his fingers, "is if you'd shown up half an hour earlier in a tow truck." The next morning, Celia sat clawing at her cheeks as she watched Rowan hoist herself into the wheelchair unassisted. Dell had spent 2 hours teaching her how to get in and out without killing herself. Not that she hadn't come close a few times.
"You should talk to your physical therapist about having Dell help you out between sessions," Celia remarked as Rowan nestled herself into the seat. "He has a knack for it."
"Shouldn't I ask Dell if he wants to take on that particular headache?"
"I think it's pretty clear he wouldn't mind."
Rowan tried not to smile. She hadn't realized she was so desperate for attention, but she didn't mind the source. As she pivoted back into the chair, Gabriel walked into the room wearing rumpled jeans and a black t-shirt. It wasn't his finest look, but it was the first time in days she'd seen him in something other than pajamas or basketball shorts. "Hey, kiddo. What time is Charlie coming over?"
"He was supposed to be here already,"
he said, running his hand over his head. He always did that when he was nervous, and Rowan secretly loved it because he looked so cute with his hair messed up. He glanced at the clock above the fireplace.
"Maybe he won't come."
The minute the words left his mouth, the chime of the doorbell sounded in the hallway. Gabriel deflated a bit.
"I'll get it."
Rowan unlocked the wheels of her chair and began another torturous lap around the room. As she rolled back to the couch, Gabriel reappeared in the doorway, a look of absolute panic on his face. His eyes were begging for help or rescue from something Rowan couldn't see. "What?" she asked him. "What's the matter?" He shook his head, walking into the room like a zombie. After a few steps, a tiny girl with a dark blonde ponytail, big brown eyes, and a huge smile bounced in after him. Rowan bit back her own smile as Gabriel gestured helplessly toward her.
This is Charlie."
Rowan smiled for real. "Hi, Charlie." A giggle bubbled out of her like water from a fountain. "Hi," she said with a little wave. Since the day Rowan had come home, the air in the house had felt off, tight and tense, like clothes that didn't fit. But Charlie instantly filled the room with a carefree vibe that made Rowan want to laugh too. Gabriel, however, was unimpressed.
"This is Rowan," he said, "and this is Celia."
"Hi, Charlie," Celia said.
"Can I get you something to drink?"
"Sure, that'd be great. I had cheer all morning, and it's awful out." "Sit down," Rowan offered. Charlie hopped onto the couch before swinging her little sneakered feet. Rowan looked at Gabriel and nodded toward the spot next to Charlie, but he ignored her, slumping in the armchair instead. Charlie's smile faltered a bit. She folded and unfolded her hands in her lap. "You have a really nice house." "Thank you," Rowan said. "We kind of inherited it." "Are you guys brother and sister?" she asked. Rowan waited for Gabriel to answer, but he didn't. "I'm his guardian," Rowan told her. "Oh, wow." Charlie's eyes bounced between them. "You're really young," she said to Rowan. "Is that weird?" "Not really," Rowan said. "I was a teenager myself not that long ago, so I know what it's like." Gabriel shot Rowan a look that said she did not know what it was like, and if she did, she wouldn't be torturing him right now. "That's really cool," Charlie said. "I'm the youngest in my family by, years. My parents had me when they were super old. My one sister is married with kids already. My mom and dad got divorced a few years ago, so now I have a stepdad and 2 stepbrothers, and my real dad has a girlfriend. They're okay, but it's kind of weird for me." "I'm sure," Rowan said. "But it can be nice to have lots of family." Charlie shrugged. "I guess." "What grade are you in?" Rowan asked. "I'll be a sophomore in September, at Thornall." Gabriel sat there, saying absolutely nothing. Charlie kept sneaking looks at him like she'd just won the lottery. Rowan didn't blame her. It was easy to lose the innocent beauty of childhood to adolescent awkwardness, but Gabriel did not have that problem. He was tall for his age, long-limbed and thin without being lanky, with a certain grace that comes from growing up too fast. His skin was smooth and unmarred, and his blue eyes were bright under his mass of messy dark waves. His face might have been working in his favor, but his personality was not shining. "Gabriel starts 9th grade in September," Rowan said. "Right, Gabe?" "Uh-huh." Charlie narrowed her eyes and cocked her head slightly. "Do you go to Waterford Middle?" she asked. "I'm homeschooled." Celia returned with lemonade and some blueberry tea cakes Del had brought over. She set the tray on the table and joined Charlie on the sofa. "Who do you hang out with?" Charlie asked. "Because you look super familiar." Gabriel shrugged. "No one, really." "I feel like I've seen you." Charlie's eyes landed on Gabriel's plastered arm, and she sucked in a gasp that took half the air out of the room. "Oh my God, wait! I do know you! You were in the big tornado in Ardmore." Rowan blinked. "How did you know that?" "His interview came up on my Insta." "His what?" Rowan turned to Celia, whose face had gone ashen, eyes panicked and pleading. "What interview?" "It was on the news." A blast of fear stabbed Rowan in the stomach, painful and white-hot. Gabriel looked equally stunned, but the only word for Celia's expression was caught. "I know a kid from Ardmore who lost, his whole house," Charlie went on. "He posted a bunch of stuff about it. I've only ever seen tornadoes from really far away. My mom always makes me stay inside. It's so cool that you, outran one. The video was intense. I saved it." "The video?" Rowan choked. Gabriel had gone dead white. Even his lips looked erased. "I don't..." Celia stood. "Gabriel, why don't you and Charlie take the drinks and go up to the loft for a while?" "But, Celia, take the syllabus Mel left you so you can go over it. Go on." Gabriel stood like a robot and headed for the stairs. Charlie jumped to her feet, practically skipping after him. "I'll carry the tray," she said, following him out. "God, I watched that video 1,000,000 times. I can't believe it was you." Rowan had one hand pressed against her mouth. She had to. She'd have screamed otherwise. "What the hell is she talking about?" she demanded when they were gone. "Rowan, interview? As in, someone interviewed him and put it on the fucking news? And you knew about it? It wasn't my fault." I don't give a shit, Celia. You were supposed to be watching him. How the hell did that happen? I was watching him. It was the day after he had surgery for the infection. When I called the hospital the next morning, the nurse said he was still asleep. Someone let the reporter in before I got there, and I threw them out right away. Rowan, I swear on my life, I did everything I could to stop it from being aired. This was local news, right? Rowan asked, trying to keep her voice steady. I want you to tell me this didn't make it out of Oklahoma. Celia pressed her lips together. It was, she said quietly. But the Associated Press picked it up. Why didn't you tell me? Rowan cried. Because you were in no shape to know. I watched him like a hawk the entire time you were in rehab. Nothing has happened, Celia insisted. It's been nearly 2 months. He won't be able to find you. The tornado was in Ardmore. That's still a damn big breadcrumb. If his father were going to do something, he'd have done it already. Rowan was barely listening. She grabbed her phone and punched in Gabriel's name. She found the interview in 3 seconds. Oh my God, Seal, she said, staring at Gabriel's face. He was battered, but far from unrecognizable. He was completely drugged. He could have said anything. I know, Celia said, her head in her hands. I know. But he didn't. You didn't tell Gabriel it aired? No. He barely remembers talking to them. Okay, Rowan said, trying to breathe. Okay. What about Lane? Did she say anything? She wasn't home at the time. Rowan buried her own face in her hands. She was in New Hampshire with her parents for a couple of weeks, but she has seen Lee every day since she came home. She said he's acting completely normal. If he Googles his name one time... Shit! They didn't mention his hometown, just Ardmore. And Mercy Memorial Hospital! That's what I'm saying, Celia said, grabbing Rowan's hand. If his father saw it, he had plenty of time to get to him at the hospital. And he won't call the police. They're going to ask him why he hasn't reported his son missing for 2 years. Ardmore is 50 miles away. That's a big radius to cover. Rowan squeezed her eyes shut. It's still a radius. Tiny stars danced in the darkness, but her mind's eye was filled with flowers, creamy roses, tuberous begonias, and daisies. Pale pink daisies, identical to the flowers in Gabriel's picture. The flowers that flooded his mother's lap. I'm going to call the security company, she said after a moment. I want the system upgraded, and I want cameras. You have cameras. I want more. If they can install them today, I want you to take Gabriel to your house and keep him until after dinner. You're in no shape to be left alone. I don't care. Please, Celia, Rowan said. I can get in and out of the wheelchair. I'll be fine. Just do this for me. All right, Celia said. Are you going to tell him? About the cameras? No, neither are you. It's okay, Rowan said, gripping Gabriel's hand. It wasn't your fault. What if he sees? It's old news, Gabe. It's been almost 2 months. We didn't even know about it. And Lane is watching him, she said. Just like before. If anything happens, she'll tell us. He could have gone to the hospital, Gabriel whispered. You weren't even awake. He could have taken me. But he didn't,
Rowan said. He still could. He won't, she said firmly. I promise. Are you sure? Positive, Rowan said, leaning back on the arm of the couch. It's after midnight, she added. I want you to get some sleep. I'm not going to be able to sleep. Just try. Rowan reached for her blanket. I can't wait until I can go back to my own bed, she said, pulling it over her shoulders. It's lonely down here at night. Do you want me to stay with you? No. You won't be comfortable. Yes, I will. Please? I guess so. Go get your pillow. Gabriel ran upstairs and Rowan lay back, listening to the tinkling melody of her butterfly wind chimes on the porch. It was a nice night, but the windows weren't open. They were locked. Everything was. The security company had finished up before dinner time. It didn't take them long to upgrade the system and install surveillance cameras inside and out. Rowan and Celia's phones were linked to every single one. If so much as a bird flew by, they would know about it. Gabriel came back down and settled himself on the other end of the couch, burrowing under his own blanket. She was glad he thought it was his idea. They'd both sleep better. Good night, he said. Rowan clicked off the light. Good night. Chapter 19. Rowan teetered on her crutches, trying to avoid a trip to the floor. This is how I die. I know it. Dell smiled. If you want to get back on your feet, you gotta do the work. I'd prefer a loaves and fishes kind of miracle, she said. I really appreciate you helping me. You're helping me. This is good practice. I've been debating going back to school for physical therapy. You should. You're good at it. As soon as Rowan was mobile enough for Celia to pick up a few shifts, Dell had volunteered to take over as Rowan's therapy partner. He arrived at noon every day, usually toting some new delicacy from the bakery, and spent an hour moving through the exercises designed to strengthen her leg and loosen her torso. The crutches were proving to be a bigger obstacle. Rowan passed them back to Dell and eased down to the couch. How's the night shift treating you? It's more interesting, he said, working the hand grip up a notch. I had a gunshot wound the other night. Sniper? BB, he said sheepishly. Bunch of kids at a bonfire. One of them shot into the woods and hit his friend. He had a BB stuck in his shin. He screamed like someone cut his leg off. I envy your exciting life. It is that. I've been meaning to ask you, she said, frowning at a blister on the heel of her hand. You're here with me during the day, and you're working until, what, 3 or 4 in the morning? How can you keep that kind of schedule? I don't sleep, he said, as casually as a vegetarian would say they don't eat meat. You don't sleep? No. Ever? Not much. Oh, she said after a moment. You must get a lot done. He laughed. Sorry, I know it sounds weird. When my mother was sick, she needed meds around the clock, so I had alarms set to wake me every couple of hours. After a while, he shrugged and reached for the other crutch. I didn't need them anymore. You couldn't go back to normal afterward? I tried, Dell said, twisting the screw. My doctor told me I'd disrupted my circadian rhythm. I'm used to it by now. So the next time I get a craving for those checkerboard brownies in the middle of the night,
I shouldn't hesitate to call you? Rowan asked, smiling. He replaced the crutch on the floor.
You don't have to hesitate to call me, ever.
He held her eye for a beat, and she was suddenly very aware of Gabriel in the next room. I shouldn't have mentioned food, she said. Are you hungry? Gabe, she called. Are you hungry? Gabriel came in from the kitchen.
I could eat,
he said, joining Rowan on the couch. Del?
Sure.
What should we get? You want Chinese? She poked Gabriel in the side and grinned. You want some puffy chicken?
Aren't you sick of Chinese? What the hell is puffy chicken?
Del asked at the same time. Any vetoes? Rowan asked.
Sounds good to me,
Del said.
Do you have a menu?
Sideboard in the hall. Gabriel lifted her hand. His own cast had come off the week before, and his arm was still shriveled and thin.
Your wrist is swollen.
It'll go down. How's the essay?
I need Charlie to read it over.
How are things going with you two?
Okay, I guess. She's smart.
She's different from Flip, I'll give her that. She hasn't set anything on fire in the bathroom. Gabriel didn't smile. He looked straight ahead, staring at nothing. She pushed his shoulder with hers. You okay?
Do we have to go all the way to Tulsa for your surgery?
Well, the hospital is there, so yeah.
Why can't you go to the hospital here?
They don't do orthopedics. We're only going overnight.
I have so much homework,
he moaned, rubbing his eyes with the heel of his hands.
I don't want to go.
Del came back with the menu.
To school?
He asked, handing it to Rowan. To Tulsa, Rowan said. My ankle needs a minor realignment.
Why can't he stay home?
Rowan smiled. Because he's 13.
Oh. I'll just sit in the hotel room and get nothing done, Gabriel muttered.
You've been working non-stop, Gabe. An overnight isn't going to kill you.
When are you going?
Del asked. Day after tomorrow.
I can stay with him,
he offered.
I'm not on until next week. What do you say, Gabe?
Gabriel lifted his head.
Don't call me that.
Del blinked.
There's great fishing up in Tishomingo. Maybe we could do something like that?
You are a brave, brave man, Del, Rowan said under her breath. Gabriel didn't hear her. He was having his own unique reaction to this proposal.
Fishing?
He said, as though Del had suggested they spend the weekend weaving baskets or bathing the elderly.
What for? For fish,
Del said, casting a helpless look toward Rowan.
I'm not going fishing with you. We barely know you.
Gabriel, enough, Rowan said, palming the top of his head. Do you want your usual?
Yeah.
Go upstairs and take a break. Your eyes are all red. I'll call you when it gets here. He shuffled out of the room, and Del pressed his hands to his knees.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Rowan said. It's usually just the two of us. I think he's a little jealous.
I'm serious about staying with him, Del said. I'd be happy to help.
Rowan shook her head. That's okay.
It's no
No, she cut in, her voice sharper than she'd intended. She took a breath and tried to smile. Please don't take it personally. I don't leave him with anyone but Celia. She braced herself for a follow-up question she wouldn't be able to answer. but Dell just leaned back in his chair.
Would you leave him with Celia for an evening, maybe?
Rowan tilted her head. Maybe. What did you have in mind?
I don't know. Dinner? Someplace without any 13-year-olds kicking around.
He recoiled slightly.
Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just not sure how to go about things when the girl you like comes with a venomous teenage appendage.
You're doing fine, Rowan said. She kept her face neutral, but what she really wanted to do was call Lane and screech, "He likes me!" A door slammed above her head, and she glanced up, remembering her appendage. As much as she knew her next words were the right ones, hearing herself say them still felt like a betrayal. When should we go? The light was turning pink, and there had been no rain for days. The pond was as still and even as a sheet of glass. Gabriel lay sprawled across the porch swing, while Rowan sat on the steps, examining her plants.
I just don't get why he has to be here all the time.
He's helping me. What's so horrible about Dell?
He's here all the time. And he creeps me out. He's always staring at me.
You think he's trying to seduce you?
Shut up.
He kicked a pebble across the porch and watched it bounce down the steps.
He's always staring at you, too.
Rowan turned so he wouldn't see her smile. Sounds like you're the one who's always staring at him.
It's weird. He's weird. He told me he never sleeps.
He can't. His circadian rhythm is botched, she explained. Gabriel lifted his arm from his eyes.
What, like locusts? What does that mean?
That's cicadas, she said, pulling mint leaves off the stems. Look how gorgeous these are. I'm having a mojito tonight.
He's not coming back, is he?
No, she said, nibbling on a leaf. The mint was at its prime, sharp and clean. She picked a few stems for drying.
Thank God.
But, she continued, we're going out next week.
Where are we going?
She pulled the leaf out of her mouth and looked at him. I meant me, she said. Me and Dell.
Where are you going?
He asked, sitting up. Just to dinner. She watched his Adam's apple bob.
Like a date?
Yes. She swallowed too, with some difficulty. Like that. Gabriel walked over and sat next to her on the steps.
Why?
His voice was flat and distant, and it broke her heart. Rowan kept her eyes on the trees, black shapes against the pink sky. I like him, she said quietly. Gabriel didn't respond. He plucked a mint leaf from the stem in her hand. She could smell the sharp tang as he crushed it between his teeth. Her shoulder brushed his, and he jerked away. Gabe, please, she begged. I'm not trying to hurt you.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to be happy. But we can't link that, you know? My happiness can't be conditional to your misery. We have to work together. I know you don't like Dell, and I'm sorry I do. I'm sorry. But please don't sabotage this without giving me a chance. Gabriel looked at her for a long time. Then he got to his feet. A moment later, the screen door slammed, and Rowan was alone, mint leaves falling softly from her hand.
Never again,
Del said. Come on, was it that bad?
Absolutely. Next time I get to pick the restaurant.
Rowan smiled as the truck bumped along the road. I can't believe you never had sushi before.
I'm from Texas, he explained. Down there, we cook our food.
Despite dinner being an exercise in bravery, conversation had been good. Del seemed looser than he did at the house, and funnier. Afterward, they went out for ice cream, tall, soft-serve cones that melted quickly, sending sticky rivers down their arms as they fought to keep up. Rowan licked her finger and rubbed at a smudge on his chin. You missed a spot.
Did you just spit clean me?
She laughed. Sorry, mom habit. Gabe yells at me too. Del cleared his throat.
Speaking of, I never quite know how to ask, but I have to know. How the hell did you two end up in this situation?
The tornado?
No, living together. You're what, 10 years older than him? You're not related and you're raising him by yourself?
I'm his guardian.
How long have you been guarding him?
I got him when he was 11. Del took his eyes off the road for a beat.
Got him?
Yeah. Rowan stretched her arm through the window. The night air rushed by, making her fingers curl and dance. That rain really cooled everything off.
So I guess that means you're not telling?
Nope, she said, smiling.
Okay, that's fine. I'll get it out of you eventually.
He turned down an unpaved road nearly hidden by the tree line. Where are we going? Rowan asked.
I'm not telling.
Del stopped in the middle of a four-way intersection of tire-packed paths, like an X on a treasure map. There was nothing of note in any direction, but the sky was beautiful. Inky black with pinprick stars bright as diamonds on velvet. He got out and dropped the tailgate. Are you going to murder me over sushi? Rowan asked as he opened her door. Because Gabe knows we're out. He'll tell on you. She actually wasn't sure if he would. He'd barely spoken to her all week. He laughed and lifted her onto the hatch.
Not quite. Look up.
She did. A moment later, a bright streak lit up the sky, followed in quick succession by two more flashes. Flashes of quicksilver darting between the stars. She glanced at Del. Is this a fluke, or did you arrange it special?
Meteor showers are more common than people think. On nights like this, you can usually catch a few falling stars.
The night was clear and brilliant, with a fat white moon that bathed them in cool, silvery light. Rowan leaned back on her elbows, swinging her feet. The doctor in Tulsa had changed her cast, and the new one was only knee-high. Her thigh was shriveled and gray, but she felt almost normal for the first time in months. She searched the sky for constellations, trying to force the star clusters into the proper shapes. Del copied her position. She could feel his eyes on her.
Hi,
he said. Hi. He traced a line on her arm, brushing a shiny pink gash much older than the tornado. Her new stars were a welcome addition. They blended with the old, and she could pretend she'd only been battered once.
You having a good time? It's your first night out. That's a lot of pressure.
She smiled, her eyes still fixed on the endless night. I am, even though you hated the sushi.
I'm glad. And I did hate the sushi, he said, sitting up.
Are we going? Rowan asked.
Do you want to go?
She shook her head before she'd decided on an answer. She felt weird, detached, like she was borrowing someone else's life for the night. No. Del feathered his fingers over her jaw. The breeze was cool against her skin, but she felt flushed, feverish even. He kept his eyes on hers as he stroked her cheek, and when he leaned in and kissed her, she was not sorry. He smelled like cookies and tasted like ice cream. She expected something shy and sweet, a morsel that would leave her wanting more. But the kiss wasn't tender, and she didn't want it to be. When he coaxed her mouth open and slid his tongue over hers, a molten wave of blatant lust traveled upward from the pit of her stomach, stealing her breath in an audible moan. Del slid off the truck and stood between her knees, gripping her waist and pulling her closer. They stayed that way for an impossible measure of time, kissing fervently before they broke apart. Heat bloomed high on Rowan's cheeks. Del fixed his eyes on hers and ran his hands lightly up and down her back, like he was playing piano.
I've wanted to do that,
he said, slipping his finger under the strap of her dress.
For a very long time.
The strap slid off her shoulder. She smiled against his cheek. How long?
Pretty much since the moment I saw you lying on the couch wearing that little white dress, he said, pressing his lips to the hollow of her throat.
Plus my weight in medical dressings, Rowan murmured.
I didn't even notice.
He lifted his head and kissed her again. Holding her so close, she felt like the world could stop spinning and he would keep her grounded. He worked his mouth over hers and gripped her lower back as she began to move against him. But her memory was too fresh to enjoy it for long. Shadows gathered in the corners of her eyes, dim shapes she couldn't blink away. It was everything old, everything abysmal, her last memory of being touched that way. It was everything she thought she'd left behind. Del, she said, putting a hand on his chest. I think we better go back.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just, I should really get home, she said, trying to smile. I don't like to leave Gabriel for long.
I noticed,
Del said, keeping his eyes on hers.
He's a little old for round-the-clock supervision, isn't he?
Rowan felt herself flush. If you and I got run over by a tornado, I wouldn't let you out of my sight either, she said, tugging at his hair.
Good point.
He kissed her again, and she could feel him smiling.
So, tomorrow?
He asked.
Sushi?
I don't want to torture you, Rowan said.
Far too late for that.
He helped her back into the truck and leaned in through her open window. His eyes stayed on hers, glistening like amber in the moonlight.
I like you,
he whispered. I hope so, after all that, she replied, running her thumb over his bottom lip. He had a mesmerizing bottom lip. I like you too. Pulling up to the house was like slamming her head into a brick wall. It was too much reality after such a delicious disconnect. Del cut the engine. "Thank you," she said. "Best first date ever. I mean it."
"Does that mean we're on for sushi tomorrow?"
"We'll see," she said, reaching for her crutches. "It was fun, and we got to make out, but you didn't bring me any checkerboard brownies."
"Noted."
Del helped Rowan to the porch, shooting quick, nervous glances over his shoulder the whole time.
"Sorry," he said. "I have a feeling there's a crossbow somewhere with my name on it."
"He doesn't have one, but he's wicked with a BB gun," Rowan said with a smile.
"And we know what kind of damage those can do. I'll call you tomorrow."
Del kissed her quickly and jumped back into the truck. He honked twice as he drove away. Rowan lurched her way to the back of the house. The keypad for the front door was temperamental, and she didn't feel like giving anyone a heart attack. She was almost to the door when Celia threw it open, nearly knocking Rowan to the ground. "Jesus, Celia," Rowan said, hopping on her good leg. Celia gripped Rowan's shoulder to steady her.
"You need to talk to Gabriel."
"What's the matter?"
"He's upset. He's been sitting on the dock for over an hour."
"Celia!" The dock wasn't much more than a stone's throw from the edge of the yard, but Rowan didn't want him there at midnight. "Every single time I leave him with you, he goes rogue."
"I could see him from the window the whole time."
Rowan squinted toward the black water. "Why is he on the dock?"
"I don't know,"
Celia said quietly.
"He barely said a word to me all night. We were watching TV, and I said I hoped you were having a good time. He started crying."
Rowan's stomach dropped. "Really crying?"
"Yes. He wouldn't talk to me. He just ran off."
"Oh, God," Rowan said. I don't know what to say to him anymore."
"Well, you need to say something. Can you make it down there?"
"I think so."
"Please be careful."
"I'm fine."
"No,"
Celia said.
"With him."
The path to the pond was nearly invisible in the dark. Rowan's crutches punched holes in the dirt until Gabriel's silhouette revealed itself. He didn't move as her three-legged form clumped onto the dock. He sat at the very edge of the boards, his feet resting on the top rung of the wooden ladder. Rowan eased down beside him with difficulty. "Hey." Gabriel didn't respond. "Celia said you've been out here for a while. Are you okay?" He shrugged. "Is there anything you want to tell me?"
"No,"
he whispered. "Can I talk to you for a minute?"
"Sure,"
he said, speaking to the water.
"I have to listen to you all the time."
Rowan scooted closer and wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. "I hope this goes without saying." She pressed her hand against his heart. "But I think you need to hear it. You know I love you, right?" He twitched in her arms but offered no other response. "Well, I do," she said quietly. "I love you. And I think it's important for you to understand the difference between how I feel about Del and how I feel about you." He seemed to weigh her words.
"What's the difference?"
"If Del left tomorrow," she said, hugging him closer, "and I never saw him again, I'd be kind of upset. I'd eat a lot of ice cream and be in a bad mood for a while, but in general, I'd be okay. I'd live. But you?
If you left, I would be destroyed.
She held him tight, rocking back and forth.
I would roll over and die. Can you see the difference?
Gabriel sat there, still and silent in her arms.
If that's true, he said finally, if you really care that much, why is he always around? I mean, I know why. I'm not a baby. I just thought...
He lifted his head, eyes fixed on the endless sky.
What? I thought you'd be on my side, he said. I know you think I'm jealous, but
He stared into his lap.
That's not why I don't like him.
Why, then?
I thought that would be enough. If you didn't like someone, I wouldn't let them visit all the time or go places with them or anything. I wouldn't hurt you.
Gabriel, I'm not trying to hurt you.
It feels like it.
His breath hitched.
You know why I don't like him?
No. Tell me.
After the tornado,
he began, leaning his head back until it almost touched her shoulder.
The paramedics got me out first. They put me on a stretcher and carried me away from you. All I could hear was everyone yelling that you weren't breathing and you were crushed and bleeding.
He reached up and gripped her arm with both hands.
I thought you were dead. Then Del came over and told me they got you out. He said you were just sleeping and they were fixing you up. So I asked him if I could see you.
He stopped, and Rowan tightened her arms around him.
I knew you weren't okay, he said after a moment. But I had to see for myself. And when I asked Del, it was like he didn't even hear me. I kept asking, and finally he said if I was quiet, he'd bring you over on the way to the ambulance.
Gabriel stopped and covered his eyes. And Rowan would have broken every bone in her body if it meant he wouldn't have to carry that moment alone.
But he lied, he said. I never got to see you. He went and talked to this lady, and then she came over and gave me a shot. I don't remember anything after that. I didn't wake up until I was in the hospital. And that means if you died, Gabriel said, choking on the words, I never would have seen you again.
Gabe.
And the worst part is, he knew that. He knew you were probably going to die.
Tears cut through the smooth skin on his cheek, clean and silver, like the meteors moving across the sky.
Maybe he didn't think I was important enough, or I didn't deserve to see you. And I don't know how you could want to be with someone who'd do that to me.
I know, Rowan whispered, swiping her fingers over his cheeks. He was shaking all over, and she wanted to tell him she was sorry. That Del wasn't worth this. Nothing was worth this. She wasn't worth this. But she didn't have the words, so she just held him, stunned and speechless. The same way she had the night she'd taken him, when he was writhing in pain, and she watched him bleed on the floor. At least then she'd had tools, some idea of how to fix him. Now she had nothing.
Can you go now?
He whispered, wiping his eyes.
Please.
I can't leave you alone. Come inside with me so we can talk.
No.
He shook his head in quick, painful jerks.
I already know what you're going to say.
Gabe, she said, pressing her cheek against his.
Did you ever think that Dell might have done that so you wouldn't get hurt? That you wouldn't want to remember me that way? She blinked back her own tears, but her broken voice betrayed her. You already have to deal with more horrible memories than most people will in their whole lives. That's not why. He did it because I'm nothing. His voice, his delivery, was dead. What do you mean? I mean I'm nothing to you. Celia's your sister. Dell will probably be your boyfriend. Lane's your best friend. But I'm nothing. Gabriel, you are everything. Maybe if I said I was your brother or your kid or someone important, he would have let me see you. Who cares what Dell or anyone else thinks we are? We know. And no matter what happens, he will never be as important to me as you are. Never. What good is it if we can't tell anyone? You're not my mom and I'm not your kid. We're nothing. It'll always be like that. You barely know Dell, but you can already call him something people will understand. Gabriel wiped his face with the hem of his shirt. I hate him for that. He shrugged loose from her grip and stood on the top rung of the ladder. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. Wait a minute, she said, gripping his arm. If you really hate Dell that much... She swallowed, but the lump in her throat only burned. It didn't budge. I'll tell him to stop coming around. But I'm asking you, please, to give him another chance. Just for a little while. He nodded, dropping his head between his shoulders. She couldn't see his face. They didn't speak as they walked back to the house. Rowan went to her room, and Gabriel went to his. All the doors stayed closed. Chapter 20. The next morning, Gabriel sat slumped over the table, staring blankly at his history assignment. He'd read the prompt 3 times, and he still didn't know what he was supposed to do. He hated history. He hated history, and he hated homework, and at the moment, he hated Charlie. Not for any good reason, but just because she was there, sitting next to him on the porch and breathing too loud. She was supposed to be reading his English essay, but her eyes hadn't moved in 5 minutes. She wasn't talking either. She was just sighing a lot and wiping her nose. Are you okay? He asked finally. He didn't really want to know. He'd barely slept at all, and his head was killing him. I guess, Charlie whispered with another sad little sniffle. What's the matter? She gave him a wobbly smile. Nothing. It's just... I'm kind of upset about something. He waited for her to explain what she was upset about. When she didn't, he assumed the conversation was over. Oh, he said, picking up his pen. My school is having this thing. Gabriel closed his eyes and put the pen back down. It's called Fresh Fest, she said. The school throws a big party for all the freshmen to celebrate the start of summer vacation. The juniors and the seniors have prom, the sophomores have a cotillion, and the freshmen have Fresh Fest. It's not as fancy as prom, but there's a dinner and they have, games and you get raffle tickets so you can win stuff. But the thing is, you need someone to go with. Oh, Gabriel said. And I've been talking to this one guy for a while. We're not going out or anything, but I really thought he was going to ask me. She took a deep breath that got caught in her throat. But then, she choked. Last night, this other girl posted on her Snap that he asked her instead.
So that means I'm not going to be able to go. Charlie's head dropped like a dead flower on a stem. Gabriel saw a drop of water plink on the porch table.
Oh, Gabriel said. That's really... wow.
Yeah, she whispered. It's on Friday, and there's like 0 chance of anyone else asking me. I was so excited, and now I just can't believe it. Another tear landed on the table. Gabriel sighed. He had no patience for this scene. Worse than his headache, waking up that morning brought several pieces of new information. Rowan was with Dell, obviously, and probably would be forever, eventually forcing Gabriel to be the ring-bearer at their wedding or do something equally humiliating. That was bad, but the things he'd said to her were worse. He hadn't planned on telling her every single secret thought he had and crying like a baby. Gabriel could barely look at Rowan this morning. He felt awful and guilty and embarrassed. All of that was too much to process without the added stress of Charlie crying on the porch. "Gabe?" Rowan's voice shattered the air and made him jump. "Come here for a minute." Gabriel rose from the table in a stiff, arthritic manner and went into the kitchen, grateful for the distraction. Rowan perched on a stool next to the counter, sprinkling nuts over paper-thin dough layered onto a baking tray. The counter was already crammed with cookies and pastries. She was back to stocking the dessert case at Ruby's Diner, which was the most activity she could handle on one leg. She gave him a painfully careful smile that made him want to jam a fork into his eyes.
"What?"
he asked. "Come here a sec." She picked up a knife as he shuffled over before making quick, clean cuts through the layers of dough.
"What?"
he asked again. "Did you know," Rowan whispered, "that you are completely oblivious?" That must have been true because he had no idea what she was talking about.
"Oblivious about what?"
Rowan gave him a look. "Seriously? Charlie is practically begging you to ask her to that dance."
"No, she's not,"
Gabriel hissed, horrified at the thought. "Gabe, please. She's dangling a damn hook in front of your face. It's painful to listen to."
"So don't listen."
"Why don't you ask her?"
"What?"
"Ask her," Rowan said, handing him the tray. "You've been cooped up for months. It would be good for you. Throw that in the oven for me?" Gabriel opened the oven and shoved the tray inside.
"I don't want to ask her."
"Why not? She's nice and you guys get along."
"Yeah, she's fine to study with, but I don't want to date her."
"It doesn't have to be a date. You can go as friends. If it's a freshman thing, I bet Flip is going."
"I'd rather go with him."
"I mean it," she said, squeezing his hand. "You missed out on so much already. I don't want you to grow up and regret missing anything else." Gabriel shook his head.
"What if she says no?"
"She's not going to say no," Rowan said with an air of someone who'd never taken no for an answer in her life. "Come on," she wheedled. "I'll buy you a nice suit, you'll get a free dinner. It'll be fun." He threw his head back, gripping his hair with both hands.
"Fine, but if she says no..."
"She won't." Rowan plucked 2 chocolate chip cookies from a tray and handed them to Gabriel. "Here, insurance." On the porch, Charlie was still slumped at the table, staring blankly at her phone. He stood there for a minute, hoping to be saved. But bombs never just fall out of the sky when you need them.
"Charlie?"
She lifted her dripping face and sniffed.
Yeah? Do you...
What?
Do you want a cookie?
She swiped at her cheek.
Okay.
He dropped it in her hand.
I was, this thing at your school. Can you bring anyone?
Yeah, Charlie said quickly, staring up at him.
Even if they don't go to your school?
Yeah, it can be anyone. I mean, like, even homeschooled kids can go. Deprived of his final out, he took a deep breath and spoke to the sky.
Well, if you want, I would go with you. I mean, do you want to go, with me?
Her eyes lit behind the torrent of tears.
Really? You don't have to, he said quickly.
Oh my God, yes! She shrieked. To be honest, I'd so rather go with you anyway. I tried to ask you, weeks ago, but I got scared you'd say no. She jumped up and bounced on the balls of her feet. I'm not trying to be weird. I know we've only hung out a few times, but you're really sweet, and, God, you're so cute. Seriously, my friends are going to die when they meet you. It's probably just, a crush or something, but as soon as I met you, I felt like we'd be good together, you know? No. He smiled weakly, wondering if anyone else planned to profess their love to him that weekend.
Wow, that's, so what do I have to do?
Rowan watched them through the back window, her heart beating a little faster than she'd expected. She'd call the school and ask about chaperones and safety measures, try to cover all the bases. If she didn't like what they told her, she'd sit outside, keep watch on the parking lot all night if she had to. But she wasn't going to tell Gabriel any of that. Later that night, she sat in her room and went through all her stretches and bends, doing twice as many reps as prescribed before she folded her rubber bands and put them back in her bag. When she'd called her therapist earlier that day, he was a little surprised by her question, but he gave her his best guess. August. By August, she'd be able to bear weight on her leg, but it might take until Christmas before she could walk on her own. She asked if it would help to add extra reps, more exercises, anything. He told her not to push herself. She could get hurt if she pushed too hard. If he'd told her that yesterday, she would have listened. Now, she didn't care. Rowan reached under her pillow and pulled out a small envelope. It had arrived that morning, stuffed into a larger envelope forwarded from the hospital. She traced the letters on the back with the tips of her fingers. Gabriel Emerson. That was all it said. So Rowan had called the hospital, cycling through 4 different aides and desk nurses before she found the person she needed. He was sorry for the delay, he said. The note had arrived the day after Gabriel's release, and somehow gotten misplaced. He hoped it wasn't anything too important. Did it come in the mail? Rowan asked him.
No, he told her. It came with a visitor. A man. He wrote it out at the desk when we told him Gabriel had been released.
The man hadn't wanted to leave it, the nurse had told her, but he had to. They wouldn't give him Gabriel's address, even though he'd said he was a relative. Rowan's fingers shook as she lifted the flap for probably the dozenth time. Inside was a piece of white paper with 2 sentences written in crisp letters. Glad the tornado didn't beat me to it. See you soon, buddy. It was bad news, and it was terrifying, but it also meant he hadn't found them. She'd been repeating it to herself like a mantra all day long. He hasn't found us. But a darker voice kept interrupting. He was looking. That afternoon, Rowan called a realtor and asked about putting the house on the market or leasing it. Whatever she did would probably be up to Celia, as the house was still in her name. While Gabriel and Charlie studied on the porch, Rowan had made a list of possibilities, trying to figure out if it was easier to disappear in a big city or a tiny town. She'd move him to California, Washington, Arizona, as far as it took for Lee to lose his grip. Rowan turned off the light and sank into her pillow. For now, he was as safe as she could make him. But being safe wasn't enough. This life wasn't enough. She wasn't enough. Last night, as the water rocked them on the dock, he'd printed all his fears on her heart, and they were worse than she'd expected. Despite the house, despite the pond, despite the miles and miles of open land, Gabriel knew, as well as she did, that she'd done nothing but move him to a bigger basement. Chapter 21.
Come on, Ro-Ro, you can do this. We said August was it. Crunch time. You take 5 steps and I'll talk to the doctor about getting you that skin graft you've been asking for.
Rowan gritted her teeth. Austin Saunders, her physical therapist, was behind her at the parallel bars, gripping the gate belt around her waist. "I know you don't care," she said, "but I'd like to remind you, this hurts like a bitch."
I know it does, baby doll. I have plenty of metal in my own knee from my football days. Give me 5 steps and I'll show you the scars.
"Weak incentive, Austin," Rowan muttered. "Mine are better." Pain shot through her ankle and up her calf as she pressed her foot to the floor, but she managed to take one shaky step, then another. When she reached the end of the mat, Austin rewarded her with a high five.
That's how you do it, kiddo. 1 step at a time.
Rowan tried to smile. Like everything else in her life, baby steps were all she could manage. It had been a long, vampiric slog to August. The heat sucked the life out of everything, and Rowan was plagued by a relentless sense of foreboding, like the weight of an endless stare. She was always nervous, always on guard, one eye glued to the steely skies and the other on Gabriel. Lane went back to Seoul for 4 weeks, so for most of the summer there was no one to watch Lee. Rowan told no one about his note, refusing to add weight to Celia's guilt or Gabriel's fear. Not when time was so short. She'd hit her first goal. She was on her feet, and even though she was walking slowly, she was walking. A few more steps and she'd be at the edge of the precipice, ready to grab Gabriel's hand and jump into a new house, a new town, a new life. And just like the first time, they'd have to jump alone. Celia couldn't go with them. Neither could Del. And eventually, she'd have to tell him that their burgeoning relationship wasn't going to get much bigger. The entire summer felt like the calm before the storm, marked by still moments when the air didn't move, the silence was endless, and all the birds disappeared. Her time with Austin, however, was therapeutic in more ways than one. He couldn't have pushed her harder if he'd known the stakes, and he lifted her again and again and again. Austin didn't mind when she hissed and cursed and groaned, but he never let her wallow, and Rowan found it hard to believe anything bad could happen while she was in that sunny, mirrored room.
So how's life without the cast?
Austin asked, helping her sit on one of the balancing balls. Rowan stared down at her leg. Before the storm, it had been one of the only parts of her that hadn't been slashed to bits. but now it was just as hideous as her back. A sharp, bony ridge covered in tissue paper skin and puckered with scars, like bites from a single fanged creature. "Not as itchy," she said, "but the cast was prettier than this mess."
"It won't be a mess for long,"
Austin promised, setting up a mat for her next exercise.
"How's Gabriel doing? I haven't seen him lately."
Austin had treated Gabriel for 8 weeks after his cast came off. When Rowan and Celia arrived to pick up him for their first session, they'd found Austin teaching him a variety of football tackles, lifting him and tossing him to the mats like a rag doll. Gabriel loved him. "He's fine," Rowan said, reaching for her water bottle. "Tired. Summer school was rough. He worked really hard."
"Still got the girlfriend?"
Rowan choked on a laugh as she took a gulp of water. "God, no. That horse never made it out of the gate."
"I thought they were going out."
"Just once." The 9th grade blowout had been an unmitigated disaster and cast a cloud of mutual resentment on Gabriel and Charlie's study sessions for the rest of the summer. In retrospect, Rowan had perhaps been a bit too enthusiastic about Fresh Fest. Even though there was no dress code in place, it was his first social event, and she wanted him to look nice. She ended up putting together an all-black ensemble that was sleek and rakish, and made him look like he'd just jumped off a runway. It was a mistake. The girls were very interested in getting to know him, and he had to dodge a swarm all night. According to Flip, Gabriel spent most of the dance hiding in the bathroom. Charlie was not pleased, and neither was Gabriel. He had girls calling for weeks afterward. "I think the experience was enough to turn him off dating for a while," Rowan said. "He did win a switch, though." Austin laughed.
"So I guess his arm's doing okay?"
"It's fine, but it's bent funny now." She crooked her finger to demonstrate. "He says he can't see it, but it is."
"I believe you. Women are masters of observation. Is Dell picking you up today, or—"
He stopped short as the door opened and Celia walked in. She froze when she saw him, her hand clutching the doorknob.
"Oh, I thought you'd be done by now. I'll just wait outside."
She turned to leave, but Austin was at her side in an instant.
"Celia,"
he sang in a warbling falsetto.
"Oh no, please, Austin, not again. You're breaking my heart."
Rowan bounced on her ball and clapped.
"You're shaking my confidence daily." "I'm reporting you, I swear." "Oh, Cecilia,"
he went on, holding the note. Rowan joined him on the harmony.
"Finish up," Celia snapped. "We have to pick up Gabriel at Flip's on the way home." "Hold on," Austin said. "Just one more thing, and I'll let you ladies go. You can even help us, Celia. She'll need a buddy for this. Is Dell still helping you out?" he asked Rowan.
"Not this week," she said as Austin pulled her up. "He's visiting his dad, but he'll be home tonight."
"Both feet on the ground, Roro. That's it," he said, gripping her hands. "Dell and I are going to have a talk. He managed to charm one of the lovely McNamara girls. Maybe he has some ideas about how I can woo the other."
He dropped Rowan a wink. "Don't sing anymore," she suggested.
"That I can't do. Music is my life." "Okay," he said, snapping to business. "Here's the deal, Ro. You're using your upper body a little too much when you're moving across those bars. The idea is to build up the muscles in your leg, not kill your arms. I want you to work on bearing weight, but you'll need a partner until we get your balance where it needs to be."
He looked up.
"Cecilia, you want to give us a hand?"
Celia took 2 steps, moving with extreme caution, and Rowan smiled. Whenever Austin was around, Celia became completely unhinged. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact he genuinely liked her, though Rowan was pretty sure the feeling was mutual. Austin admitted to Rowan that he'd noticed Celia around the hospital long before Rowan's name had shown up on his patient roster. Rowan would bet Celia had noticed him, too. Austin could charm anyone within a 20-foot radius. He had a smile that was both sly and contagious. He'd been a big football star in college 10 years back, and he still looked the part. He was well over 6 feet tall and built like a tank, with deep brown skin and eyes like polished bronze. Bedroom eyes, Rowan had once told him, much to his delight.
"Okay," Austin said. "I want you to grab each other's wrists like you're doing a basket toss. We were all cheerleaders here, right?"
He demonstrated the hold, positioning Celia's hands around Rowan's arms.
"Don't hold her up, Cecilia. Let her support herself. If she stumbles, guide her forward, toward you. Got it? This is going to be a lovely little dance. Are you ready?"
Celia nodded, gripping Rowan's wrists.
"All systems go, Ro-Ro. Walk."
Rowan took a tentative step, hissing through her teeth. Celia stepped back and gently tugged her forward. Together, they made slow progress across the floor. Austin clapped, 3 loud reports that echoed off the mirrored walls.
"That's the way to do it, ladies. Good job,"
he said, easing Rowan back onto the ball.
"Start slow. Try to get a few minutes on your feet a couple of times a day, even if you're just standing."
Celia looked strange, like she couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. Austin noticed.
"What's up, beautiful?"
She shook her head.
"Nothing. It's silly, but that reminded me of when she was a baby. She was late to walk, and I used to hold her hands then, too."
Rowan smiled. 24 years later, and I still can't walk for shit. Austin adjusted the straps on Rowan's brace.
"Okay, baby girl," he said. "You are free to go. Remember, I get you back in 2 more days, so don't miss me too much."
Don't tell me. Talk to Celia.
"Rowan, that's not... We're going. Thank you, Austin." "Are you going to come see me too?" "What? No, I have to work on Wednesday."
Dell's bringing me, Rowan said. Any guesses on how long I'll have to beg rides?
"Not long. Pretty soon you'll be driving yourself, my dear," Austin replied.
I can't wait. See you Wednesday, Rowan said, rolling toward the door. She'd started alternating her crutches with a tiny scooter she could kneel on. Austin hated it, but Rowan couldn't resist bringing it to her sessions. It was way too much fun on the polished floors.
"Goodbye, my Cecilia."
That's not even my name. Goodbye, Austin, Celia said, letting the door slam behind them. Rowan glided alongside her. Wow, Seal. Look at that blush.
"Stop it, or I'm not taking you home."
That's okay. I bet Austin will. Then I'll invite him to dinner. Give him a chance to really get to know you.
"Rowan!"
What? That's what you did to me. Celia shook her head as they exited the sharp, cool air into the relentless heat of the parking lot.
"Rowan, go," Celia said later that afternoon. "One night out is not going to kill you."
Rowan shifted in her seat. She wasn't supposed to see Dell until tomorrow, but there were flowers waiting on the porch when she got home from therapy. He'd surprised her by taking an earlier flight. At least he called it a surprise. It had felt like an ambush. I'd be fine going to dinner or something, but he lives half an hour away, Rowan said, frowning at the bouquet of pale yellow carnations. So? So, what if something happens? What do you think is going to happen? Celia brought a vase of water to the table and plunked the flowers inside. He'll be fine. Flip is sleeping over. I'll sleep over. Gabriel won't even know you're gone. I don't trust Flip, Rowan said. They'll escape off the roof or something. Don't be ridiculous. Go. You've been seeing Dell for 3 months, and you've never even been to his apartment. Celia lowered her voice. You two need some time alone. You've both got to be antsy by now. Heat rose to Rowan's cheeks. How do you know we never? I just do. Rowan opened her mouth, but she shut it quickly when Gabriel and Flip wandered in, making a beeline for the refrigerator. Gabe? Yeah? Dell asked me to come over tonight, Rowan said. Okay. So I won't be here. Okay. You don't mind? Celia shot her a withering look. Gabriel glanced at her. Am I allowed to mind? No, Celia said. You're not. I'll order you guys whatever horrible food you want for dinner, and don't pick him up, Flip. I'm not in the mood for any more broken bones. Don't worry about them, Rowan. Go and get ready. Gabriel and Flip darted around the kitchen, laughing as they dueled with a broomstick and a roll of paper towels. They weren't truly happy unless they were beating the shit out of each other. Rowan rose slowly from her chair and hobbled upstairs. When Dell pulled up an hour later, she felt guilty about her reluctance. He'd never seemed so happy to see her. He leaped out of his truck with a giant Toblerone bar from the airport and a bottle of wine. No cast, he exclaimed. No cast, she said. But don't look at it. It's ugly. Impossible, he said, dropping a kiss on her lips. You're perfect. I missed you so much. I missed you too. Now, don't go expecting anything fancy, he warned as they pulled out of the driveway. My place is not big, and I can't cook like you can. I did clean, though. The bakery was dark when they arrived, but Rowan could practically taste the sugar in the air. She took a deep breath and almost felt full. This place could give philosophy a run for its money. I can't even smell it anymore, Dell said. I'm up there, he added, indicating a red door at the top of the wooden outdoor staircase. Sorry about the steps. He helped her hop upstairs and opened the door. For all his caveats, Dell's apartment was actually pretty nice. A large bay window mimicked the bakery's storefront, and there was a beautiful woven rug on the hardwood floor. The living room was open and airy, with a blue overstuffed sofa and matching chairs and a small brick fireplace tucked into the wall. Dell was not a bad cook, either. He made grilled chicken stuffed with melty smoked Gouda and fresh spinach, with roasted potatoes on the side. After they ate, he refilled their wine glasses and they sank to the sofa. Dell threaded his hand through hers, twirling the engagement ring forever perched on her finger. Tell me about this, he said. What do you want to know? What is it? A mistake? He examined the stone. Whose mistake? His. Does he have a name? Not to me. Not anymore. Why are you wearing it? Because I earned it. His mistake. My ring. He doesn't get to keep what's mine. She twisted it back into place. It reminds me of more good things than bad. Like what? She tilted her head and tried to smile. Like, I got away. They sat silently, weaving their fingers in and out.
Is that all?
She looked into his face, his sweet brown eyes. That's all that's important. That's all you need to know. But later, pressed skin to skin with their breath coming hard and fast, she realized he needed to know more. As Dell moved on top of her, Rowan moaned in a way that had nothing to do with his hands on her body or his mouth covering hers. She writhed beneath him in panic and desire, praying he wouldn't discover the ridges and bumps and twisting scars. Every hideous secret Ethan had left behind. Her hands guided his to what was safe and smooth, but when he tugged her thighs up over his hips, she let out a choked cry she didn't expect. Right before he could do what she thought she was ready to do, a scream ripped from her throat, and she shoved him so hard he fell to the floor. His eyes were wide as he climbed back onto the bed.
What's the matter?
She was crying, sobbing so hard she couldn't take a breath. Dell dressed quickly. He wrapped her in a sheet and brought her to the kitchen, where the whir of the ceiling fan cooled her skin and slowed her racing heart. He gave her a glass of water, rubbing her hand as she wept and gasped and finally calmed down. Then she told him. She told him about Ethan and the glass door and the stitches and the staples. And when she finished, Rowan stood in the bright normalcy of the kitchen and let the white sheet pool on the floor, revealing the result of her 2-year engagement. Dell said nothing. Her first scared glance revealed tears in his eyes. He feathered his fingers over her broken skin, as though she would feel pain in the tissue long rendered numb. She expected pity and disgust, but got neither. His expression vacillated between anger and sadness, and then he took her face in his hands and kissed her. All comfort, no demands. He rescued the sheet from the floor and brought her back to his bedroom, where they then lay side by side until her eyelids grew too heavy to hold open. She woke to a steady thrumming under the floor, mixed with dim laughter and the smell of bread and cinnamon. Dell was wide awake, exactly where he'd been when she'd closed her eyes. Chapter 22.
I'm serious. Don't do it.
Shh, it's ringing.
She's going to kill you.
Quiet, he's going to hear.
Hello? Austin?
Gabriel ran his hand over his head and groaned. Hey, Austin, it's Rowan. What's going on? No, I'm fine. I know, it looks a lot better already. Yes, I promise I ditched the scooter. I wanted to ask you something. Do you have a minute? Gabriel tried to get up, but Rowan grabbed him by the belt loop and yanked him back down. He remained quiet. The last thing he wanted was to be a party to this terrible idea. I thought it would be nice to celebrate our progress. I was wondering if I could buy you dinner as a thank you. I asked Celia to come too and... Oh, really? Great. She grinned at Gabriel. I thought we could try that tapas place by the hospital. Remember we were talking about it? Friday at 7? Okay, see you then. Bye. She hung up the phone and held up her hand. High five, baby.
You are so dead.
Relax, I left you everything in the will. Now for part 2. Rowan dialed again, smacking Gabriel's hand away when he tried to grab the phone.
Seal?
She said a minute later. Her voice was shaky, and a tiny sob bled through.
It's me. No, I'm not okay.
Her breath hitched. I just had a huge fight with Gabriel because he wanted to stay over at Flip's on Friday, and I said no, and he said he's sick of me smothering him." Gabriel rolled his eyes. "I know that. I am going to let him go. But I really need to get out of the house, too. No, Dell's working. You think maybe we could go out to dinner? Just the two of us?" "Okay, yeah, that sounds good. How about the tapas place by the hospital? You want to meet me there at 7? Let's get really dressed up. It'll be fun." "Thanks, Seal. I appreciate it. You have no idea." "Okay, bye." She pitched the phone at Gabriel. He batted it away like it was alive and biting. "You have no idea," she shouted. "Oh, this is going to be epic. I'm so excited." "You're so mean. You're really not going to show up?" "I'm doing them both a huge favor. You wait and see. Celia's not going to leave Austin sitting there. She's got way too much class for that. And if anyone can budge that stick up her ass, it'll be him." He shuddered. "Do you have to be so graphic?" On Saturday morning, Gabriel was eating cereal in the kitchen when a car screeched to a halt outside. He put his bowl in the sink and tried to make a quick exit, but Celia caught him by the arm before he could get up the stairs. "Where is she?" she hissed. "Broken arm, Celia! Broken arm!" She let him go, and he rubbed his wrist. "Where is who?" "Don't you dare!" "She's, Rowan!" Celia screamed. "What?" "Come down here immediately!" Celia froze Gabriel with just a look. "You stay here." "I didn't do anything." Rowan limped down the stairs, pulling her hair into a ponytail. "What's up?" "Wow, you look great, Seal. You're glowing. What's different?" "Rowan," Celia began, her voice deadly. "That was not funny." "What?" "You know what!" Celia exploded. "You call me up in hysterics. You tell me you're having problems with this one." She flung her arm in Gabriel's direction. "We made up," he offered weakly. "I leave work early to meet you and—" "Austin?" "Yes." "He likes you. You like him. You'd never have gone on your own. What's the big deal?" "The big deal is that you can't play puppet master with people's lives." "Did you have a good time?" "That's irrelevant." "Did you?" Celia threw back her head. "Yes, all right. I did, but that's not the point." "Austin did too. He just called to thank me." Rowan smiled brightly. "So, what are you screaming at me for?" Celia stared at her. "I'm ordering tests," she said finally. "We cannot possibly be related." "I tell myself that every day." "Have fun tonight. Austin told me he's taking you out again." Celia's face went beet red. Without a word, she turned and stormed out of the house. Rowan lurched her way over to Gabriel. Ever since she'd started walking on her own, she moved like one leg was made of clay, too soft to hold her up. "Can I have my due credit?" she asked, holding up her palm. Gabriel shook his head. "She's really mad." "That's just her way of saying thank you." The kitchen was boiling hot, wrapped in an almost visible shimmer. Rowan had to fight her way to the refrigerator, nudge people aside to check the oven, and load tray after tray with food. Her head throbbed. She'd planned her cooking time to the minute, but she hadn't counted on working in a throng. After Dell tripped on the oven door and she accidentally smacked Gabriel in the face with a grill pan, Rowan clapped her hands and made an announcement. Guys, I love you all, but you need to get the hell out of my kitchen. The impromptu dinner party was a peace offering, an attempt to smooth things over with Celia, who still refused to confirm any type of relationship with Austin, even though she'd gone out with him 3 more times. Austin, who wasn't bothered by the setup at all, had arrived with a huge grin on his face, bearing wine and flowers. At the moment, he was doing bicep curls in the middle of the kitchen, Gabriel hanging on one arm and Flip on the other.
"What can I help you with?"
Celia asked Rowan. "You can get everyone out of here."
"Okay, well, Austin, don't let them do that,"
Celia said, pulling Flip off a chair. Gabriel jumped on Austin's back as Celia led everyone into the dining room. Dell stayed behind. Rowan wiped her forehead with an oven mitt. "Don't think you're exempt, buddy." He slid behind her, nipping her earlobe.
"But I haven't seen you since Wednesday."
"You're the one who insists on going to work every night." "Taste this," she said, sliding a spoon into his mouth.
Merlot?
Very good. Would you take the appetizers to the dining room?
Sure,
he said, nuzzling her neck. Tray's over there, she said. You'll need to physically pick it up. He turned her around and cupped her face until she put down the spoon and responded properly. She echoed, pulling away. Much as I enjoy carrying on in a 10,000-degree kitchen, there are people in the next room.
Oh,
said Dell with a twinge of bitterness.
Them.
Rowan laughed. Bring the appetizers out. That'll keep them occupied for a few minutes.
Good, 'cause I have a surprise for you.
What is it?
Busy.
Rowan checked on her beef Wellington. She'd laminated the pastry herself, and it was perfect. Golden brown and beautifully puffed. She was just about to pull it from the oven when Dell came back into the kitchen. His smile faltered when he saw her.
Rowan, sit,
he said, pushing her into a chair. What?
You've been on that leg too long. You're dragging it. Take a rest for a minute.
My beef needs to rest too, or no one's eating. Austin wandered in, probably spurred by the smell of food.
What's going on, darling?
Dell is paranoid and dinner is burning. Dell took the beef Wellington out of the oven as Austin crouched, pressing his palm to the inside of her knee. I'm fine, she said.
You are overextended, he replied. Your leg and your soul. Where's your brace?
In my room somewhere.
I'll get it,
Dell said. You'll never find it. Gabe'll know.
Gabe, your go-to man,
Austin sang. Rowan thought she saw something flicker across Dell's face, but in the next moment, it was gone.
Gaby!
Gabriel's head popped around the corner.
What? Be a sweetheart and find Rowan's brace, will you? She's been doing too many cartwheels in here.
Rowan leaned back and sighed. Okay, you got me sitting. So what's my surprise? She asked Dell. He glanced at Austin.
Oh, don't mind me, Austin said. I love surprises. Better than that, I love love. Long as it won't give me nightmares, you go on and give it to her. Pretend I'm not here. It's just...
Dell pulled up something on his phone and handed it to her. Rowan peered at the screen. Football?
Football?
Austin said, looking up.
In Dallas,
Dell went on.
Next week. I thought... Dallas?
Austin exclaimed. He grabbed Rowan's wrist and stared at the phone.
Where the hell did you get these? They must have set you back.
He stopped short at the look Dell shot him.
Well, that's a very nice surprise," Austin said, subdued. "One I wouldn't mind getting myself if the receiving party isn't willing to enjoy it."
Rowan looked at Dell again. "Football?"
"I booked a hotel. I thought we could make a weekend of it."
"Oh," said Austin knowingly. Rowan ignored him and looked at the tickets again. "Oh, wait a minute, Dell. No. That's Gabe's birthday."
"It is?"
"Yes, it's on Sunday." She looked at him for a moment. "You knew that."
"Little buddy won't mind,"
Austin said, bound and determined to be part of the conversation.
"Cecilia and I will take him out." "Mind what?"
Gabriel asked from the doorway. "Nothing," Rowan said. Austin took the brace from Gabriel and carefully fitted around Rowan's leg.
"Okay, Peanut. You are off for the rest of the night. Got it?"
"Yes, sir. Can you and Dell get the rest of the food to the table?" Rowan took Gabriel's arm and limped into the dining room.
"So, what do you say?"
Austin asked as soon as everyone was seated.
"Are you gonna go or let those precious tickets go to waste?" "Go where?"
Gabriel asked. "To Dallas," Rowan said reluctantly. "But it's on your birthday, and I'm not... Can we just drop it for now?" Before Gabriel could respond, Flip leaned over and said something to him in a low voice. Rowan couldn't make it out, but Gabriel went crimson, Austin nearly did a spit take across the table, and Celia shrieked, "Philip!" "What?" Rowan asked.
"Nothing. It's nothing we need to repeat at the table,"
Celia said, shooting Flip a look. But Austin was cracking up, sputtering into his hand.
"He said, 'Oh, Jesus, Seal, your face.' He said, 'Let her go. I'll get those Thornall girls over here and make sure you get laid for your birthday.'"
Rowan's face flooded with heat. "No one is getting laid for their birthday," she snapped. "I told you I'm not discussing this. Can we just eat, please?" The rest of the meal was fairly uneventful, save for Flip choking on a glazed almond. After everyone went home and Gabriel was upstairs, Dell pulled Rowan into a hug on the porch.
"Come to Dallas with me."
She shook her head. "I can't, Dell. There's no way. I'm not missing his birthday." Dell put a finger to her lips.
"You're not missing anything. You'll be home the next day. Celia and Austin said they'll take him. What's the problem?"
"He's a kid, Dell. How would you feel if your mom missed your birthday when you were 14? A wave of hurt blew across his face before settling into dull confusion.
"But you're not his mother, Rowan."
Her fingers tingled with the unpleasant urge to smack him. "To him," she said carefully, "I am."
"You're not even related."
"That doesn't matter."
"Yes, it does. You're like his babysitter."
"Babysitter? Are you serious?"
"You tell me,"
Dell exclaimed.
"Tell me anything. Explain it all. I'm dying to know."
"You don't need to know."
"But I deserve to. You've been wearing that kid like a wet sheet since the day I met you. I ask you questions and you change the subject. I ask him questions and he ignores me. You're a nervous wreck if he's not within arm's reach. What the fuck is going on? Why are you acting like he's going to vanish into thin air if you leave him for 2 days?
It's his birthday."
"I know that now,"
Dell said shortly.
"I didn't do it on purpose."
"I'm not saying you did." She rubbed her eyes and sighed. "Just give me a few days, okay? Let me talk to him." Dell's face clouded again, but this time it didn't pass. He nodded once and walked down the stairs without so much as a goodbye. After he drove away, Rowan went upstairs to Gabriel's bedroom. It was dark. The only movement, the only sound, came from the tree branches scraping against the windows. Before she could even find his shape in the shadows, Gabriel spoke.
"Go with him. I don't care."
A stream of cool air touched her face. The window next to his bed was open. He'd heard everything.
"I do." "It's not important."
"No, Gabe. It is. It's very important." It was a long time before he spoke.
"Why?"
Rowan sat on the bed and rubbed a circle over his back.
"Because you're important." "Dell doesn't think so."
"Dell has nothing to do with it." She squeezed his shoulder. "I have a present for you," she added. "Don't you want it?"
"You can give it to me when you get back,"
he said almost inaudibly. Rowan squeezed his shoulder. "That's not what I want."
"It's what I want. Go."
Rowan stared into her suitcase. It was 6 o'clock on Saturday morning. Dell was picking her up at 7. Gabriel and Celia were still asleep. The drive to Dallas was only an hour and a half, but Dell wanted to get there early. Rowan had never been, and he was excited to show her the city. It was good he knew his way around, he'd told her. It would cut down on walking, and they'd have more time to explore. He'd mentioned at least 20 possible destinations and activities, and had a place in mind for every meal. He'd even agreed to an upscale sushi restaurant for dinner. Afterward, they were meeting up with some of his old friends for drinks. On Sunday, while Rowan and Dell were at the game, Austin and Celia were taking Gabriel and Flip to an amusement park, and then a haunted hayride in the woods. Rowan had Gabriel's favorite dinner and a birthday cake planned for everyone on Monday night. She flipped through her closet, pulling things out and putting them back. She'd tried to pack the night before, but all her clothes looked wrong. Too warm, too thin, too fancy, too casual, too itchy, too tight. Rowan took out a slinky mid-length black dress, cut low at the neck and edged in lace, like a negligée. She'd bought it almost 2 years ago, but it showed her back, and she was never brave enough to wear it. All of a sudden, she didn't care. She draped it over the bed and opened her jewelry box, then rooted around until she found what she was looking for. A blue-green pendant hanging from a delicate platinum chain. The chain was thin as angel hair, and the pendant flashed in the early morning sun. It was a pear-shaped aquamarine, perfectly cut and unadorned with secondary stones. Rowan placed it against the back of her hand and then laid it on top of the dress. Next to her suitcase, her phone lit up. Rowan picked up the chain and hooked it around her neck before she answered. "Hello?"
"Just making sure you're awake."
"I'm awake."
"Are you excited?"
She stared into the mirror, admiring the shade of blue against her skin. "Very."
"I've already got my stuff in the car. If you're ready, we can go early."
Rowan paused for a moment, her fingers fiddling with the stone. "I'm not," she said quietly.
"You're not ready?"
"No. I'm not going." An hour later, Rowan still sat on her bed, dress still laid out, pendant still around her neck. Dell had barely reacted. She'd hoped for anger or disappointment, something she could fight against. She didn't get it. 10 seconds of silence followed her words, and then Del cleared his throat. He said he hoped Gabriel had a nice birthday, then hung up the phone, leaving her explanation burning in her mouth. Her planned speech wasn't the truth. She couldn't tell him that, but he wasn't interested anyway. The truth had blindsided her to the point of tears. Shameful grief over the idea that she'd even considered leaving. She pressed her hand over the necklace, and her memory lifted her, carrying her back to the first time she'd seen it. The day before Rowan's 23rd birthday had been an absolute nightmare. She burned her hand making breakfast, badly enough to blister, and she was in agony the entire day. Following that, she accidentally drove over half her herb garden, broke a shelf that sent 24 glasses shattering to the floor, and had a pie explode in the oven. The scorched fruit smelled like burning rubber and set off every fire alarm in the house. By 9 o'clock, she accepted defeat and went to bed, tossing and turning in the warm air until the sheets were damp and twisted. Eventually, she fell asleep, but she was awoken by a hand on her shoulder. She opened her eyes and found Gabriel sitting next to her on the bed, a crudely frosted cupcake in one hand and a silver-wrapped box in the other. She blinked against the light of a single candle. "Happy birthday," Gabriel whispered. The clock next to her bed changed from 12 to 12:01 as she watched, her eyes blurry with sleep. "I want today to be better than yesterday." He placed the box on her chest. "Open it." "Now? Why not?" Rowan sat up and rubbed her eyes. "Okay." Her fingers were tired and clumsy as she peeled back the paper, revealing a plain black jewelry box. She eased the lid open and found the aquamarine necklace, pale blue-green and perfect against the velvet. She stared at it for a moment. Gabriel smiled. "Do you like it?" "I love it," she said quietly. "It's beautiful. How did you—" "It reminds me of your eyes. It's the same color, anyway. I couldn't think of anything to get you. Celia tried to help me, but I kept changing my mind. Then I found this, and I thought, if you wear it, you'll always have something that matches you." They'd been living together for almost a year. Gabriel was 12. His voice, as he spoke, was just beginning to creak, preparing to shed the first fragments of childhood. Rowan squeezed his hand, extremely touched, but not quite understanding. She had a passing familiarity with jewelry, and this was a quality piece. "It's perfect," she said. "I love it. Celia took you shopping?" Rowan couldn't help but wonder where they'd gone. There must have been a hefty loan involved. "Yeah, just for the wrapping paper, though. I got a card, too, but I can't remember where I put it." "Then, where did you get the necklace?" "I already had it," he said. His eyes were hopeful, shining, and sweetly innocent. "In my box. It was my mom's." Rowan's heart nearly stopped. "Oh, Gabe," she said, bringing her hand to her mouth. "I can't—" "What?" "I can't accept this. You need to keep it." His expression faltered a bit. "You said you liked it." "I do, I love it. But you can't give this to me." "Why not?" "Because something like this is too precious," she said, fumbling all over her words. "You need to save it. When you're older, you may want to give it to someone really special." "I am." "Someone you really care about." "I am," he insisted.
I'm giving it to you.
Rowan's eyes filled, and she pressed her lips together. She didn't dare try to speak. Instead, she took him in her arms and hugged him as hard as she could. Positive she had never loved anyone, never would love anyone, more than she loved him in those first few minutes of her 23rd year. By 8 o'clock, Rowan could hear Celia moving around across the hall. Gabriel was still asleep. Rowan caught her outside her room and filled her in on the change of plans. And as soon as Gabriel woke up, Celia brought him to her house for the day. Rowan spent the next 3 hours baking a chocolate cake with pecan caramel filling. She frosted the cake and added caramelized pecans before scripting his name on top. It was agony waiting for Celia to pull into the driveway, but eventually she did, rolling slowly over the rounded rocks. Rowan hurried upstairs and hid in her room until she heard Gabriel go to bed.
Gabe?
Gabriel. Like a song, a soft breeze against the side of his neck.
Wake up.
It wasn't real. It was a hallucination. He was dreaming. Something bright was penetrating his eyelids, a concentrated glow that made no sense. Neither did the shape he could see behind it. He blinked.
Rowan?
She was holding her phone up with one hand and balancing a cupcake in the other. Wax streamed down the twisted blue and white candle. The phone's screen glowed. It was midnight.
Happy birthday,
she whispered. He sat up, suddenly wide awake.
You came back?
I never left.
What? Why not?
You think I would miss your birthday for a stupid football game? She put the cupcake on his nightstand and placed a box in his lap. Open it. The box was wrapped in baby blue paper and tied with a red ribbon. Stuck somewhere between shock and confusion, he pulled the ends the wrong way, yanking and tugging until he finally managed to slide the ribbon free. He tore off the paper and reached for the lid, but before he could open it, Rowan brought her hand down on top. "This isn't your whole present," she said. "It's only what I have so far."
Okay.
I know it doesn't look like much. There's still a lot more to it, but... Rowan smiled a little, sliding her hand away. Open it. He lifted the lid before pushing sheets of red tissue paper aside. The box was full of paper, thick, creamy sheets all stapled together. He wasn't sure what kind of present this was supposed to be. His first thought was that she'd done his homework for him. He scanned the pages, but his brain was a foggy mess. And the words... Things, impossible things, began to click inside his head, and his eyes darted between Rowan's face and the papers in his hand.
Rowan? What does this mean?
It's my license, she said. Everything I finished. The last part was the hardest. I had to have the house inspected and...
Your license to do what?
Rowan smiled, but her lips were shaking. It was a moment before she spoke. Adopt you. Gabriel's face grew hot, along with his stomach and his throat.
What?
2 tears slid down Rowan's cheeks, bright and startling. He couldn't remember ever seeing her cry before. So, if you want to adopt, she began in a wobbly voice, the first thing you have to do is get licensed to foster. There are a bunch of steps, but I did it. I got my license. So now we have to figure out some way to, separate you from your father. Legally, I mean. Once we do that, I can... Her voice died on her then. She tipped her head back and stared at the ceiling, holding up one finger. Sorry, she whispered. 1 sec. He couldn't wait a sec. That was too long. Gabriel grabbed her, burying his face in her shoulder, and then they were both crying in hard, loud bursts. Really? He managed. I just hope it'll work, Rowan said, her voice hitching between every word. Austin is friends with a family law attorney. I wasn't really specific, but he told me the criteria, and Celia and I did a ton of research, too. The easiest way, I think, is... Shut up, Gabriel said, his arms locked around her neck. This is enough. It's more than enough. No, it's not, she said, gripping the back of his head. I'm going to finish. I don't care what it takes. Even if I have to drive back to Massachusetts and force your dad to sign over his rights, I'll do it. She pulled back and cupped his face in her hands. You are never, ever going to feel like nothing again. Gabriel nodded, his head falling to her shoulder. And you're not just getting me, Rowan went on. Celia will be your aunt, and if we're lucky, she'll end up with Austin. I really hope she ends up with Austin, Gabriel said with a watery smile. See? Rowan hiccuped, cupping his face. I told you I love you. Do you believe me now? I always believed you, Gabriel whispered. Even though it was impossible to imagine that she could love him even half as much as he loved her. I love you too. She kissed his forehead, resting her cheek on the top of his head. Happy birthday. They sat there for a long time without saying a thing. They didn't have to. They just clung to each other, rocking back and forth as the light from the single candle danced around them in the dark. Chapter 23. On Monday night, Rowan's adrenaline was extinguished. Dell was back from Dallas. He wanted to talk to her. After dinner, Rowan walked into the den where Gabriel was watching TV. Sorry, kiddo, she said, flicking the television off. I'm kicking you out. Dell's coming over. Oh, damn. His face fell. Is he really mad? He didn't sound happy. Rowan pulled Gabriel off the couch. I sense a breakup. The corners of his mouth twitched up. Really? Try not to look so devastated, Rowan said, pushing him toward the stairs. Watch TV in your room until bed, okay? And if you hear yelling, don't be alarmed. Apparently, Dell wasn't in a rush to see Rowan either. It was after 11 by the time his truck crunched into the driveway, and Gabriel was already asleep. Rowan told Dell she'd leave the alarm off, but he knocked, which was worse. She shuffled to the door and pulled it open. Hi, she said quietly. Hi. Come on in, she said. How was the trip? Great, he said. Someone sideswiped me in a parking lot and tore off my driver's side mirror. I got stood up at a bar by all but one of my friends, and my team lost the game. Really a good time. Her fingers tightened on the doorknob. Oh. Where's Gabriel? Asleep. Good. Can we talk? Yeah. She started for the den, but Dell made a beeline for the staircase. She followed him up to her bedroom. So, he began, his face dripping with false brightness. Was he surprised? Rowan closed the door and sat next to him on the bed.
Yeah, I bet, Dell said mildly. He might have been more surprised than I was.
I'm sorry, Rowan said. I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you, but I couldn't disappoint him. He needs me too much.
How much?
What?
How much does he need you?
I don't... Dell scrubbed his hand over his face.
I used to date someone with a kid, he said. Someone else, I mean. Claudia. She had a little girl who was 6, maybe 7. I don't remember. I liked Claudia a lot. I hoped it would turn into something serious, but it never did. She was always busy. Her daughter was a handful, and the dad wasn't in the picture. I knew all that going in, and I tried to help her out as much as I could. I babysat, took them to parks, watched Disney movies with them. If Claudia had to break plans because of school stuff or if her daughter got sick, I didn't mind.
Okay, Rowan said slowly.
I'm telling you this so you'll know I'm not completely ignorant about raising a kid. It's hard. I understand that. But this,
he said, gesturing to a photo of Rowan and Gabriel on her nightstand.
I'm sorry, Rowan, but I don't understand this at all. Dell, I dated Claudia for 6 months, and in that time, she was never, not once, as overprotective of her daughter as you are of Gabriel. And maybe that's weird on her part, I don't know. But Gabriel's not 6. He's 14. When I was 14, I only went home to sleep. I was out with my friends all the time. I went to school, I rode my bike all over the city. If my parents went out, they left me home, by myself.
Sounds great, Rowan said. I was in foster care when I was 14. I spent my birthday in the parking lot at school. Lane and I got wasted on a bottle of Boone's Farm, and she sang happy birthday over a pack of Hostess cupcakes. Kids don't all grow up the same. I understand you're frustrated with me. I don't blame you. But I have to do what I think is best for him. I'm not apologizing for that. Dell looked at her for a moment, and then he kicked off his shoes and lay down on the bed.
Come here,
he said, holding out his arms. She hesitated. The right thing, the decent and truly caring thing, would be to tell him now, to cut him loose, to send him away. But it was so late, and he already looked so hurt. She curled up next to him and rested her head on his chest.
I don't want to fight,
he murmured into the top of her head. Neither do I.
But being with you makes me wonder.
Wonder what?
If I'm ever going to be as important as he is.
Rowan could have answered that easily, but he said he didn't want to fight. She leaned over and switched off the light so he couldn't see her face. It's not a competition.
It feels like one,
Dell said, running his fingers along her arm.
Why are you so scared of him?
Rowan pushed him away. I'm not scared of him.
You're scared of something.
She shrugged. Maybe I am.
Maybe I can help.
No, Rowan said after a moment. You can't. She leaned in and kissed him. There was no tenderness or intent. She just wanted to end the conversation. But a few minutes later, his hands began to wander over her chest and under her shirt. She pulled it off as Dell's lips traced her jaw and neck, searching for a soft spot to linger. His breathing picked up as his hands and mouth grew bolder. paying deep attention to every part of her. She slid out of the rest of her clothes and stretched out, watching as he shed his. He crawled toward her from the foot of the bed, and she felt his fingers, curious and searching. His lips brushed the inside of her thigh, and her back arched as he moved both hands between her legs, tugging them apart so he could graze in the space. She eased back, letting him warm her further. Del didn't hurry. He worked over her like she was something soft and moldable, their rhythm finely perfect, their energies in sync. This time there was no fear, no hesitation. He moved up her body and gripped her thighs, sliding his hips forward until Rowan moaned, full but not sated. They began to rock, deeper and deeper, and she had to grip him tight just to hold on. Her focus narrowed until Del was nearly gone. She was alone in her body, and it was begging for release. The sensation grew and grew until she couldn't stand it another second, and she screamed into his shoulder as he tensed and then relaxed, both of them boneless and gasping for breath. She studied his face in the dim light. His cheeks were flushed, his pupils blown wide open. He leaned in and brushed his lips against hers. "I love you." Rowan wanted to tell him not to waste an ounce of love or a drop of energy on her because she was a lost cause. Breaking his heart would be a kindness. She'd talked to the real estate agent that morning and said, yes, finally, she was ready to do more than just look. She wanted a house, something at the far reaches of the state, in a town small enough to ignore but big enough to hide in. The woman asked her a million questions. What was her wish list, her time frame, her budget? Rowan wasn't making any wishes and would pay whatever it took. But she did have a time frame. January. She'd do a few more months of therapy, let Gabriel finish out the semester, and figure out what to do with her parents' house. She and Gabriel would soak in as much as they could between Thanksgiving and the New Year, fill the house with everyone they loved for as long as possible. January gave her just enough time to plan. Just enough time to say goodbye. Rowan stared into Del's eyes. His words hung in the air, vulnerable, expectant, listening. She moved her gaze to the ceiling and tightened her arms around his neck. I know you do. Chapter 24. The second week of November brought an intense bout of heat. 4 sweltering days followed by a blast of ice and a sudden blanket of frost. Normally, this was Rowan's favorite time of year, but the chill in the air brought none of the comforts of autumn. She tried to fake it, buying pumpkins and gourds, arranging corn stalks and baking apple pies. The porch overflowed with fiery chrysanthemums in blazing oranges and deep reds, and the chimenea burned every night, filling the air with fragrant curls of smoked hickory and sweet applewood. It was a good show, but that was all it was. Her nerves were so raw they were shooting sparks. Rowan had never had qualms about leaving one life behind to start another. She'd done it before, but this time was different. The house, every room, held a piece of the life she and Gabriel were building together, and the thought of trusting their memories to preserve all that history made her stomach churn. You don't look good, Gabriel said to her one night. She was making grilled brie sandwiches on thick, grainy bread, layering the cheese with apple slices and cranberry compote. It was the first food she'd made in a week that wasn't in the shape of a nugget.
"Thanks a lot."
"Well, you don't." "I'm tired," Rowan said. "It's past my bedtime."
"It's 6 o'clock, and you took a 4-hour nap this afternoon."
Rowan shrugged. "I'm tired," she said again. "I feel like a corpse." Gabriel took a huge bite of his sandwich.
"You look like one, too."
Rowan didn't think much about it until the next day. She fell asleep again, this time sitting straight up in a kitchen chair while the breakfast dishes soaked in the sink. When she was awake, her head felt too heavy to hold up, and that scared her. It was too much like her first weeks out of the coma, when everything had looked foggy and unreal. She made the mistake of mentioning this to Celia, who was at the house in 30 minutes flat.
"I don't know,"
Celia said, whipping around a penlight for Rowan's eyes to follow. Always eager for a patient, Celia had arrived with an arsenal of stethoscopes and blood pressure cuffs and oxygen readers. Celia pushed and pulled at Rowan's arms and legs, hit her knees with a hammer, and had her walk around the room and balance on one foot.
"You seem to be working okay."
"I feel like shit," Rowan moaned, flopping back on the sofa.
"You've been stressed for a long time," Celia said. "I think what you really need is a therapist, but go to your regular doctor if you're worried."
"I don't have a regular doctor."
"Why not?"
Rowan stifled a yawn. "I have you, and I must say you're being extremely helpful." Celia ignored that.
"So the only doctors you have are specialists who won't have an open appointment for weeks?"
"I guess so."
"I swear it's like you're 5 years old sometimes,"
Celia mumbled, pulling out her phone. The next morning, Rowan sat on a paper-covered table, shivering in a thin blue gown. Celia had called her own physician, Dr. Stahl, and uttered the magic words, "traumatic brain injury," which worked as well as a secret knock at an underground nightclub. The doctor came in half an hour early just to see her.
"How long have you been under the weather?"
the doctor asked, peering into Rowan's eyes.
"A week or 2.
I don't really feel sick, just kind of foggy."
"But you're less than a year out from a brain injury," Dr. Stahl said, jotting something down on a clipboard. "You don't want to take chances with that. How often do you see your neurologist?"
"Every 8 weeks.
And?"
"No issues, and all my scans have been normal."
"Good. You're not showing any really worrying symptoms, so this could be as simple as a virus or even holiday stress."
Dr. Stahl ran her eyes down the sheet Rowan had filled out in the waiting room.
"I can't tell you how many exhausted people I see between Thanksgiving and Christmas. When was your last period?"
"Maybe 6 weeks ago, but that's normal for me. I have an IUD."
"Fair enough. Let's do some blood work and see what comes up."
A nurse came in to draw blood, and Rowan gave a urine sample. Then she was alone, a wad of gauze pressed to the crook of her elbow. She pulled out her phone. The realtor had dropped 3 new listings in her inbox. That made 9 total. But Rowan was no closer to a decision. She scrolled through a refurbished farmhouse at the tip of the Panhandle, what looked like a log cabin in the middle of the woods, and a bright pink ranch that could probably be seen from space. Rowan frowned down at the phone. The cabin was cute, but the nearest grocery store was probably 2 hours away. She was still scrolling when Dr. Stahl came back in.
"Rowan?"
"Yeah?"
"Can you lie back for me, just for a minute?"
Rowan leaned back on the padded table, and Dr. Stahl pushed it flat. Then she pressed on Rowan's belly, just below her navel. "Any pain here?" "No." "How about here?" she asked, moving to the left and then the right. "No." "Great. You can sit up," the doctor said. "Your blood work should be back in a few days, but I ran your urine sample, and I don't think we'll have to wait on the blood." She paused there. Rowan let out a nervous laugh. "I'm not dying, am I?" "No," Dr. Stahl said, putting a hand on Rowan's arm. "You're pregnant." Chapter 25. Rowan stood at the stove, mechanically stirring a pot of stew as her bread bowls cooled on the counter. She felt entirely divorced from her body. Even comatose, she'd been aware of more. Her mind was miles away, still at the obstetrician's office. It had taken her a week to get an appointment, even with Celia's connections, and Rowan had spent every precious moment praying to wake up, praying it was a mistake, praying for a miracle. In the end, she got one. But it wasn't the one she wanted. She closed her eyes, and the darkness filled with the fast, flickering spot the doctor had shown her on the black and white screen. She'd felt nothing at the sight because that's what it looked like. Nothing. There was no connection, no jolt that it was something she should love. If the spot hadn't been humming, it could have been a cherry pit, a pearl, a tiny grain of sand. Something safe and innocuous, and without the power to tether her to someone she barely knew in a place she'd been planning to escape. She'd wasted the week waiting. Her inbox filled with 7 days of unopened listings from the realtor, and she ignored every call that came in. Celia nagged her, Dell irritated her, and she'd been biting Gabriel's head off for days. She was afraid to go near him, even to apologize. Across the hall, Rowan could hear Flip trying to browbeat him into going to some kind of live-action horror movie at the high school. Apparently, the height of entertainment for the teenage sect. She was trying not to listen. Heavy clouds had moved in, promising a storm by dark. To feign normalcy, she'd invited everyone over for dinner, even though Thanksgiving was a week away and she'd have to cook for them then, too. She hadn't told Dell about the baby. Not yet. He and Celia were due at the house soon, but Austin played a pivotal role at the high school horror show and had plans to be decapitated. Since Austin would be around to watch him, she was hoping Gabriel would give in and go with Flip. She could count on Dell to be clueless, but Gabriel absolutely knew something was up. "I have to stay here," she heard him say in a voice designed to dodge her ears. "We're having company." "No, you don't," Rowan called. "You can go. Flip, take him, please." More muffled words, and then the front door slammed. Gabriel came into the kitchen. "I didn't want to go, Rowan. Now he's mad at me." She tested the potatoes with a fork. "He'll get over it." "You don't want me here?" "I don't care where you are, but don't tell people I'm keeping you from doing things when I'm not." Gabriel stood in the doorway for a long moment. Then he walked up to the stove and stood behind her, so close that she could hear him breathing. "Would you look at me for a minute?" he asked. She adjusted the flame under the pot. "I already know what you look like." "Please." She sighed and turned to face him. "What?" His eyes were wide and wounded. "I don't know why you're mad at me," he said,
But whatever I did, I'm sorry.
I'm not mad at you.
Then can you please stop? All week you've been acting like...
The front door slammed again, and voices sounded in the hall. Rowan struggled to keep her own voice steady. Acting like what? Gabriel didn't move. He held her eye stubbornly, painfully, until the hurt on his face melted into confusion. He opened his mouth, and his voice pitched high, curious, genuinely wondering.
What's wrong with you?
Rowan's own face began to burn, along with the skin on her arm. She jerked away from the stove. Celia and Dell stood in the doorway, silently observing the standoff. Rowan turned quickly, bumping into Gabriel. Sit down. Dinner's ready. Gabriel shook his head.
I'm not hungry.
You still have to eat, Rowan said. Sit. Gabriel slumped down at the table. Celia sat next to him, murmuring something Rowan couldn't hear.
Are you okay?
Dell asked. Fine, Rowan said shortly. She ladled the stew into a bread bowl. Gabe, get me some real bowls in case these leak. Something buzzed on top of the refrigerator. It took her a minute to recognize it as her phone. She didn't remember putting it there. Dell, can you grab that? He plucked the phone from the refrigerator and started to hand it to her. But then his eyes caught the screen, and he stopped.
Rowan?
What? In the split second it took her to ask, his face went hard, twisting and morphing him into someone she didn't recognize.
Rowan,
he whispered. What? Who is it? Dell's jaw rippled as he clenched his teeth tight. He could barely get the name out.
Ethan.
A black blizzard swirled in front of her eyes, and she watched it for a minute before she realized she was perilously close to passing out. She reached out to steady herself, and her hand landed on the cast-iron pot still bubbling on the burner. Her skin hissed on contact, but she didn't even flinch.
Make no mistake, Ro. The next time I call you, you'll be close enough to grab.
She reached out her hand. Give me the phone.
No.
Her stomach dropped. Don't tell me no. Give it to me.
No.
He looked feral all of a sudden. White-hot rage was painted all over his face. He slid his finger across the screen. Don't you dare! She screamed.
I want to talk to this son of a bitch. He tried to...
No!
Who the hell does he think he is?
Dell, stop! Dell had the phone halfway to his ear when Rowan pounced. She didn't notice that Gabriel had moved next to her, and Gabriel didn't see her raise her arm to strike. She drew back, and the hot ladle smacked Gabriel's cheekbone with an audible crack. He stumbled backward, one hand over his face. God damn it, Dell! Rowan shouted. The phone was still in his hand. The call still connected. Her skin prickled with phantom fingers, and she slammed the ladle to the ground so hard the handle flew off and hit the wall. Give me the phone!
Dell, hang up,
Celia said quietly.
He's not...
Hang up the fucking phone! Rowan screamed, grabbing it out of his hand. Her finger stabbed the screen, and the call ended like a wire had been snipped. Jesus Christ, Dell! What the hell is wrong with you?
I was trying to help.
Bullshit you were trying to help. You just told me to fuck off so you could be a big hero. You had no right to do that. She marched to the back door.
I want you to leave,
she said, throwing it open. "Get out. Now."
Rowan.
"Get out! I am not here for your bullshit, Del. You do not get to decide what is right for me."
I'm not.
"No, I'm not." Her own jaw was tight. "I'm not telling you again. Go. Leave me the fuck alone."
Oh, I'm going to.
He yanked his jacket off the hook so hard, Rowan heard it tear.
I'm going to leave you very much alone until you sort out your shit and grow up, Rowan.
Del stormed past her and out the door. The walls shook when she slammed it behind him.
"Rowan,"
Celia said.
"please calm down."
"Calm down? He called, Celia. He's out."
"Who is?"
Gabriel asked. Celia touched his arm.
"Rowan, please. This isn't the time."
"Celia, I can't." She pressed both her hands to her face and let out a hard cry. "I can't take one more thing. I just can't."
"I know," Celia said gently. "I know that, and I'm right here. I will help you."
"You can't help me," Rowan mumbled, fumbling for her phone.
"What is going on?"
Gabriel cried.
"It's okay,"
Celia began. "No," Rowan said. "It's not okay. And I don't want to lie to him anymore. He should know what's going on. He should know why he has to live in a goddamned police state." Gabriel's eyes were swimming.
"Rowan?"
She shook her head. "I tried to keep you safe," she whispered. "But I can't. I can't even keep myself safe."
"What does that mean?"
She turned to Celia. "Will you take him, please?"
"Take him where?"
"Anywhere," Rowan said, walking out the door. "Just take him. I can't do this anymore." When Celia took his hand, Gabriel fully expected her to drag him out the door, but she pulled him into the bathroom instead. They sat on the edge of the tub.
"Gabriel," she said, "calm down."
He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. His eyes were streaming, partly because of the pain in his chest. He couldn't pull a real breath. All he could manage were quick, high-pitched bursts. I'm... You're hyperventilating and you're going to pass out." She ran a washcloth under cold water and pressed it to his forehead.
"Breathe slowly."
"I don't have anywhere to go. She doesn't want me anymore."
"Gabriel, calm down.
No words. 5 minutes. Do you hear me?" He relented, wilting against her shoulder. Celia moved the cloth to the nape of his neck and rubbed circles over his back until his breathing slowed. She tilted his chin up and probed his cheek.
"Does that hurt?"
He shook his head without meeting her eye.
"She didn't mean to hit you," Celia said. "It was an accident."
Gabriel said nothing. He felt like a little boy again, trapped and cowering at the mercy of someone who could hurt him terribly. At least when his father had done it, he'd told him why.
"Who is Ethan?"
he whispered. Celia drew a breath.
"Rowan should tell you." "She didn't. She won't. You tell me."
She looked at him for an eternity, her hand still rubbing his shoulder.
"He was her fiancé," she said finally. "She was going to marry him."
Gabriel lifted his head in plain and painful confusion.
"What?"
"I know," Celia said quietly.
I know that may not make a lot of sense to you, but you need to know what's going on. It's the only way for you to understand what happened tonight. But you also need to understand that Rowan does not want you to know about this. Part of him wanted to scream, run away, hold his ears. But a bigger part of him already knew what she was going to say. What? Celia shifted a little. Ethan treated Rowan, she said carefully, the same way your father treated you. That's why she's afraid. He hit her? Yes. He went to jail for hurting her. What did he do? I don't think I should tell you that. He stared down at his hands. I saw her back. What? Her back. She has scars, a lot worse than mine. I saw them a long time ago, but she never told me about them, and I never asked. I was afraid to ask. Yes, Celia whispered. He did that to her. Gabriel swallowed hard, finally meeting Celia's eye. Why didn't she ever tell me? I don't know. Would you like to ask her? He shook his head. I don't know what to say. Celia leaned over and hugged him close, pulling him to his feet. I think you do. Darkness came early, and the storm came with it, bringing down power lines less than 10 minutes after Celia drove away. Celia had gone upstairs to talk to Rowan before she left, but Rowan never came down, and Gabriel couldn't find her anywhere. After stumbling through every room in the house, he stood in the middle of her empty bedroom, scanning the darkened corners. Lightning flashed under her closet door, and Gabriel tugged it open. All the hangers had been shoved aside to make room for a pull-down ladder, which led to a small open square in the ceiling. Gabriel climbed the ladder slowly before stepping up into a little alcove that was cramped and pitch black. Another flash of lightning threw the room into sudden, sharp detail, and he saw Rowan, pale and silent, sitting in front of the window. It was a big window that looked out over the front of the house. A window he'd seen 1,000,000 times without once wondering what was on the other side. The window stretched from floor to ceiling, and there was a small bench just in front of it that looked like an invitation to plummet to your death. That was where Rowan sat, wrapped in a blanket and staring into the storm. Gabriel made his way toward her, stepping carefully across the wooden floor. As he got closer, he saw her hair wasn't bunched on top of her head for once. It hung straight down her back, so long that the ends almost touched the bench. A single bobby pin next to her temple revealed an old scar, gossamer now. She looked so different. Much more than she should from just one small change. It was like it was the first time he was seeing her. The first time he'd ever seen her. I didn't know this was up here, he said, just to have something to say. The lightning revealed shiny tears on her cheeks. When she spoke, her voice was stronger than she looked, sadder than he expected. I know, she said, pressing her palm to the window. The glass clouded around her fingers, and when she pulled away, the ghost of her hand stayed behind. I'm hiding. Gabriel sat next to her on the bench. Are you okay? No. Are you? No. I know, she said,
swiping a hand across her cheek. I know. The treetops swayed wildly.
Rowan,
he said, his voice catching on her name.
Why didn't you ever tell me?
She looked at him, scared, he thought. Tell you what? He reached for her hand, then gripped the engagement ring between his fingers.
This.
Rowan stared down at the ring for a long time. Then she put her hand over his.
Celia told you? Why didn't you tell me?
Because you didn't need to know.
But maybe you needed me to know. I would have understood.
I don't want you to understand, Rowan whispered.
Why not?
He asked.
You're acting like I'm a little kid. I'm not that little anymore.
She shook her head and pressed the heels of her hands into her eyes.
I saw your back,
Gabriel said. Rowan twitched a little, but she didn't look up.
A long time ago. Celia told me he hurt you. What did he do?
He did a lot of things.
Just tell me one. The worst one.
Why?
Because,
Gabriel said carefully,
it might help. You know my worst thing. Tell me yours.
Rowan didn't answer for a long time. Then she lifted her head and looked at him with swollen red eyes. I'm not going to tell you about my back.
Why not?
Because that's not my worst thing. She was silent for another beat. Still want to know? He nodded. Okay. God, she said, taking a deep breath. Okay. Do you remember the night we found the stick snake in the basement? It wasn't a sharp memory anymore, but it was there, jumbled in the chaos of those first few weeks.
Yes.
Did you ever wonder, she asked, why I was so afraid?
I just thought you were scared of snakes.
Oh, I am. But that's only part of it. The real reason I was so freaked out is because of one of the first things Ethan ever did to me. You're going to love this. So, one day, we went to the zoo. This was right after we got engaged. And he wanted me to walk through the reptile house, but I said no. I was scared of the snakes. Not scared like I was when you saw me. I just didn't like them, and I didn't want to go in. He was mad because he got mad at me for everything. But he didn't make me go in, and I didn't think too much of it. That night, she went on, I dreamed I was suffocating. It felt so real that I started to panic before I even woke up. I couldn't open my eyes. At first, I thought the pillow was over my face, but it wasn't. It was a snake. A boa constrictor. About 3 feet long, she said, stretching out her arms. Ethan borrowed it from his friend. He waited until I was asleep, and then he put it on my head. I screamed and tried to get it off, but I didn't want to touch it. I can't even tell you how scared I was. I couldn't see anything, and all I could hear was Ethan laughing. When I screamed, the snake got scared too. She lifted her hair to reveal a scar behind her ear. Faded, but clearly a bite mark. I guess I'm lucky it didn't choke me to death. After it bit me, I got so hysterical, I passed out on the floor. When I woke up, Ethan was holding the snake, dangling it over my head. He kept that snake for a week,
right in the living room. I didn't sleep a single night. I used to lock myself in the bathroom with a pillow and blanket and take naps in the tub. I was so scared he would do it again. Rowan stared into her lap. I didn't know what to do. He told me if I left him, I'd have no one. Not Celia, not Lane. Looking back, I know that was never true. But I really believed it. He made me believe it. In the beginning, he was like my savior. I was only 16 and living with Celia again, and she and I hated each other. He helped me deal with her. He took care of me. He made me feel like he understood me in a way that she didn't, that nobody did. It worked. I thought I needed him. She blew her nose on the tissue clutched in her fist. Stuff like that can make you kind of jumpy, she whispered. Even if it's only a stick. Gabriel didn't speak. He couldn't even open his mouth. Sometimes I think he did me a favor that night, because afterward my mind just shut off. Whenever he hit me or screamed at me or humiliated me, it didn't seem like it was really happening. It was like watching it happen to some other girl, someone I didn't know. I felt bad for her, but she wasn't me. I was long gone. They sat side by side, silently watching the storm. It, too, seemed tired, offering only occasional flashes of clarity and a steady, weeping rain. Fresh tears slid down Rowan's cheeks. Gabriel wanted to say something, hug her, anything. But he didn't. She seemed so far away. I didn't keep Ethan from you because I didn't think you'd understand. I knew you would. But I understand that if you hold on to things, all the bad memories, they'll kill you even after you get away. I didn't want that for you. I wanted to save you. But I think I did it wrong. I think the girl who could have saved you died as soon as that snake touched her face. I didn't wake up until the paramedics were trying to get me onto the stretcher with a foot of glass sticking out of my back. And by then, I wasn't the same anymore. You never met me. Not really. I never let you. She smiled, almost apologetically. He liked my hair, she said, tugging on a strand. Ethan. He never let me cut it or put it up. So afterward, that was one more thing I had to hide, you see? I'm still running after all this time. She held up her hand, brandishing the ring. I can't take it off, she whispered. And I know you're scared right now. I do. But I'm scared too. Scared about what? He asked softly. Scared about Ethan. Of him finding me somehow, she said, wiping her cheeks. Will he? Rowan shook her head. I called the police in Virginia. That's where he lives. He's not allowed to leave the state while he's on probation, and he's not allowed to talk to me at all. She smiled a little. It's okay, she said. They'll get him. Are you sure? Yes. He's wearing a monitor, so he can't get far. And I'm so sorry I freaked out like I did. But when he called tonight, I knew he was out, and it was too much, she said, cupping his cheek. I'm sorry. When you said you couldn't do it anymore, I thought you'd changed your mind. About me. No, she said. Never. I just have to figure out a way to make it official. What has to happen? Murder or blackmail, she said, smiling a little at his expression. No, I'm kidding. About murder, at least. But blackmail, maybe. I've been thinking about that a lot. He'd never do it. You don't think? I've got a pretty strong case. I took all those pictures of you. I have the fork. You do? It's in my closet. I have fantasies of just showing up on his doorstep with all of it, forcing him to sign you away. Her smile faded as she brushed her fingers over the welt on his cheek. Jesus, she whispered. It was an accident. I don't care, she said, her eyes welling up again. I shouldn't have acted like that in front of you. Why not? You've seen me freak out plenty of times. I know, but it's different. You're allowed. I think if I had a little time to focus and clear my head, I might be able to figure everything out. But maybe I need more help than that. She shivered, pulling the blanket up over her shoulders. It's cold up here, she said, rubbing his arm. Let's go downstairs. Rowan swung one leg over the bench, but Gabriel stopped her. Wait a minute. Wait. He wrapped his arms around her and held her as tight as he could, tight enough to feel her heart fluttering against his chest. Don't be scared, he whispered. It'll be okay. I know. When she hugged him back, she covered him in the blanket too, and he fought back tears because this, just this, felt safe. Felt like coming home. After a while, Gabriel pulled back a little. He reached up until his fingers found the pin in her hair. He tugged it free. Then he lifted her hand and twirled the ring around her finger. After a moment, he slid it off too. That final trapping. He let the ring tumble to the floor. A bright flash in the darkness. Gabriel's eyes slid toward Rowan's as it bounced against the soft wood. Better? Rowan nodded. Everything's okay, he said. She tried to smile, but her mouth twitched down over and over until she brought her hand up to cover it. Gabriel, she said, I need to tell you something else. The way she said it made heat bubble in his stomach. Fear of another dreadful unknown. What? Her lips trembled and her fingers clutched his in a way that didn't comfort him at all. She clung to him like she was asking for courage. I was planning to break up with Dell, she said after a moment. Really? He blurted. It was too quick. He sounded too happy. Rowan nodded. After the news story and everything, I felt like maybe we shouldn't stay here, just in case. What? No, I know, she said quickly. I should have told you. I've, been talking to a realtor about maybe getting another house, just far enough that we wouldn't have to worry so much. I know we couldn't go anywhere until I was better, until my leg healed and I didn't have to go to the doctor all the time. But something happened, and now I don't think we can go at all. He almost said good, but he could see that whatever had happened was not good. Why not? She looked at him,
and this time she didn't look away. "Because I'm pregnant." The words hovered in the still silence. Gabriel heard her say them, but he didn't listen. He couldn't. If he listened, they would become real, and it would be true. This could not be true. He jerked his hand away, leaving hers hanging in the space between them. She looked small and stunned, staring at her empty fingers. "What did you say?" "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." How? It was an accident." "But is Dell?" "Dell doesn't know," she said, wiping her cheeks. "He doesn't know. I have to tell him. I should have told him already, but I can't yet. I just can't." Gabriel stared at her, waiting to be slapped with a reaction. Anger, maybe, or his own tears. It was a tremendous relief when neither came. He wasn't ready to know how to feel. "This doesn't have anything to do with you," Rowan said quickly. She reached for his hands again, gripping him so tightly it hurt. He was grateful for the pain because the numbness was slipping away. "We're going to do the adoption, and everything will be fine, I swear." "But, Gabe, please," she whispered. "I know this is horrible for you to hear, and I hate to put any of this on you, but I need you right now. More than Celia and more than Dell." "Why?" "Because I love you," she said quietly. "I love you. You're the only thing I've ever gotten right." Now he was crying, and he hated himself for it. "What does that mean?" Rowan wrapped her hand around the back of his neck, pulling his forehead down to hers. "Taking you," she began, "was the easiest decision I've ever made. I told myself I was going to make up for everything your father did. I was going to give you the best life, anything you wanted. I said that to Celia the first morning we were here. And she told me raising you had to be about more than what I could give you. I didn't believe her at the time, but she was right. I had no idea what I should be to you, or what you would be to me. All I knew was that it was the first time in my life I ever cared about someone else more than I cared about myself. And the longer I had you, the more important you became. I never thought I could love anyone like I love you." She cupped his cheek. "And you know what?" Gabriel shook his head. "It is the best feeling," she whispered. "You mean everything to me, and I am so proud of you." She smiled a little, wiping her eyes. "When I found out about the baby, I told Celia I couldn't do it, and I meant it. But later that night, I looked at you, really looked at you, and I thought, if there is even the slightest chance I might be able to love another person the way I love you, if I can give you another person to love, then I absolutely can." "So you're going to do it?" he asked, his voice cracking. "You're going to have a baby?" "Yes." "Are you going to marry Dell?" "No." She covered her eyes and took a quick, hitching breath. "No." "When he finds out, he's going to ask you to marry him," Gabriel said, panic rising in his throat. He knew Dell didn't like him, Up until now, he'd liked that Dell didn't like him. But now it was like he had a timer on his head, pushing him toward some dark, unknown place. He's not going to ask me to marry him. We've barely known each other for 6 months. It doesn't matter. I know he is. Well, I don't want to marry him, so don't worry about that. He hates me. He doesn't hate you. He just doesn't understand you. And it's not up to Dell, she said slowly. You are just as much mine as this baby is. You always will be. But the baby will really be yours. He choked on tears that burned like poison. Yours and Dell's. And yours, she said, trying to smile. Right? We're talking about your sister or brother, kiddo. What about everything else, though? It doesn't make my dad go away. It doesn't make Ethan go away. All that's still there. And I will handle it, she said. I had just as much to worry about when I took you. Maybe more. Do you really think I had any idea how to take care of you? God, Gabe, I could barely take care of myself. So maybe it's hard right now, but it won't be hard forever. I promise. He stared out the window, oblivious to the thrashing branches lit by sharp streaks of lightning. So, what happens now? Now we're going to go downstairs, Rowan said, and it sounded like she was trying to convince herself. We'll go downstairs, and we'll wait for the storm to end. That's all we have to do. Gabriel's heart felt like shattered glass, and his chest throbbed with a million painful beats. But he managed to stand. He stood and reached for Rowan's hand before stepping carefully to guide her back to the door in the dark. Later, Gabriel sat on Rowan's bed and watched shadowy raindrops make patterns on her face. She'd fallen asleep on top of the covers. The house was still dark and still cold, so Gabriel brought the blankets from his own bed and tucked them around her. He was more tired than he'd ever been in his life, but it didn't even occur to him to sleep. The lightning and the shadows played tricks on his eyes. Instead of her dresser, he saw the hulking shape of the furnace in the basement. The ceiling fan turned into the dripping, rusty shower head he had used to try and clean himself. Always at night, because there was nothing more terrifying than the thought of a beating without even his clothes to protect him. Sometimes, if he was bleeding, his father would drag Gabriel under the shower with his clothes on, covering him in a downpour of icy shards. Once, and Gabriel honestly believed his father hadn't even meant to, his father shoved him aside, and Gabriel tripped before smacking his head on a metal pipe sticking out of the floor. It had opened a gash that sent blood pouring down his face, far more than a bloody nose or a split lip. He remembered the way his father had knelt next to him, his face almost scared. But it didn't last. A minute later, he hauled Gabriel up by the back of his shirt, dumped him under the shower, and turned the water on full blast. Gabriel writhed and slipped and threw up on the floor as his father watched him flop around in grim fascination. After a while, Gabriel gave up and rested his head on the cement, his eyes fixed on the rusty water swirling down the drain. That had been one of his worst nights, and it wasn't because of the pain or the blood or the freezing cold floor. It was knowing his father was waiting to see if he would die. The barbecue fork was on his lap, still wrapped in plastic and sealed in tape. He'd found it in Rowan's closet, exactly where she'd said it was. But he hadn't found the note there. The note written on a piece of paper that said Mercy Memorial Hospital in an envelope addressed to him. The one Rowan had kept for months and months without saying a thing. He'd found that in her top dresser drawer. Glad the tornado didn't beat me to it. See you soon, buddy. Gabriel picked up the fork and ran his fingers over the plastic-covered tines. He was glad, too. Chapter 26. Sunlight streamed through the window, bringing tiny rainbows in the beads of water that hugged the glass. Rowan rolled over. She was buried under Gabriel's comforter, but she didn't remember him covering her, or even falling asleep. Gabe? The bathroom door was ajar, the light off. Gabriel! The scent of coffee hit her nose. She swung her legs off the bed and padded downstairs. You should have woken me up. She walked into the kitchen and froze. Dell was at the counter, pouring coffee into a mug.
Good morning.
How did you get in here? He looked at her, a small smile on his lips.
Through the door.
No, how did you get past the alarm?
It wasn't set, and the back door was unlocked.
Rowan started a little, remembering the power outage. Oh. There were 2 bakery boxes on the counter. One was open and full of donuts, the other still tied with red and white string. Dell handed her a cup of coffee.
I wasn't sure if you would talk to me if I called. Are you okay?
Rowan nodded, fiddling with a strand of hair. Where's Gabriel?
I haven't seen him, but I didn't look,
he said.
I'm sorry about last night.
She pulled a donut from the box without meeting his eye.
Did you get my note?
What note?
Here.
Dell brought the other box over to her. A sheet of white paper was tucked under the string.
Checkerboard brownies. I dropped them off last night. I didn't think you'd be up to dealing with me, so I left the box by the door. It was in here this morning.
Gabe must have brought it in, she said, moving toward the back door.
Where are you going?
Rowan ignored him. She stepped onto the porch and circled the house, the wood soft and damp under her feet. Her truck was still in the driveway, and her clay pots still lined the steps. She'd forgotten to bring the plants in before the frost, and the mint and basil had shriveled to blackened corpses. The air was cool, but that wasn't what made goosebumps rise on her skin. She went back to the kitchen. You didn't see him at all?
No.
The whole house felt cold, deserted. She'd felt it the moment she'd woken up. How long have you been here?
An hour? I thought...
Rowan didn't wait for him to finish. She went upstairs to Gabriel's room and threw open the door. His bed was unmade, and clothes were scattered around as usual. But it had the same empty air as the rest of the house. She yanked his dresser drawers out one at a time before she even knew what she was looking for. A blank space on his mirror caught her eye. One of his pictures, the one Lane took of Rowan and Gabriel in front of the fireplace, was missing. The circle of tape was still stuck to the glass. She ran back to the kitchen.
Rowan?
Hang on, she said, grabbing her phone. Gabriel's line went straight to voicemail. Shit,
What's the big deal? He probably...
No, something's wrong, she said, dialing again. Call Celia. Tell her Denise? It's Rowan. How are you? Good. Listen, I'm sorry to call so early, but Gabriel's not over there, is he? Okay. What about Flip? Oh, that's right. I forgot. She laughed, not even approaching her normal voice. Could you have Flip call me when he wakes up? Thanks, Denise. Bye. She turned back to Dell. Did you get her?
She's just going into church.
I have to call Austin.
Calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down. Where the hell is he?
Did you check his room?
Of course I checked his room. Dell went up there anyway, scanning the inside of Gabriel's closet and the top of his dresser.
Is anything missing?
He asked Rowan. The picture of us on his mirror, Rowan said, pointing to the tape.
That could have fallen off.
Jesus Christ, Dell, she said, storming past him. In her room, she flung the blankets off the bed and even peeked her head into the alcove over her closet. There was nothing. She stood in the middle of the room, their conversation in the attic ricocheting inside her head. Dell watched her from the doorway.
What are you looking for?
I don't know, she said. I don't know. The words had barely left her mouth when her eyes fell on the jewelry box sitting in a patch of sunlight on her dresser. It was a ballerina jewelry box, one of the only things she had from her childhood. Celia had brought it over shortly after Rowan moved into the house. When she gave it to her, Rowan wound it up, but time had rendered both the music and the dancer frail and weak. The tiny pink figure had twisted in painful jerks to the croaking peals of "You Are My Sunshine." Now there was no music and no dancing. The domed lid was open, the ballerina still. Rowan could see a flash of blue winking in the pale light. Her aquamarine pendant dangled over the edge of the box, a piece of white notepaper threaded through the chain. Rowan, there's something I need to do. I'll be back soon. Please don't worry. I promise I'm safe and I'll be careful. I love you. Gabriel. Celia and Austin made the 30-minute trip in 15. Rowan, think, Celia said, pacing the kitchen. Where would he go? I don't know. Don't you think I would tell you? Celia picked up the note. Gabriel wouldn't just take off. What time did you see him last? It must have been after midnight. There was no power, so we were talking in my room. When I fell asleep, he was right next to me.
I don't think we should overreact, Dell said, hell-bent on being irritating as well as useless. He left a note.
Oh, in that case... He held up his hands.
I just don't think you need to get hysterical. He's not 5 years old. It says he'll be back.
Then why won't he answer his phone? Rowan demanded. Why did he stop sharing his location? Why didn't he just tell me where he was going?
Fine, Dell said. If you're so worried, call the police.
No! Rowan and Celia yelped at the same time. Austin raised an eyebrow and led Celia into a chair.
I don't know if the cops would consider him a runaway, Austin said, rubbing Celia's shoulders. He did say he'll be back, and it's only been a few hours.
Forget the note, Rowan said. He only left it so he could get a head start.
Did you check the cameras?
Celia asked. The storm knocked everything out.
Let's be logical about this, Austin said. Kid's 14. There aren't many places he could go. Did he have money? A bank account, debit card, anything we could check?
He has a savings account, but he can't withdraw from it without me.
What about cash?
Just his allowance.
How much is that?
Enough.
How much is enough?
Celia asked. Rowan mumbled her answer, and only Dell heard her.
What? A week?
I put half of it in the bank.
That's not an allowance. That's a salary, Dell said. My first job didn't pay me that much.
I'm sorry, okay?
I don't know, Ro, Austin said, shaking his head. If he's got enough cash to travel, he could get pretty far.
Yeah, but to go where?
I don't know, but the longer we talk, the harder it's going to be to find him. I'm going to take a ride. Have a look around, Austin said, swinging his keys around his finger. You want to join me, Dell?
Thank you, Rowan said, equally grateful to have Dell out of the house. The minute they were gone, she grabbed for her phone. I have to call Lane, she said. If Lee...
You'd know if he'd been here.
I don't know anything anymore. But Celia was right. According to Lane, Lee had been home all weekend, repaving his driveway. As relieved as Rowan was, she'd half hoped for some kind of clue, anything to go on. Rowan called her cell provider next to ask about tracking his location, while Celia pulled up every cab company within 20 miles. Rowan was sitting on hold when the text from Austin popped up. It was a photo of a bicycle, an orange and black mountain bike with wide tires and flat handlebars. Austin probably knew it was Gabriel's because he had gone with Rowan to pick it out. She'd wanted to get Gabriel a present for finishing 8th grade, something to celebrate the end of summer school. Gabriel took care of that bike like it was made of glass. Austin and Dell found it locked to a metal bench at a bus stop nearly 10 miles away. 3 different buses stopped at that line, the woman at the transit authority told Rowan. Those 3 buses covered a dozen stops each before arriving at the main depot, where he would have been able to find a bus to take him to a train or an airport or pretty much anywhere. Rowan thanked her and hung up. Then she made one more call. Austin was right. The police didn't share her sense of urgency, and they didn't show up right away. Celia, Austin, and Dell sat with her while she waited. All 4 of their phones set in the center of the table like a bundle of kindling that refused to light. It was late afternoon by the time the doorbell rang. Plenty of time to come up with a million what-ifs that were far scarier than the risk of giving birth in prison for kidnapping, forgery, and lying to authorities. Later that evening, Rowan sat on the porch swing, cocooned in blankets as the darkness swirled in front of her eyes. Her phone was in her lap, unlit and silent. The text messages she'd sent Gabriel, dozens of them, were still unread. She'd called him more than 50 times and filled his voicemail with panicked pleas until the box would listen to her no more. Talking to the police hadn't been the nightmare she'd expected, but it also did nothing to allay her fears. Far from being led away in handcuffs, she could have flat-out told Officer Mencken that she'd been harboring an abducted child for all he seemed to care. He'd arrived with sharp eyes and brisk intentions, but the minute Rowan produced Gabriel's note, his interest morphed to irritation without skipping a beat.
You said he was missing.
He is missing, Rowan said. No one has seen him since last night, and he's not answering his phone.
But he left a note saying he'll be back soon?
He's 14, she said, Soon is 20 minutes, not 12 hours. I'm afraid something happened to him.
We've already reached out to the hospitals,
Celia added. The officer scanned the page again.
Does he have a history of running away? Drug use? Alcohol?
No.
Do you have reason to believe he's in danger?
I just told you.
We found his bike at a bus stop 10 miles from here,
Austin cut in, settling his hands on Rowan's shoulders.
And we know he's got cash on him.
Officer Mencken glanced at him and finally summoned the energy to ask a few helpful questions.
You said he's how old?
14.
What does he look like?
He's tall for his age, about 5'7", maybe 125 pounds. Fair skin, dark brown hair, blue eyes. I have pictures, Rowan said, reaching for her phone.
Birthmarks? Scars?
He has a scar running along the right side of his hairline, and another one on his left eyebrow. There's a surgical incision on his right arm, and he's got scarring on his lower back. She trailed off as Officer Mencken stared up at her, the tip of his pen pressed to the tablet.
Why is he so beat up?
He was injured earlier this year, Rowan said quickly. In the Ardmore tornado.
Ah,
the officer said, nodding.
That was a bad one. Friend of mine lost his house. You said he left early this morning?
I think so.
Did he take anything?
His phone, his bike, and at least one change of clothes, far as I can tell.
How was he acting when you saw him last?
Rowan hesitated. He was upset.
About what?
She glanced at Dell. I told him we might be moving. Dell's eyes fell on her for far longer than a glance. And he didn't want to go.
I'm willing to bet he's hunkering down with one of his buddies to cool off.
I already called his friends. They haven't seen him.
Doesn't matter. Kids that age cover each other's asses. When I was 13, I hid out in a friend's basement for 3 days after my parents got divorced. His folks didn't know a thing.
Rowan gritted her teeth. No one has seen him.
All right,
the officer said, snapping the tablet closed.
I'll get him into the database on my end and send his description to the Department of Transit. I can't tell you not to worry, but I have a feeling you won't be waiting long. 9 times out of 10, runaways come back on their own within a few days. Especially the younger ones. Keep up with his friends, other family members, anyone you can think of. If he shows up, give me a call. I'll be in touch.
After he left, Celia and Austin decided to canvass the area again, but Dell stayed behind. Rowan was boiling with nervous energy, running around the house and inventing chores that didn't need doing. He sat at the kitchen table and watched her rearrange the refrigerator, sweep and mop the floor, and pick up the phone to call Gabriel. Again and again and again.
Sit down,
Dell said as Rowan wandered around the room sending another barrage of texts to Gabriel's number. I don't want to.
You should. Why don't you have a drink? Have a glass of wine. It'll calm you down.
I can't, Rowan said automatically.
Why not?
She paused her fingers against the screen. I don't have any wine. Dell's eyes followed her around the kitchen. They had been doing so all night. He'd been staring at her since Officer Mencken walked out the door.
Can I ask you something?
No, Dell. You can't ask me something. Don't ask me anything right now.
Were you going to tell me you were moving?
She slapped her phone on the counter. "We're not moving. It was just something I was thinking about."
Then why was he upset?
Do you really want to pick a fight with me right now?
How am I picking a fight? I'm just asking you.
And I'm telling you that now is not the time. Just leave it.
Okay, Dell said. But if you're really worried about him, it's also not the time to be keeping secrets. Maybe think about that.
Maybe you'd rather not be here, Rowan said tightly. You're obviously very concerned.
Stop, Dell said. I am concerned. I'll be here until we hear something.
That had been hours ago. They didn't hear anything. Rowan sat in the swing, her mind churning in a childish catcall of disbelief. She kept trying to reassemble their conversation in the attic, but she couldn't. It had shattered into a million broken pieces she couldn't fit together. There was anger in the chaos. Not at Dell's indifference or the policeman's apathy, but at Gabriel himself. For sacrificing his safety for emotion. For not believing her. It was like he'd run off with her legs, her hands, her heart, dangling them just beyond her reach, while giving her a new heavy thing to hold. Please don't worry. I promise I'm safe, and I'll be careful. I love you. Rowan jumped, the blankets pooling on the porch. She lifted her head so quickly, the swirling shapes scurried away, leaving no comfort in their wake. Her eyes grew sharp as his intentions dawned, as did the understanding that he had told her, right from the beginning. From the moment she'd taken him, Gabriel had surrendered his own legs and hands and heart. She'd taken all his burdens onto herself, kept them locked up tight, and then she threw that box wide open and showed him exactly how heavy it was. She'd laid out every fear and given him crystal clear instructions.
What has to happen?
Murder or blackmail. In her room, Rowan wrenched open her dresser drawer, her fingers rooting for the hard edge of the envelope she'd tucked into the seam of the wood. I have fantasies of just showing up on his doorstep, forcing him to give you up. She opened the closet and groped for the plastic-wrapped fork that had spent the past 2 years gathering dust in the corner. It was gone. Her phone trembled in her hand as she pulled up her photos. Rowan had set up a shared photo album the night Gabriel and Charlie went to the dance, with strict instructions to take lots of pictures that night. Gabriel had uploaded only one, a grinning selfie from the bathroom with Flip scaling the walls of a stall in the background. Now the album was full. Gabriel's face, impossibly young, swollen and mottled with purple bruises. A half-deflated air mattress on a concrete floor. A bare shower head dripping rusty water. The next picture came to life. An 11-year-old Gabriel reciting his name as he stood in his cement prison, beaten, emaciated, and more terrified than Rowan remembered. Too small, too weak, too young to even think about fighting back. I'm not that little anymore. Blood roared in her ears, and for a split second, her eyes went dark. Every fearful thought vanished as she was invited into soft oblivion, a place that was quiet and peaceful and safe. Then she ran out of the room and took the stairs as fast as she could, eyes and mouth wide as she screamed for Celia. Chapter 27. Gabriel pressed his forehead to the window and stared into his own glass eyes. He'd been trapped in a squashed little seat for hours, and his back and legs ached. He wanted to put his feet up, but the flight attendant had already yelled at him once for that, even though no one was sitting next to him. It didn't matter. The tiny screen on the seat in front of him had a countdown to landing, and it was only 40 more minutes to Albany. Albany was as close as he could get, but it was close enough. He figured he could take a cab from the airport to his father's house. He'd already taken one all the way from the bus station to the airport in Oklahoma City. It was a 2.5-hour ride, but he would have spent 5 times as long getting on and off buses to go the same distance. The only reason he went to the bus station in the first place was because he hadn't wanted to call a cab at the house. Rowan would have thought of that. Aside from being cramped and freezing cold, he didn't mind the plane. He could turn off his phone without feeling guilty about ignoring the streams of calls and voicemails and what felt like hundreds of texts. The hardest part of this whole mission was believing how easy it was. The taxi driver had asked him no questions aside from where he was going, and neither had the ticket agent at the airport. When the boarding pass landed in his hand, it felt like an electric shock, rendering him blissfully numb. He'd had to switch planes in Atlanta, but the stop was only an hour and a half, and it gave him a chance to sit down and eat. The only bad part had been giving his backpack to the woman at the ticket counter. It never occurred to him that he wouldn't be able to bring it on the plane until he was in the ticket line, face to face with a giant sign that asked, "Are you traveling with restricted items?" The sign showed pictures of things like scissors and matches. He had an 18-inch barbecue fork. He had to assume the answer was yes. Aside from that, he'd made most of his decisions without thinking. Thoughts had no place in action. Rowan had taught him that. He tried to channel her energy, the way she focused on beginnings and endings and ignored everything in between. Don't think. Don't hesitate. Just move. It worked. He made it all the way to Albany, and he'd barely had a coherent thought since he'd stormed out of the house with that blood-caked fork and almost nothing else. Back at the house, wrapped up in plastic and hidden in the closet, it had still been his father's weapon. Now it was his. He was ready to use it. Gabriel wasn't sure what he was going to say when he got to his dad's. He didn't even know if he was afraid or angry. All he knew was that Rowan was both, and she had been for a long time. He thought he'd let go of every fear and every secret, but he hadn't. He'd just handed them to her, walking away a little lighter every time. But his father was too heavy for either of them to carry, even if they did it together. So Gabriel was going to get rid of him. The how didn't matter. He'd worry about that later. Gabriel's initial plan had been to worry in the cab, but he fell asleep instead. An unfortunate detour that slashed his strategy time from an hour and a half to 30 seconds. The cab driver had to shake him awake, and Gabriel was only half conscious when he stumbled out of the overheated, coconut-scented air into full darkness. He'd forgotten that November in New England was very different than November in the South. At home, it was cool. Here, it was freezing. The icy air helped him forget for a moment that he was standing in the middle of the street, 30 feet from his father's house. He stared at the house, waiting for some inner pull of familiarity, a link to the past version of himself. There was none. Only a brick wall and strands of Christmas lights and a window tucked into the foundation. He'd expected a flood of memories. The sound of his father's hand striking his skin, or the stale smell of beer and peppermint perpetually on his breath. There was nothing. The windows in the house next door burst to life with pale golden light. Gabriel didn't wait. He ran to the door before pounding on it with the flat side of his fist. A figure approached, morphed by the thick, rippled glass. The door opened, and Lane's brown eyes blinked 3 times. "Gabriel?" "I need to come in," he said, pushing past her. "I'm sorry, What are you doing here?" She tried to hug him, but his arms refused to leave his sides. "Are you all right?" "No," he said shortly, moving into the warm glow of the kitchen. He sat at the table and then stood, picking up a rolling pin and spinning it in his fingers. "You can't tell Rowan I'm here, okay? Promise you won't?" "Honey, she's worried sick about you. We have to call her." "No!" he barked, louder than he meant. "Please." Gabriel could feel Lane's eyes on him as he turned and began to move magnets around on the refrigerator. "Sit," she said carefully. "Have you eaten? I can make coffee." No, Gabriel said, dropping into a chair. "Coffee's on the list." "What list?" The list, the foods I don't like list," he said, drumming his fingers on the tabletop. "Rowan made the list. It's on our refrigerator, but that's okay. I don't need to write it all down for myself, right? Lane laid her hands on his. "Gabriel, breathe." He stopped, pressing his palms against the wood. "I'm sorry." "It's okay. You're okay. Is Coke on the list?" "No." She poured him a glass and sat. "How did you get here?" "I flew," he said, taking a noisy gulp that hurt his swollen throat. "To Albany. Then I took a cab here. It was easy, but I used up all my money, so I don't know how I'm going to get back." "Why did you leave in the first place? Rowan loves you so much, honey." Gabriel began to wander the kitchen again. He couldn't hear things like that. It made everything harder to ignore. He turned suddenly. "You know she's pregnant, right?" Lane sat back in her chair. "Is that why you left?" "No," he said, listening to his shoes squeak on the tiles. "I left because there's something I need to do." "You should have talked to her. She would have helped you." "She wouldn't have helped me with this." He met Lane's eyes for the first time. "My father went to the hospital after the tornado. I was already gone, so he left me a note. I have it in my bag if you want to see. It sounded like he was coming for me, like he was going to hurt me. But I never got the note. Rowan did. She was hiding it from me so I wouldn't be scared. She told me all about Ethan and about the baby, but she didn't tell me about that." "She didn't want to upset you." "She should have. She's treating me like a baby, and I'm not a baby. That note was for me." His head felt too heavy to hold up, and he let his chin fall to his chest. "Everything was getting better," he whispered. "We were getting better. She was going to adopt me." "She's still going to do that." "She can't. Not unless my father gives me up. That's what she told me. That's why I'm here.
I can't do anything about the baby or about Ethan or any of that, but I can do something about my father.
Gabriel, no.
Don't tell me no. I came all this way and he's going to listen to me. He has to.
He reached inside his backpack and pulled out the plastic-wrapped fork. Lane paled.
What is that? Evidence. He used it on me, and now I'm going to use it on him. Look.
He turned and lifted his shirt so Lane could see his back, the long scars that matched the tines.
It still has my blood on it. And I have more. If he doesn't leave us alone, I'll tell the police what he did to me. I have proof. I'll tell them everything.
You can't do that. He hurt you before. He could do it again. He's dangerous.
So am I.
Gabriel, Lane said, holding up her hands. Please call Rowan. At least let her know you're all right. She is absolutely sick about this.
Not until I can tell her she doesn't ever have to worry about him again. I owe that to her.
His eyes boiled with sudden tears.
I owe her a lot.
Do you really think she would want this?
No, but she deserves it. She's done so much for me. And some of the things she does aren't about taking care of me or keeping me safe. She does them just to make me happy.
Like what?
Little things, like she wakes up early every morning just to make me breakfast, even though I told her I can make it myself. And the first time she went grocery shopping after we got to Oklahoma, she asked me what kind of ice cream I liked. When I told her I didn't know, she came home with about 20 different flavors. She said I had to try them all to find my favorite so she'd always know what to get me.
He laughed, and the lump in his throat dissolved as his eyes spilled over.
God, we had ice cream for months. She did a lot of things like that. She writes, "Love Santa" on all my Christmas presents, he went on, wiping his cheeks, even though I'm too old. She stayed up with me when I had nightmares, and she takes me to the doctor when I get sick. And when that tornado came, she almost died because she pushed me in between those rocks.
Gabriel?
I want my father to know that, he went on, clenching his fists. I want him to know I could hurt him. I think I could even kill him. This will be the last time he ever sees me, and I'm going to decide how it ends. He does not get to take away my ending.
Lane touched his shoulder. Gabriel, please. You're very upset. You need to rest. Just promise me you won't do anything tonight. Stay here, get a good night's sleep, and we'll talk about everything in the morning. He swiped a hand across his nose.
Will you help me?
Lane paused. He couldn't read her expression.
I'll try.
For now, just go upstairs, take a nice hot shower, and try to relax. I'll order something for dinner and make up the spare room for you.
You won't tell Rowan?
I won't tell Rowan. Don't worry. We'll figure everything out in the morning. This time, when she hugged him, he hugged her back in real gratitude before slowly climbing the stairs.
Chapter 28.
Rowan's panicked scream brought everyone to the foyer. Dell was 2 steps behind Austin, but Celia got there first.
What's the matter?
Rowan stumbled down the stairs as fast as her leg would let her. When she reached the bottom, she didn't even try to avoid colliding with Celia. Her phone flew out of her hand and skidded across the hall.
I know where he is.
Celia grabbed her by the shoulders.
Did he call you?
No, he's going to Massachusetts, she choked.
He took the fork in the pictures. The fork? Del repeated. He's going to see his father. Are you sure? Celia asked. When Rowan didn't answer, Celia shook her. Rowan, are you sure? Yes, the fork is gone. Rowan saw Del turn to Austin, as though expecting camaraderie in his confusion. But there was none to be had. Ro, do you want me to call the police back? Austin asked. No. If they find out what? Del asked. What is going on? Celia sat on the stairs, but it looked more like a collapse than a decision. Rowan couldn't even catch a breath. She was doubled over with one hand pressed to her chest. He'll kill him, she managed. Under the table, Rowan's phone began to ring. Rowan scrambled across the floor on her hands and knees and snatched it up. Gabe? Rowan, it's okay. He's here. Lane, is he okay? Yes, he's fine. Are you sure? How did he get there? He flew into Albany and took a cab the rest of the way. Tell him I'm coming, Rowan said. Keep him there. I need... Lane's voice flowed through the speaker, low and soothing. Rowan, I have him. He's safe. Please take a breath. Rowan dropped next to Celia, the phone trembling in her grip. Let me talk to him. I sent him upstairs to get cleaned up. I promised him I wouldn't call you, and I don't want him to get upset. Oh, God. Did his father see him? I don't even think Lee's home, Lane said after a pause. His van is gone. Lane? Rowan glanced up. Del was staring holes through her, his eyes neither relieved nor concerned. He looked wholly confused, bordering on furious. Hang on. She crossed the hall to the sunroom, swinging the French doors closed for the first time since they'd moved in. Del's here, she whispered. His voice reached her through the doors. What the hell is going on? Celia, softer. You need to ask Rowan. God, I am so sick of all this head-spinning bullshit, he spat. She's not going to tell me. I've been trying to find out about this kid for months. There's a reason she couldn't. Wait until she comes out. Lane, Rowan whispered. What does he want to do? He wants to talk to his father. Rowan sucked in her breath, even though she expected nothing less. He showed up brandishing a goddamned spear. He said he thought he could kill him. He's not scared? Rowan asked. He didn't sound scared. What difference does it make? Rowan was quiet for a moment. Lane, do you know any of the police around there? Anyone you could ask for help without saying too much? You're going to let him go over there? He'll do it anyway. I had him on lockdown and he got away from me the minute I looked away. If he's determined enough to fly across the country, he'll walk next door. We have to make sure he's safe. Do you know any cops? No. Fuck. Okay. Shit. If he stays outside, I'll be able to see him the whole time. Lee could grab him in 2 seconds. You cracked a rib picking up a medicine ball in gym class. That was not my fault. It was way heavier than it looked. Well, I can't see you tackling him to the ground. I'm sorry, I love you, but it's true. The best you could do is call the cops, and that's not good enough. Lane was quiet for a moment. What if I had help? Who? I have a friend. Kind of. His name's Guillermo. Guy. He works in private security, and he's an absolute unit. If I asked him to help me, he'd show up armed and ready in a second. I know he would. We're on good terms. How good? Very. Like, as of last weekend, good. Could you hide him somewhere? I don't think he should hide. I think he should be right outside. I'll have him pretend to work on my car or something.
If he's in the driveway and Gabriel is in Lee's front yard, he'll be 15 feet away. I can't guarantee Lee won't do anything, but the odds are better that he won't if someone's right there. And if he does, Guy could absolutely tackle him to the ground. Rowan was quiet for a moment. Lane, listen to me. Gabriel is... This is my life we're talking about. I know, Lane said. I'll do whatever I have to do. Rowan stepped through the French doors into the foyer. Celia was still sitting on the stairs, and now Austin was too. She had her head resting on his chest. Dell stood in front of them. Lane is going to keep him with her tonight, Rowan said. None of them moved. The words hung in the air as though they were still waiting to be heard. Dell stared at her. The question in his eyes was crushing. A mammoth in a room already stuffed with elephants. She didn't know what to say. So she put her phone into her back pocket and walked away. About 3 seconds later, she heard footsteps. Dell followed her into the kitchen. That's it? For now, Rowan said, filling a glass with water. We're going to try and fly him home tomorrow. Why did he go there? Why can't he see his father? Why isn't he with his father? Rowan looked at him. An expectant silence stretched between them like a cord, one end attached to the seed in her belly. She put down her glass and motioned toward the back door. Come outside. They went to the porch swing. The blankets were still on the ground from earlier. Rowan picked one up and shook it out without saying a word. Well? Dell asked. What do you want to know? I want to know about Gabriel. God, I feel like I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone. Where did he come from? I kidnapped him, Rowan said immediately. To her horror, a bubble of laughter followed that statement. She clapped a hand over her mouth. Dell glared at her. You know what? Forget it. After all this, you still want to feed me 10 lines of bullshit. No, wait, she cried. It's true. It's absolutely true. You kidnapped him? Yes. Why? Rowan pressed her lips together. Then she sat back and began to recite what sounded like the biggest line of bullshit of them all. She told him why, and she told him how. She walked him through every link, from Lane to Lee to Gabriel. And when she was done telling him, she pulled out her phone and showed him. When he reached the last picture, Dell stared at it until the screen went dark. Then he cleared his throat and handed the phone back to her. Do you understand? She asked quietly. Dell's eyes were wide. No. What don't you understand? How you could possibly get away with that. It wasn't easy. Does anyone else know? Celia, of course. Lane. Austin. She grimaced at the wave of hurt that blew across Dell's face. I didn't tell him, she added in a rush. Gabe did. He wanted him to know. Why? Because, she said quietly, Austin loves him. Dell stared into his lap. Why would he go there? He asked. If his father is as bad as you say he is. Rowan tilted her head back. When someone hurts you for a long time, she said carefully, and you get away, you don't just stop being scared. It doesn't matter how safe you are. It's not like a switch. Ethan is 1,000 miles away, and I'm still scared of him. Her voice rose and broke. Dell reached for her hand, weaving his fingers through hers. The fear just stays. You don't always think about it, but it's always there.
I've been trying to protect him from his, and that was a mistake. He has to deal with it.
Rowan wiped her eyes.
Did I scare you away? No.
Do you want to know anything else?
Is there anything else?
Rowan stared into her lap. She shook her head without meeting his eye.
No.
Gabriel slept for 12 hours without a single dream. When he stumbled downstairs in the morning, Lane was in the kitchen, pouring orange juice into a glass. There was a plate of blueberry waffles on the table. "I'm sorry they're frozen," Lane said, handing him the juice. "I mean, formerly frozen. I would have made them fresh, but I don't have a waffle iron. Or ingredients. And I don't know how to make waffles." She sat across from him. "I hope none of this is on your food list."
No, you're good. Thank you, he added.
"You slept well."
I didn't think I'd be able to.
Lane took a sip of coffee. "How do you feel?"
I don't know yet.
That wasn't really true. He felt like he'd been split into two chunks. The part of him that was thinking about his father felt almost giddy, like a one-man surprise party. He wanted to run over there right now, this second, just to see the look on his face. The part of him that was thinking about the basement was terrified. "Do you still want to talk to him?" Lane asked.
Yes.
"I'm going to help you," she said carefully. "But you have to agree to every single thing I say. If you don't, you're not going to see him. If you go anyway, I'm calling the police, and we will all have much bigger problems to deal with. Got it?" He lifted his chin.
I'm going over there alone.
"You're going to listen to me first." Gabriel crossed Lane's lawn. He'd agreed to her rules, and she'd agreed to wait on her steps, even though he really didn't want an audience. And it wasn't just Lane. Some guy was there, too, fiddling with something under the hood of her car. Gabriel asked Lane if she could move them both to the street, but she said a mechanic who made house calls was too valuable to piss off. He stopped at the foot of the walkway. The 1,500 miles it took Gabriel to get to this spot weren't as long as the stretch of stones in front of him. It felt wrong to walk up to the house, because he'd never really walked away from it. 6 years ago, his father had carried him inside. It was a long drive to get to the new house, and by the time they did, Gabriel was almost asleep. He remembered being desperate for bed and excited about his new room. It was a special room, his dad told him. Just for him. Then his father carried him in. Gabriel hadn't left that room until 3 years later, when Rowan carried him out. It felt really, really important that he walk this time. Inside the house, a door slammed. His father was home. Gabriel took one step, and something inside him seemed to break. He didn't walk up the path. He ran straight up the stairs to the front door. He raised his fist and knocked. Another door slammed. He heard footsteps pound the floor. Then a voice.
Who is it?
It was and it wasn't his father. Gabriel recognized him immediately, but he sounded so old. There were far more than 2 years in that voice, and that alone nearly sent him running. But he didn't run. He had a new voice, too, and he wanted his father to hear it.
It's me.
Silence. A long, long silence that stretched like taffy. There was fear in that silence, and it took him a moment to realize it wasn't coming from him. He knocked again, louder this time. "Open the door! It's me!" Another beat. 2. Then there was the scrape of metal on metal, and before Gabriel could decide whether to stay or run, his father stood behind the screen door. He looked exactly the same. Exactly. Gabriel took 2 steps back and cursed himself for showing fear so soon. But his father looked scared too.
"Gabe."
Gabriel swallowed. He'd imagined this scene a million times, but now it was live, and someone had snatched the script out of his hands. He said the only thing he could think of. "I bet you want to know where I've been, huh?" The ghost of a smile touched his father's lips.
"I know where you've been."
He unhooked the latch.
"Come in."
Before he could get the door open, Gabriel walked back down the steps. It wouldn't be the first time his father had pushed him down the stairs.
"Come out."
Another smile. A little longer this time.
"All right."
Gabriel took a few more steps back, trying not to hurry. He'd promised Lane he wouldn't get close enough to grab. But his father was keeping his distance too. He didn't even come down the stairs. He eased himself down and sat on the top step. Painfully, Gabriel thought.
"So, tell me, Gabe,"
he said, stretching his legs.
"What have you been up to?" "You just said you know." "I know where you've been. Next time you run away, maybe don't go on national news." "You still didn't find me."
"No," he agreed.
"The hospital wouldn't tell me. They wouldn't tell your father where you were. That's impressive. You two must have come up with quite a story. I bet you were glad I got hurt."
His father shrugged.
"I wasn't surprised. That's what happens when you run away from what you deserve."
Gabriel's hands balled into fists.
"I didn't deserve it." "No? That bitch tell you that?" "Don't call her that." "She let you come here all by yourself?" "She doesn't know I'm here." "That's my brave boy." "And I'm not staying," Gabriel said, meeting his father's eye. "I came to tell you something, and to ask you for something. A favor." "I really don't think I owe you any favors." "I don't think you'll mind this one." "Go ahead."
Gabriel straightened to his full height, which usually felt much taller.
"I want you to give me up,"
he said.
"Give you up?" "Yes, legally."
His father threw his head back and laughed. Gabriel didn't flinch.
"It'll be easy. Just say you can't take care of me. Say you sent me away on purpose. You'll finally be rid of me." "Why would I do that?" his father asked. "For her?" "No. For me." "Oh, no, Gabe. I'm sorry. I mind that very much." "Why?" "Because you belong to me. I don't give a shit how long you've been gone or who you've been with. Blood is blood." "You don't have to tell me about blood."
Gabriel unshouldered his backpack.
"I have something to show you."
Something, not quite fear, but close, flickered in his dad's eyes. Gabriel pulled out the plastic-wrapped fork and pointed it at his father.
"This is my blood,"
he said. examining the pointed tines. He turned the fork over and showed him the handle.
And these are your fingerprints. That's all part of what I wanted to tell you.
His father blinked a few times.
What are you telling me? This has nothing to do with the favor. That's just an ask. What I'm going to tell you is not a choice. You're just going to do it. And what is that? If you don't leave us alone,
Gabriel said slowly,
I will tell the police what you did to me. I will tell them everything, and I can prove it all.
His dad smiled.
How about this? I go to the cops first and tell them that a little bitch named Rowan McNamara kidnapped my son and brought him all the way to Oklahoma. How does that sound? 2 years ago, Dad. 2 years. You made a mistake keeping me locked up like that. You should have at least sent me to school or something, because then you could have reported it. But if you do it now, the police will wonder why no one knew about me. Or why you waited 2 years to tell anyone I was missing. And if they find me, I'll tell them why she took me.
He pointed the fork at his father.
If we get one more note, if we get one more threat or one more message from you, I will tell. Leave us alone, and we're even. I keep the fork. But,
Gabriel said,
if you want to be really sure, you can give me up like I asked. If you do that, you get the fork.
His father stood. Gabriel didn't move.
You think you can blackmail me? It's not blackmail. You just have to leave us alone, Gabriel said. Like you left me alone?
Gabriel blinked.
What?
His father walked toward him.
You left me alone, he said slowly. The day you killed your mother. I didn't. You killed her, and you killed yourself. You're both dead. The only difference is that you got up, and she didn't.
It sounded like the same crazed rambling he'd heard during every single beating. But something was different. His father had never sounded sad about losing him. Ever.
Do you remember yourself before that day?
His father whispered.
Or do you just remember her?
Gabriel opened and closed his mouth. There were tears, actual tears, welling in his father's eyes. Gabriel had hurt him, and wasn't sure how.
No,
he said quietly.
I don't. You could have told me. I couldn't even look at you. You killed her. You are dead to me.
A tiny piece of clarity, of humanity, flickered in his father's eyes. Just barely.
What do you want, Gabe? I want to know why you kept me in that basement,
Gabriel said, willing his voice not to shake.
It made me feel better. Hurting me made you feel better? Yes.
His father smiled down at the cobblestones.
There are no words, he said, for how much I hate you. She never should have been there. It should have been you.
Gabriel took a deep breath and wedged his fingers into that crack.
Then how come you won't let me go?
His father took a step toward him.
It was really something to come home that night, he said. You know what? You left a lot of blood on the floor. Gabriel took a step back. I'm glad.
His dad smiled a little. Another step.
Give me the fork. No.
Another.
Give me the fork, he repeated. If you don't want to get hurt, and you don't want her to get hurt, give me the fork.
Gabriel clutched it tighter.
Do you promise to leave us alone? Give it to me. She loves me. She wants to adopt me, Gabriel said. And I want her to. We can't do that unless you give me up. I don't really care what you want. You used to.
His father's eyes went dark.
Give me the fork,
he said quietly.
And I will leave you alone.
Gabriel stared at the stretch of grass over his father's shoulder. He saw tiny chips of paint dancing in the breeze around his own ghost and Rowan's. The way she used to be. She was different now. Not as fearless, not as brave. And it was his fault she'd been scared for too long. All he wanted was to bring her back. So he bent, slowly, keeping his eyes on his father's face. He put the fork on the ground at his feet. Then he turned and walked away from the house for the first and last time. Chapter 29. Gabriel circled the block twice before going back to Lane's. The mechanic must have been testing out her car, because he drove around the block too, starting and stopping and backing up. Gabriel barely noticed. Both his body and his mind were thrown by the sudden arrival of the very last buried part of him, and he needed to breathe. He'd never seen these streets or the trees or the houses, but he knew what they sounded like, and he wanted one chance to say goodbye to the things he used to hate. A school bus rumbled past him. It stopped at the corner, and 4 kids about his age got out, laughing and jostling each other on the other side of the street. He stared at them, wondering if they were the screamers who rode their bikes all day long and yelled at the ice cream man. They were carrying backpacks like he was, weighed down with books and homework and laptops. Even though his was empty, he knew it was much, much heavier. Lane was sitting on the steps when he got back, wrapped in a giant fuzzy coat. He only had his sweatshirt. It hadn't occurred to him to be cold. "Come inside," she said, reaching for his hand. "It's freezing." He followed her through the door and into the living room. There was a fire dancing in the tiny brick fireplace, and he sat on the couch in front of it. Lane disappeared into the kitchen. She came back a minute later with a mug of something and pressed it into his hands. "Did you get to say what you needed to?" Gabriel shrugged. "Are you okay?" He nodded and took a sip from the mug. Hot chocolate. "You don't look okay." Gabriel stared into his cup. "I feel like he died," he said. "Or like he never really existed. Like I made him up." "I think you're in a little bit of shock." She touched his forehead like she was checking for a fever, and as she pulled back, he caught her hand and held it. He felt like he'd float right through the ceiling if he didn't. His entire body seemed loose, untethered to anything real. "He said he'll leave us alone," he said. "And I think I believe him." Lane gripped his fingers. "Do you want to call Rowan?"
"In a minute."
She paused. "Do you need a hug?" He nodded. He didn't trust his voice to speak. She'd already done way more than he deserved. But in that moment, he was just grateful to have anyone with a pair of arms next to him. She wrapped him up, and they sat there without moving. He didn't fall to pieces, or cry, or laugh, or feel vindicated or relieved. He didn't even think about his father. He just let himself be there, on the couch in a room Rowan had once been in, holding on to the person who'd saved her life so she could save his. It was a very long time before he spoke.
"Thank you."
"I wish Rowan were here for you, sweetie," Lane said into his shoulder. "I feel like a poor substitute."
"You're not."
"Why don't you call her? Let her know you're okay."
"You already did, didn't you?"
"Of course," Lane said, pulling back. Her eyes were wet, but she was smiling. "She was on the phone with me the whole time you were over there. Did you really think I'd listen to you?" He smiled too, but it died on his face when he looked at his phone, at all the messages he'd ignored. Calls and voicemails, dozens and dozens of them. Texts from Rowan, Celia, Austin, Flip, Mel, Charlie, even Dell. He was hit by a horrible wave of guilt, and he couldn't believe he'd waited more than 30 seconds to tell Rowan he was okay. She answered on the first ring. He knew she would. "Gabe?"
"I want to come home."
In the end, he flew home by himself. He had no doubt his father meant what he'd said, but that didn't mean he wanted to hang around to find out. Rowan booked him on a direct flight out of Albany at 6 o'clock the next morning. Lane drove him to Albany as soon as he hung up with Rowan, and they stayed in a hotel near the airport. After the whirlwind of the past 2 days, plus waking up at 4 a.m., Gabriel fell asleep almost as soon as he got on the plane. And by the time he opened his eyes, the pilot was announcing their descent. He was still groggy when he walked out of the gate. Everything looked blurry around the edges. He couldn't sharpen the corners enough to convince himself it wasn't a dream. But then he saw Rowan. She was standing alone, bright and clear in front of the airport's big glass window. He got his feet under him and started to run, dodging people and winding lines and rolling suitcases. He didn't stop until his arms were around her, his legs almost too weak to hold him up, and Rowan clutched him, her wet cheek pressed against his, saying the same thing over and over. "I've got you. I've got you." It was dark, and the house was quieter than it had been in days. Gabriel was in bed, and Rowan had a feeling he'd be staying there for a while. He hadn't let go of her the entire way home, for 2.5 hours, but he didn't say much. She hadn't let anyone press him. He'd talk when he was ready. Rowan poured a glass of red wine and walked into the den. Dell was on the couch, the last member of the search party. Everyone had stayed for dinner, which was less of a meal and more of a free-for-all on whatever odds and ends were floating around in the fridge. Options ranged from a southwestern frittata to dino nuggets. Afterward, Celia and Austin went home to sleep, but Rowan had asked Dell to stay.
"Finally having that drink?"
Dell asked as Rowan sank next to him on the couch. "This is for you," she said, handing him the glass. "Thank you for staying."
Is Gabriel asleep?
Dell asked. "Knocked out cold. I'm going to call his doctor tomorrow and see what kind of therapist she can recommend. If he thought he had to do this for me, I'm not doing a very good job."
You're doing an incredible job,
Dell said, smoothing her hair back.
He wouldn't have gone if you weren't.
Rowan shrugged. "It's time to delegate, I think. He needs more than just me." Dell smiled.
Having second thoughts on the whole parenting thing?
"No," Rowan said quietly. "Not at all." Dell rubbed her hand.
Did the lawyer call you back? About Ethan?
Rowan nodded. They confirmed the call with his phone records, and the GPS got him going over the state line. It's a parole violation just for him to call me, and since he showed intent to come here, they're holding him again until the board meets.
That's good.
She shrugged. It's better than nothing. I wish I had it in me to take him on. Gabriel seems, I don't know, kind of purged, I think. But the thought of seeing Ethan again...
Maybe Gabriel needed it,
Dell said.
And maybe you don't.
She fell silent. Dell cupped her cheek and pressed his forehead to hers. Kissing her so softly, Rowan could barely taste the wine. His thumb traced her skin.
I really want you to be okay.
I know.
And I feel like you've been so angry lately,
Dell whispered.
I know this sounds bad, but it's a relief to know why.
Rowan pulled back. Time was getting short. Dell, Gabriel kind of waylaid this, but there's something I need to talk to you about.
You're not moving, are you?
No, she said. It's not that. With everything that's happened, I feel like we've been together for a lot longer than we have. But we haven't. It's only been 6 months. And honestly, I know I can be a lot to deal with. And I know Gabriel can be a lot. And you don't love having him around. So I won't blame you if you're not altogether thrilled about this. Dell smiled without joy.
Sounds like a breakup.
It's not, she said, fixing her eyes on his. I'm pregnant. His smile didn't die. It was more like it fell off his face.
What?
I only found out last week. I should have told you right away, but I didn't even know how I felt about it.
What do you mean you didn't know how you felt?
Dell exclaimed, gripping her cheek.
Aren't you happy?
Yes, I am, but there's a lot to think about.
Oh my God, Rowan,
Dell said, a wide grin taking over his face.
I can't believe it.
Dell, this is complicated. It's not just about us. There's Gabriel. But Dell wasn't listening. He grabbed her in a crushing hug and then eased her down before pressing his hands to her belly.
Did you go to the doctor? Is everything okay?
Everything's fine, she said, trying to smile. I'm due at the end of July. He leaned in and kissed her, then buried his face into her shoulder until Rowan didn't know if he was laughing or crying.
I thought I was losing you,
he said, his lips moving against her neck.
I really did. But now, oh my God, I'm so happy. We're going to be fine. We're going to be great. I love you so much.
Rowan hugged him back. It had taken her a long time to decide how she felt about the baby. But she still didn't know how she felt about Dell. Chapter 30. Gabriel got sick almost immediately after coming home. He woke up with a fever that spiked at night, and his head ached so badly, Rowan put up blackout curtains to keep the light out of his room. When his fever refused to break, she bundled him up and took him to the doctor, who diagnosed him with a viral infection, likely brought on by stress and unauthorized air travel. The bug only lasted a week, but he was out of commission for Thanksgiving. Rowan had to cancel on everyone, and the 4-course meal she'd planned turned into a small roasted turkey and mini batches of mashed potatoes and stuffing and fresh cranberry compote. She and Gabriel ate in front of the TV without even changing out of their pajamas, took a 4-hour nap, and then woke up and had dinner all over again. That night, they watched holiday movies and devoured pumpkin and apple pie right out of the dishes balanced on their laps. It was the best Thanksgiving she'd ever had. Rowan vowed to do all the holidays the same way, but the very next day, Celia arrived with the news that Christmas was going to be an absolute shit show. "You want to have a cocktail party," Rowan repeated. "On Christmas Eve." "Right." "After all this, everything that just happened, you don't think it's a good idea to let everyone chill for a while?" "It'll be fun," Celia said. She'd arrived at the house with boxes full of vintage lights, ceramic decorations, and antique Christmas ornaments that went against Rowan's entire holiday aesthetic. "We'll do a buffet. Get all dressed up. What do you think?" "I think you're out of your mind. Who throws a party on Christmas Eve?" "You need it. So does Gabriel. This will be a good chance to relax." "We did relax. Yesterday. In our pajamas. Why can't we do that again?" "Because it's unsociable," Celia said. "Christmas is a celebration." "How many people are you inviting to this thing?" "About 30. I have a list." "You want me to cook for 30 people? I haven't even started decorating yet." "If you don't want to cook, we'll get it catered." "That still sounds like a lot of work," Rowan said. "And a hideous disregard for your pregnant sister." "It won't be," Celia promised. "We'll serve appetizers and dessert. That's it. You can be in charge of the cocktails." "I can't even drink." When Dell came over on Sunday, Rowan was sitting at the table, poring over the list of obscure holiday drinks that Celia had sent over and trying to figure out where the hell she was supposed to find Szechuan peppercorns.
"Can I help you with anything?"
he asked, dropping a kiss on her head. "Yes," she said, handing him her phone. "There's a bunch of hideous Christmas stuff in the den. Throw it away, and then call Celia and tell her this party is a horrible idea."
"It's a great idea. I've never even been to a cocktail party."
"That's because it's not 1955. I've never even heard of half this shit. What the hell is a Mary Pickford? And I'm not making milk punch. People are going to be throwing up all over the place." Gabriel came into the kitchen to dump his sandwich crusts in the garbage.
"Is the pie all gone?"
"Yes, but there's a ton of ice cream," Rowan said. "How's your head?"
"Better." "What's wrong with your head?"
Dell asked. "He was sick," Rowan told him slowly. "Remember? That's why we had to cancel Thanksgiving."
"Oh, right. Sorry." "Can Flip come to the party?" Gabriel asked, standing on the back of Rowan's chair. "He's already coming," Rowan said.
crossing squid ink off the list. His parents are, too. Oh, God, she moaned. Flip. That means we can't have any candles, and I'll have to make virgin cocktails, too. I hate this.
Give the kids soda in a wine glass. They won't care, Dell said. Make a list of whatever alcohol you need, and I'll go to the wholesale place by me.
A car crunched over the driveway.
Austin's here,
Dell said, hopping up.
We're going to do the lights.
Don't put up too many, Rowan said. I don't want to spend a week taking them down. Dell walked out, and Gabriel began to mound ice cream in a bowl.
Can me and Flip try the drinks if we only have a little?
Rowan pressed her forehead to the table. Flip and I, she mumbled. In addition to the normal holiday melee of gifts and cookies and trees, Rowan helped Celia cook, set up tables, and arrange a buffet line in the dining room, all while scrutinizing her body for even the slightest hint of a change. On Christmas Eve, she stared at herself in the mirror, smoothing her dress over her hips. She was 11 weeks pregnant, but aside from the circles lining her eyes, she looked the same as always. Her leg was still shriveled, and her belly was still flat. Rowan stood by the door, taking coats and directing people around the house. She knew about 5% of the assembled guests, and within a few hours, the event looked less cocktail and more fraternity. "Celia, who are these people?" Rowan yelled over the music, elbowing her way to her sister.
Some friends from church, some from the hospital.
They are wasted, Rowan said, rescuing a bottle of vodka perched atop her petit four platter. I spent all day spicing persimmon and making winterberry spritzers, and they're playing beer pong on the dining room table.
Maybe they don't get out much.
It's almost midnight, Rowan said, which means Christmas is here and they need to go home. Celia smiled at her.
Where's Dell?
He could be passed out anywhere, I don't know.
I think he's on the porch, Celia told her. Why don't you go out for a minute and get some air?
Rowan weaved her way through the crowd, one hand clasped protectively over her abdomen. The front door flew open to admit a group of smokers, and through the haze, she spotted Dell on the porch swing. Her exit was blocked by a cardiac intern and the church secretary groping in the foyer, but she managed to squeeze through.
Merry Christmas,
Dell said in response to the 12 chimes that sounded as she stepped through the door. The air was brisk and thin, leaving vapors trailing with every breath. Rowan sat next to him, and he wrapped his arms around her shoulders.
You should have a coat.
It's hot in there, she said, kicking off her shoes. We're going to be opening presents knee-deep in beer cans.
I'll clean up. Don't worry.
Christmas music poured from the open windows, slow and beautiful. The porch was lit with thousands of white lights. He and Austin had worked on it for 2 days. Dell rose from the swing.
Dance with me?
Rowan let him pull her to her feet. They moved slowly to the music, the air full of burning wood and laughter.
You've had a hard time lately, he said.
Uh-huh.
Lots of surprises.
Yeah.
I wanted to surprise you too,
he said, gripping her arms. With what?
Your Christmas present. It may be a little early, but I couldn't wait anymore.
What is it? Dell smiled at her.
It's coming.
The boards thudded with footsteps. Celia came around the corner, pulling Gabriel by the hand. She was smiling, but Gabriel's face was painted with a million questions. A minute later, Austin appeared too, but Rowan couldn't read his expression. Dell? She asked. He took a step back, and she watched in complete and abject horror as he sank to one knee and held a tiny box aloft. He cracked it open, revealing a glimmer in the center she couldn't focus on.
Rowan.
Del, wait. Please get up.
I was so happy when you told me about the baby. I know it's not something we planned, but I love you. I love you so much, and I want you to be with me. Forever.
He took her hand before she could say a word, and slid the ring onto her finger.
Marry me?
Del, please, she cried, trying to pull him up.
I'm not doing this because I have to, he said. I always knew I wanted to be with you.
He pressed his hand to her belly.
We belong together. This proves it.
She cast a helpless look toward her sister, but Celia was still smiling, though it was starting to wobble around the edges. Gabriel had a hard crease between his eyes. He looked like he wanted to run off the porch. Austin had his face in his hands.
Rowan?
Del, can they leave? Please, she whispered.
What?
Can you guys give us a minute? She said, louder. She squeezed her eyes shut, and a moment later their footsteps faded. Del, sit down, right now. The first twinge of fear flickered in his eyes.
What's the matter?
She sank onto the swing. I appreciate the gesture. I do, but...
The gesture? It's not a gesture. I love you. We're having a baby together.
That doesn't mean I'm ready to marry you.
So you're saying no?
She stared down at the porch. Yes, she said quietly. I'm saying no. He tilted his head back, eyes on the sky.
Is it because it's too soon? He asked. Just tell me that, he said thickly. It's not because you don't want to. It's just because it's too soon.
Her lips trembled. She couldn't manage more than a whisper. No. Del looked at her for a long moment. Then he got to his feet and took a stumbling step forward. He put his hand out to steady himself, and he knocked a ruby-red globe from the wreath above her head. It hit the swing and shattered, the bright shards falling soundlessly to the ground. When he spoke, he didn't sound anything like himself.
You won't even think about it?
Rowan's fingers were clumsy, smudging the tears on her cheeks. If I weren't pregnant, would you be asking me to marry you right now?
Maybe not tonight, but soon. I told you I'm not doing this because I have to.
After 7 months?
Yes, he said, defiance flashing in his eyes. I was thinking about it.
You're completely ready to marry me and become a stepfather?
Gabriel's not.
He's not what?
I'm ready to be a father to this baby, he exclaimed. If we're going to raise a child together, we should at least try to be together.
That doesn't mean we have to get married.
Why not? Why won't you think about it?
Because I don't want to be with you. The words were a fist she didn't mean to throw, an invisible punch that brought real tears to his eyes. She wanted to snatch them out of the air. Del, he pulled the ring off her finger and shoved it into his pocket, letting the box fall to the ground. Then he walked down the porch steps and got into his truck without a word. The tires didn't spin on the rocks. He backed out slowly, almost like it was hard for him to see. Rowan didn't move after he drove away. She sat there and stared at the red glass littering the wooden boards. Shining fragments as jagged and raw as a broken heart. Rowan sat on the swing until the last guest filed out. Carloads of people left to continue the party elsewhere or go home to sleep it off. When the last car drove away, Rowan walked inside. Gabriel and Austin were trying to deal with the pile of debris that was the dining room. "Don't worry about cleaning up, Austin," Rowan said. "Can you give me a minute? I need to talk to Celia."
"You got it, sweetheart."
His tone was easy. He'd heard everything.
"Tell Seal I'm going to her place. If you need anything, you call me, okay?"
He kissed her cheek, swung his key around his finger, and was out the door before she could respond. Gabriel walked over to her, but she shook her head before he could say a word. "Go to bed," she whispered, squeezing his hand. He nodded. She bumped her lips against his cheek and pushed him toward the stairs. As soon as he was out of sight, she walked into the kitchen. Celia was piling dishes next to the sink. "Great idea, Seal," Rowan said quietly. "Big party to keep me distracted. Midnight proposal. Was that the plan?"
"It wasn't a plan,"
Celia said, her voice just as quiet. "Yes, it was," Rowan spat. "You knew the whole time." "And?" Celia asked, turning to face her. "Was I supposed to stop him?" "Yes, you were. At least from doing it like this. Do you think I wanted to turn him down in front of everyone?"
"But you did."
"Was I supposed to say yes just so I wouldn't hurt his feelings?" Her voice broke, and hot, angry tears slid down her cheeks. "What about my feelings? Do you care about me at all?"
"Yes, I do,"
Celia said, slapping a dish towel down on the sink.
"I have spent the last 24 years caring about you, which is why it is so hard to watch you make mistake after mistake. And this is a mistake, Rowan. It's a big one. Like it or not, you and Dell are going to be tied together for life. You had a stable relationship. You were happy. You could have at least given him a chance."
"I don't love him," Rowan said.
"I was always honest about that. He said those words, but I never did. It would have been a lie."
Celia smiled a little and shook her head.
"You're living a lie," she said. "You haven't noticed the kind of damage it's done to Gabriel? You don't have the slightest idea how lucky you were to get him back. Dell offered you a chance to have something true, a real life. One that would have been good for the baby and for Gabriel."
"How come they matter?" Rowan asked, her voice barely a whisper. "But I don't."
"Rowan,"
Celia said, looking her straight in the eye.
"I told you the day you brought Gabriel home that being a parent, being a mother, would mean putting yourself last. You should have thought for 1 minute about what stability would have done for him, for all of you."
Celia opened the basement door and took her coat and purse from the hook on the other side.
"I hope you have some kind of plan in mind for raising 2 kids on your own," she said just before she stepped outside. "Because I am tired of dealing with your messes. And I'm not going to help you with this one."
Chapter 31. Like Thanksgiving, Christmas was a quiet affair. After Celia left, Rowan spent the entire night cleaning, moving through the house like a robot. She swept and mopped the floors, threw out trays of food still in their metal warmers, and tossed heaps of garland on top. By morning, there wasn't a single shred of the party left. When Gabriel came down, she lit the fireplace because the house seemed so cold. They put on music and opened their presents under the tree, and it was miserable. Austin came by around noon with another stack of gifts for Gabriel, but Celia didn't even call. Neither did Dell. They didn't call the week after, either. Or the week after that. Austin was the only one still talking to everyone, and he made a valiant attempt to mediate the situation, but it was useless. 7 days after the new year, Rowan drove to the medical pavilion alone and lay quietly on Dr. Marsh's exam table, listening as a watery thud filled the room. Later that afternoon, Austin came by to help Gabriel with algebra. Rowan stared out the window as they worked. The yard looked harsh and frozen without a comforting buffer of snow. "I guess Celia's back to hating me, huh?" Austin shrugged.
"I'm not gonna lie. She doesn't like you very much right now." Nope. Order of operations," he said, tapping a piece of scrap paper. "You gotta multiply before you subtract."
Gabriel groaned, erasing furiously.
"I've been trying to tip the scales," Austin went on. "But apparently the two of you have other beefs that go way back. If it's any consolation, she looks as bad as you do."
"Wow, thanks," Rowan said, handing him a cup of coffee.
"I'm not trying to bum you out. But really, you look terrible. Aren't you supposed to glow by now?"
"I don't know. I never got a schedule."
"Seal's worried about you."
"Celia's worried about Dell, not me," Rowan said, walking to the sink. "Although, considering he's the one who left me here to gestate his spawn, A high-pitched hum in her ears stopped her. Austin glanced up.
"You okay?"
"Yeah, I got up too fast." He stood and took 2 steps toward her, but he looked really far away.
"Sit down. You're as white as a sheet."
Rowan's grip on the kitchen sink went lax. She tried to raise her hand and ended up poking herself in the eye. She managed, before a million black dots invaded her vision. Time passed, but she was not part of it. Her cheekbone throbbed against a cool surface. Austin's voice reached her through wads of steel wool.
"Now, Celia!"
Then,
"It's okay, buddy. She'll be fine."
she felt herself being lifted and carried. Her eyes opened as Austin placed her on the couch. Gabriel dropped onto the floor next to her. Austin said,
"Take it easy, Ro. Your sister's on her way."
"Why?"
"Because it took a nice dramatic move to screw her head on straight, so good job. How do you feel? Any pain?"
"No," she said, checking to see if that was true. "Do you think the baby—"
"Nah, you didn't land hard. It was more of a slither. Keep her company," he told Gabriel. "I'll be right back."
Gabriel put his hand on her forehead, the way she always did when he didn't feel well.
"You're not hot,"
he said, and she almost smiled.
"Are you okay?"
"I think so."
"Why'd you pass out?" "Because they don't call it a delicate condition for nothing,"
Austin hollered from the kitchen. He came back in and handed Rowan a glass of apple juice.
"Down the hatch, kiddo. A little bit of sugar goes a long way."
20 minutes later, Celia swept in. Austin caught her at the door, and they had a brief, whispered conversation. Rowan couldn't hear them, nor could she read Celia's expression. Gabriel squeezed Rowan's hand as Celia walked toward the couch.
"Are you all right?"
she asked. "I'm fine." Austin cleared his throat.
"That Christmas tree is getting to be a fire hazard. Why don't we take a little break?"
he asked Gabriel.
You can help me haul it out.
Gabriel followed Austin to the door.
I'll be within shouting distance, Austin added. So if anyone hits anyone else, you'll have me to deal with. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm not trying to interrupt your precious grudge, Rowan said when they were gone.
I never said you did. And I'm not holding a grudge.
Rowan laughed. Oh my God, really? Tell me, how have we been getting along these days? Celia fiddled with the hem of her skirt.
I've been talking to Del.
Rowan felt a twinge at his name. Is he okay?
He said if it weren't for the baby, he'd move back to Texas.
That hurt. Del had hated living in Texas.
Allow yourself a moment of stillness, where time slows and the world feels gentle for just a breath.
He'd told Rowan that between his parents' divorce and the death of his mother, it was like a huge reservoir of bad memories. Rowan took a deep breath and stared at Celia. I hate you like this. Celia blinked.
Excuse me?
I thought we were past this, and now we're doing it again. Fighting like strangers. Tell me how you really feel.
I think you know how I feel.
Where's your loyalty? Rowan challenged.
I have no loyalties. I'm sick about this for both your sakes. It's just... God, Rowan, how could you do that to him?
I was honest with him.
I can't help how I feel.
It's not his fault, but it's not mine either. Rowan's eyes dropped to the rise of her abdomen. Celia followed the path of Rowan's gaze.
You're starting to show.
I had another ultrasound. The doctor let me listen this time.
What was that like?
Rowan closed her eyes. The rapid thump that filled the room had surprised her. It was the most triumphant feeling of her life, even more than escaping with Ethan's ring on her finger. Something else she got to keep. This was more than pretty, and the first giddy anticipation of what was to come echoed alongside it. It was perfect. Rowan spent the next few weeks wearing a path in the floor between her bed and the couch, fascinated and terrified by the way her belly grew, while her phone remained silent. She ate because she had to, slept when she could, and made lists. Things she needed to do before the baby was born. Things she needed but would never get to start the adoption. All the steps necessary to unfuck her entire life. It should have been therapeutic, but putting those impossible tasks to paper just made them look worse. She was content to wallow all winter long, but Celia and Austin shattered her solitude by buying her and Gabriel tickets to the hospital's annual Valentine's Day benefit. In a barn, of all ridiculous places. Since Christmas, Rowan had eschewed social gatherings, but it was also Celia's birthday, which made the invitation harder to refuse. Rowan tried to envision what Valentine's Day in a barn might look like, and it was a good thing she did. Had she not mentally prepared herself, she would have run away the minute they stepped through the door. The barn had been cleared of hay and other animal-related items, but they couldn't do a thing about the smell. The air was stifling, layered with notes of candle wax and manure. The party committee had dressed the space in strands of red lights, miles of foil hearts, and enough space heaters to create the bloodiest fire hazard Rowan had ever seen. The minute they got there, Gabriel ran off with Austin, and Celia pulled Rowan to a table overflowing with paper hearts and cookies dipped in red sugar. "Drink something," she said, pushing a glass of pink punch into Rowan's hand. "I don't like the temperature in here for you." "Why did I have to come here again?" "Because you haven't left the house since Christmas. Your life isn't over. Don't act like it is." "We'll have to agree to disagree on that." "I'm going over there," Rowan said, gesturing with her cup. A cluster of chairs was set up near a photography area, where couples could have their picture taken inside a giant red heart chalked on the wall, with or without the addition of 2 baby pigs. The option of swine in a romance-themed photograph made Rowan love the local color of Oklahoma all the more. In the span of an hour, she saw the pigs pee on 3 different people, and she had a front-row seat for the drunk, diapered Cupid, who was expelled from the festivities shortly after. At 9:15, Austin bumped and nudged his way over. Gabriel had joined her by then, overheated and bored out of his mind. "Do me a favor, Peanut," Austin said. "Go grab your sister and keep her near the dance floor, okay? Just for 5 minutes. Don't let her go anywhere." "Okay, what? Jesus Christ, are you having a heart attack?" His chest was pounding like a jackhammer against her shoulder. "Are you okay?" "I'm delightful. Now go get her." Rowan assumed something birthday-related was about to happen that Celia was going to hate, but she and Gabriel gamely captured Celia near the edge of the dance floor. Sure enough, the chords changed, and the band launched into a cover of Cecilia that was slow and quite lovely. "I'm guessing this is for you," Rowan said. Celia flushed. "Did Austin?" "He just said to keep you here." "What's the matter?" "I'm scared." "Oh, shut up. You love it." The band reached the first bridge. Rowan barely registered the lyrics as she pointed out another pig pee victim to Celia, who wasn't listening either. Her eyes darted around the room as though she expected Austin to descend from the ceiling. "Oh, Cecilia, I'm down on my knees. I'm begging you please to marry me." The music stopped, and the entire room fell silent. A spotlight landed on Celia. Austin knelt on the stage with a microphone, holding a small box in the air. "Happy birthday, my Cecilia." Rowan wouldn't have believed it if she weren't looking, but his hand shook. "I got you a ring, but if you want it, you'll have to take me, too." "What do you say?" Celia stood frozen in slack-jawed silence. Every single person in the barn was watching her. Rowan gave Celia a helpful shove, and she began to move slowly through the crowd, following the spotlight like it was the only thing holding her up. She climbed the steps and stopped in front of Austin. There was barely a sound in the room. Even the pigs were quiet. An anonymous voice suddenly boomed, "Well?" and the tension was broken. There were hoots and applause, and when Celia shouted, "Yes!" into the microphone, her voice shaky and unreal. Rowan grabbed Gabriel around the neck and burst into a mishmash of laughter and tears. Celia and Austin embraced as the band picked up where they'd left off, the light shining on the two of them as they moved together. Gabriel grinned at Rowan.
You didn't know?
No! Rowan laughed and wiped her cheeks, trying to ignore the tug of loss pulling on her heart. She took a deep drink of punch, focusing on the rainbow foam of sherbet melting on top. When she lowered her cup, she saw Dell staring at her from the opposite end of the room. He walked toward them, and Gabriel's smile died. Rowan was suddenly cautious, scared even. Dell? Dell didn't speak. He just took her hand and led her to the middle of the dance floor, amid a sea of people whose hearts were pressed together.
I'm supposed to be on cleanup,
Dell said, putting on his coat.
But I'm taking you home instead.
His voice wasn't exactly friendly. Thanks. Celia and Austin said they'll take Gabe. He nodded tightly. They were both reeling in the aftermath of unmitigated joy, and it was a painful reminder. She climbed into his truck without a word. The road rose ahead of the bouncing headlights. Rowan rested her hand on the rise of her belly. I didn't know you'd be here.
Celia told me you were coming.
I was hoping to hear from you. I didn't think you'd want me to call.
I didn't. I had a lot to think about.
He paused for a beat.
I quit my job.
You did?
Yeah. I thought that after taking care of my mom, it would be the perfect thing. But it's not for me. I'm going to go back to school. Try for something a little more life-centered. But don't worry about money.
I'm not. I'm happy for you. Dell nodded. In the next breath, he was pulling to the side of the road, and she remembered the last time he'd done that. The night they'd had sushi and ice cream, and watched shooting stars in that empty X in the woods.
I have something to say to you.
Rowan's heart thudded with a quickness. Okay. He met her eye.
I am, he said, so sorry.
She jammed her fingers in her haste to unbuckle her seatbelt, and the minute she was free, she leaned across the gear shift, wrapping her arms around his neck. Please don't be.
I am,
he said, shaking his head against her shoulder.
You were right, and the more I thought about it, the more embarrassed I got. I wanted to tell you,
He took a deep breath.
I'm sorry. I've been calling Celia to check on you every day.
I know, Rowan said, gripping him tighter. I know.
From the minute I met you, I was obsessed with making sure we ended up together. I never saw your situation for what it was because I didn't want to. I just kept telling myself it was fate that I met you, that I saved you, that it would all work out because it was meant to be. But it wasn't,
he said, pulling back a little.
It was just my job.
It was more than that.
Maybe,
he said, tilting his head back against the seat.
But it still wouldn't have worked. You and me. The timing. Everything was off. We were always a little bit off.
He swiped at his eyes and then turned to smile at her.
Wow,
he whispered, pressing his hand to her belly. I know.
How are you feeling?
I felt the baby move the other day, she offered.
Already?
Yeah. Everyone says you only feel it a little in the beginning, but I felt it a lot. She laughed a little, wiping her eyes. I couldn't wait to tell you. She rested her hand on top of his. My 20-week ultrasound is next month. They can tell us if it's a boy or a girl, if you want, she added. I'm okay with being surprised.
Me too, Dell said softly. I'll be there.
Rowan smiled, but her lips shook. I'm really glad you want to, she managed. I was afraid.
Not on your life.
He caught her eye for a moment.
Is Gabriel excited?
Yeah, said Rowan carefully. He is.
I think he'll be a great big brother.
Rowan let out a breath, releasing the last bit of fear hiding in her heart. I think so too. Chapter 32. You gotta... No.
Why are they getting stuck?
They're not. You're flipping them too soon. Wait, Rowan said, grabbing Gabriel's wrist. Wait until they get bubbly. Then you can flip them. Gabriel poked at the melted butter with his spatula.
This is not fun.
Wait until we get to dessert, Rowan said. After a batch of macarons and a couple of chocolate soufflés, you're going to be begging to make pancakes. She nudged him aside so she could get the muffins out of the oven. Celia and Austin were on their way over with top-secret wedding intel. Gabriel frowned at the griddle.
If I learn how to cook, you're going to make me do it all the time.
Yeah, of course I am. You can flip those now. A voice sounded from the porch.
Ro?
It's open.
Ha! I did it!
Gabriel exclaimed as Austin stepped through the back door carrying a box of donuts and a jug of orange juice.
How do I know when the other side's done?
They'll get puffy. Hello, my brother-to-be, Rowan said, giving Austin a hug.
Hello, my dear. Donut?
Thank you, she said, taking the box. Celia came in from the living room, carrying a white binder the size of a kite. What the hell is that? Rowan asked.
My wedding planner. And your mail,
Celia said, dropping a stack of envelopes and a squashy brown mailer on the table. You're going to lug that thing around until July?
Yes. Sit down. You too, Gabriel.
I only have 4 pancakes done, Gabriel said, and 2 of them aren't in one piece.
Just sit, Celia said. I want to talk to you about the wedding party. We have a severe sibling imbalance, Austin added.
Oh no, Rowan said.
Austin has 5 brothers, Celia told them.
You have 5 brothers? Gabriel said.
And the scars to prove it. I can't come up with that many bridesmaids, so we decided we're just going to have a best man and a maid of honor.
I'm sure that won't piss anyone off. Who's the lucky brother? Rowan asked Austin.
I don't know yet. I'm picking him out of a hat. Then there's you, Celia said to Gabriel. Me? Of course, Celia said. We can't leave you out.
His cheeks went pink, and Rowan smiled.
I had an idea, Celia went on. I don't know if you'll want to do it, but it would mean the world to me. What? I know it's a completely antiquated, patriarchal concept, but I really hate the idea of walking down the aisle by myself, Celia told him. How would you like to give me away?
What? Rowan cried. He's going to give you away?
I hope so. I've never been to a wedding. What does that mean? Gabriel asked. You'll be the one to walk me down the aisle, and when the minister asks, "Who gives this woman in marriage?" you'll say that you do. Gabriel flushed a deeper red. That sounds like a big deal. It is, Celia said. Are you sure you want me to do it? I wouldn't ask anyone else. Gabriel was quiet for a moment, and then his face broke into a grin. Thank you, Celia, he said, getting to his feet. Of course I will. I don't know, Rowan said as Gabriel gave Celia a hug. I think if anyone deserves to unload you, it's me. I'd pay to see that, Austin said, leaning back in his chair. It would be quite the spectacle. That's exactly why I didn't ask her, Celia said. She cupped Gabriel's face in her hands and smiled. So, to sum it up, you're having an outdoor wedding in July, Rowan said, in Oklahoma. Your maid of honor will be 9 months pregnant, and you're going to have a 14-year-old walk you down the aisle. What could possibly go wrong? Austin asked. I can't think of a thing, Rowan said. Is anyone going to eat my pancakes? Gabriel asked. Austin and Gabriel divided up the shredded pancakes, while Celia cracked open her wedding tome and began a running monologue about dress cuts and fabric and color schemes. Rowan wasn't ready to fight about any of that, so she flipped through the mail Celia had brought in. Utility bills, ads, bank statements. She picked up the big brown envelope and squinted at the return address. The law offices of Wisniewski and Allen. What is this? Rowan asked, to no one in particular. Celia looked up from her white book. What's what? This, Rowan said, yanking at the pull tab. It's from a lawyer. Did you and Dell talk about custody arrangements? Yeah, a little, but we didn't say anything about getting lawyers. You should have, Celia said. Dell didn't even tell me, Rowan said, pulling a pile of papers free. The first page was full of bold black print with an interlocking A and W splashed across the top. Her eyes were too eager to be slow. They ran the length of the page, grabbing words and phrases at random. Please be advised. Why would Dell get a lawyer? Gabriel asked. Because he's smart, Celia said, nibbling on a muffin. Call my buddy again, Austin said. He's family law. He'll help you out. Terminated parental rights. The words blurred and scurried along the page. Please refer to enclosed documentation to initiate. Rowan lifted the next page. It was signed by 3 different people, sealed with a notary stamp. Her legs turned to pipe cleaners, and when she tried to sit, she almost missed the chair. Celia grabbed her arm to steady her. Rowan? What does it say? Rowan shook her head and looked at Gabriel. Come here, she whispered. What? Rowan walked over, nudging him aside so they could share the chair. She pushed the paper into his hand. Read it. Is it bad? Just read it. Gabriel glanced around the table. He began slowly. Lee Emerson. Oh, God, Rowan. He dropped the paper and shoved it away. What is this? Keep going. The paper shimmied and danced in his grip. Lee Emerson, as, the father of Gabriel Emerson, age 14, of the sex male, born in Wareham, Massachusetts, on October 18th, do hereby, voluntarily and unconditionally surrender Gabriel Emerson.
Celia's hands flew to cover her mouth. Gabriel slumped sideways into Rowan. She had to wrap her arms around him to keep him upright.
To the care and custody of...
He squeezed his eyes shut, his voice barely a whisper.
Rowan McNamara. Fuck yeah!
Austin shouted. Rowan let out a strangled cry that felt like laughter and sounded like a sob. Gabriel threw his arms around her, burying his face in her neck.
Wait, is that for real?
Celia asked.
How?
Gabriel asked him, Rowan managed.
When he went there,
he stared him down like a fucking badass and asked him.
And he actually did it?
There may have been a minor threat involved, Rowan said. Gabriel's arms tightened, and Rowan barely had room to speak.
Hey, Austin.
What's up, baby doll?
I need a lawyer, she said, still laughing and crying and rocking back and forth. Can you call your buddy for me? That night, after Gabriel was asleep, Rowan climbed into the tiny alcove above her bedroom. It was dark, but it didn't take her long to find the engagement ring Gabriel had pulled from her finger months before. The stone was still brilliant, still glistening with an icy shine that had never, not even for a moment, warmed her heart. Once the initial shock had worn off, Gabriel had told Austin and Celia about the fork, his own painful talisman, and the way he'd used it to set them free. It was one of the only details he'd shared about that day, even to Rowan. For the most part, he chose to carry his final moments with his father alone. But as happy as she was, she could still feel her own tether pulling tight, and she knew she couldn't bear to be wedded to Ethan, however tenuously, for a minute longer. Violating parole had landed him back in jail, and even though it might not be for long, it was enough. She wasn't going to run, and she wasn't going to be afraid. Her life was hers. He had no place in it, and she wasn't going to give him another moment of her time. Rowan changed her phone number the next day. She wiped every picture, every text, every missed call clean. And then she went to the post office with a tiny package bearing Ethan's name and said goodbye to him for good. Chapter 33. The house had fallen into chaos. It was impossible to move without bumping into food or flowers or garment bags, and every few minutes, the air lit with pops of blinding light. The brunch Rowan had laid out that morning was soggy and untouched. The caterers wouldn't let anyone in the kitchen while the cake was being decorated, and that project was on hour 4. Celia's wedding planner was a roving siren, his screams flowing from room to room. Rowan just managed to extricate herself, taking respite in the foyer where she sat huddled at the bottom of the staircase, gnawing on a bagel. She was supposed to be upstairs helping Celia get dressed, but she wasn't entirely sure she'd walk out alive. The front door burst open to admit 2 white-shirted waiters balancing stacks of trays, the harpist with a fistful of sheet music, and Lane, dragging a massive suitcase behind her. "Oh, thank God!" Rowan shrieked, hoisting herself off the steps. "I didn't think you'd make it in time." "Me neither," Lane said, wrapping her in a hug. "We had to circle the airport for an hour, and then my Uber driver got lost. Jesus, look at you." Rowan grinned as Lane pressed both hands to the globe of her belly. The baby kicked in greeting. Flight was bad? Twins, Lane said with a grimace. 3 years old. Right in front of me. One of them was a puker. It's not much better here. Gabriel's voice echoed down the hall.
I'm not wearing this tie, Rowan. I don't care what Celia said.
Rowan pulled Lane into the back room where Gabriel was trying to hook his cummerbund. Where'd everyone go? She asked him.
To the tent. Hey, Lane, he said,
hugging her. Hey, Houdini. What's wrong with the tie?
Look at it,
he said, producing the offending item from his pocket.
It looks like an Easter egg. And I wouldn't mind so much, but everyone else gets to wear black.
If you value your life, you'll shut up and put it on, Rowan warned.
Austin! Peanut!
Austin exclaimed, coming into the room. He took a swig from the tumbler in his hand.
Don't tell Seal, okay? Can I have it?
Gabriel asked. Rowan swatted his hand away. Austin, I'd like you to meet Lane, my best friend in the whole world. Lane, this is Austin. Nice to meet you, Lane said, holding out her hand. Austin didn't even glance at it. He stared at Rowan, looking absolutely crushed.
I thought I was your best friend.
You're my best male friend.
Hey,
Gabriel said. Lane withdrew her hand and stared at the three of them. You're marrying Celia?
That I am, and I'm sorry, but I don't shake hands with Rowan's best friends,
he said, pulling Lane into a hug.
I've heard a lot about you, kiddo. Best doesn't even begin to cover it.
I've heard a lot about you too, Lane said, smiling. Although I guess I haven't been paying attention. I was expecting someone a little more... Neurotic? Rowan asked.
Lame?
Gabriel offered. Subdued, Lane said. You are a very pleasant surprise. I'm so happy for you both.
Thank you.
Austin turned to Gabriel.
How come you get to wear a blue tie?
He asked, giving it a tug.
You want to trade? Yes, I do.
Don't you dare, Rowan said as Austin pulled the blue tie from under Gabriel's collar and tossed him his black one.
I like the blue,
Austin said.
Pastels make me glow.
Celia's going to kill you.
She'll be lost in a haze of love. She won't even notice.
You better count on that haze. Rowan took Lane by the hand and pulled her toward the staircase. Celia's been biting my head off all day. Is Del coming? He's sitting at your table. Celia was in Rowan's room, struggling with a pair of elbow-length gloves.
Did you see the florist? She asked.
No, but I saw the flowers. Say hi to Lane.
I'm not going to tell you never to get married,
Celia said, hugging Lane.
Just don't have a wedding. Everything's going wrong.
Nothing's going wrong, and everything looks beautiful, Rowan said. It's not even that hot today. You should be on your knees thanking God. You look gorgeous, Celia, Lane put in. She did. Her hair fell in sleek, old-timey Hollywood waves past her shoulders, the color rich and dark against the creamy ivory of her gown. It was Rowan who'd eventually found the dress, after half a dozen trips to different bridal shops. It had a sweetheart neckline with fine, sheer lace extending all the way up to her throat. The high cut was perfect for Celia, who had the height to make it work, and it added just the right amount of modesty to suit her. The hairdresser had woven a cluster of tiny roses into her hair, perfect blossoms in cream and deep red. Rowan adjusted one of the roses and smiled. Your boobs look fantastic in that dress. Celia shook her head. Get dressed. Rowan's dress was a silky flowing shift in the palest shade of aqua, the same color as Gabriel's tie, with thin, barely there spaghetti straps. Lane pulled her shoes from the box. Red? Contrasting jewel tones, Rowan said. She glanced at Celia, who'd drifted to the window. See, they match Celia's flowers. I love it. I never would have thought of that. Celia, you okay?
Yes, Rowan, do you feel all right?
I feel great.
You're not going to go into labor during the wedding, are you?
If I do, I'll keep it to myself, she promised. Are you ready? Celia's smile trembled at the edges.
I guess so. I'm glad you wore that necklace. It's perfect with your dress.
Oh, I almost forgot, Rowan said. She reached behind her neck and unhooked the clasp. Borrowed, she said, pressing the aquamarine pendant Gabriel had given her into Celia's hand. And blue. Celia nodded, gripping the necklace tight.
Perfect. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here in the sight of God to join together this man and this woman.
The late afternoon breeze was warm and light as Rowan made her way down the white runner studded with ruby petals. The yard was lit with people and flowers and an energy she hadn't known, not once, in the entire time they'd lived there. She was ready to cry before she even made it to her spot, where she was pulled into a hug by Austin. She took her place, and the music shifted. Everyone rose as Celia and Gabriel appeared around the bend of ivory chairs, their arms and hands linked, faces alive and bright and beautiful.
Today we celebrate the love and commitment with which Austin and Celia begin their lives together.
When they reached the arch of flowers, Celia kissed Gabriel's cheek and joined Austin in front of the minister. Rowan's face was streaked with tears. Gabriel took her hand.
Who gives this woman in marriage to this man?
Rowan's eyes lit on the bright chain wrapped around the base of Celia's bouquet. Gabriel followed her gaze to the flashing pendant dangling below the deep red roses. He smiled at Rowan, and they both stepped forward.
We do.
Rowan looked out over a sea of faces with a proud, scared smile. She caught Lane's eye, saw her broadcasting support. Ruby from the cafe smiled from the middle row. Her name matched her lipstick and the bow on her hat. Everyone watched as Celia and Austin took their oath, as they swore to do, to have, to be.
You may kiss the bride.
Austin leaned in, grinning wickedly as Celia's eyes pleaded for control. He didn't listen. This was their moment. He kissed her, really kissed her, lifting her right off the ground as the yard thundered with cheers and applause. Gabriel shouted into Rowan's ear, "Hold out your hand!" He tugged on her wrist, and she extended her hand, palm flat. Gabriel slapped it. "Good job!" Knives clinked against crystal, everything twinkling under a galaxy of white lights. Rowan stood between Celia and Austin, a microphone in one hand and a glass of shimmering grape juice in the other. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for coming on what I'm sure you'll agree was extremely short notice to share this day with Austin and Celia. I say short notice, but that's not really true. When something is inevitable, there's no point in wasting time, and the minute I saw the two of them together, I knew it was only a matter of how much time they were willing to waste. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Celia's sister, Rowan. Celia and I are pretty light on family, which means there is a lot of love for Austin in this room. There was wild applause, and one of Austin's 5 brothers let out a whoop. However, if you'll indulge me for a moment, I'd like to talk about Celia first. Rowan handed her glass to Gabriel and gripped Celia's hand. I love my sister. I know that seems like an obvious statement, but up until recently, it wasn't something I ever thought I'd say. When we were growing up, we were the only family we had, and we hated each other for it. We were too different, so we put up walls, and we hid behind them for a long time. It wasn't until... Celia squeezed her fingers, and Rowan smiled. It wasn't until we started to be tested that we understood what it meant to have that connection. And no matter how badly we neglected it, it was still strong enough to keep us together. Even when we didn't want it to. Celia is my hero. I'm here to tell anyone who doesn't know it yet that she's a very good person to have on your side. Rowan's eyes started to fill, and she was really missing champagne as she turned to Austin. As for this guy, he was my brother from the word go. And I take full credit for the fact we're even standing here today because this one, she tapped Austin on the head, was too scared to ask Seal out, and she was way too scared to say yes. I had to do a little bit of legwork to get things rolling. Celia was so mad. She told me the next day that I can't play puppet master with people's lives. Rowan looked over at Gabriel and smiled. But I think sometimes it takes the people who really love us to show us the right strings to pull. They're the ones who see how beautiful we could be if we just let the right things in. They want that for us, even if it doesn't always seem that way. Austin threw us all for a loop when he came into Celia's life, and I'm so grateful he did. I want to thank him for that, for being bold and bright and hilarious and wonderful, for loving my sister with his whole heart and lightening her up just a little bit. Rowan turned to Celia. And I'd like to thank Celia for recognizing the things that are true and the things that are important, for being wise, even when it meant not being popular, and for turning herself into someone who's hard to be away from. I love you both. Celia, I hope you find nothing but joy in your new family. But please, please, don't forget your old one. Celia whispered something to Gabriel and kissed the top of his head. And Austin, I wish you a lifetime of blue ties. She retrieved her glass from Gabriel and held it high. To Celia and Austin. The chime of glass on glass filled the room, and Celia took Rowan into her arms. I should have vetted that speech. You ruined a very expensive makeup job. Rowan laughed. That is so great. Yeah, for you, Celia said, smiling as she wiped her eyes. No, for both of us. God, Seal, can't you see how great that is? That means after all this, somewhere along the way, we did something right. Chapter 34. The sun sat low on the horizon, but the mercury was simmering when Rowan padded outside and joined Lane on the porch swing. Temperatures had soared in the days following the wedding, leaving a dense, heavy silence that seemed to stretch for miles. Nothing called and nothing answered. "You're taking your life in your hands out here," Rowan said, sinking next to her. "I can't help it. I love a porch." "How do you feel?" "Horrible," Rowan said, wiping at the sweat beaded along her hairline. "I had some contractions today." "Why didn't you say anything?" "I called the doctor. She said it's normal." "You should lie down." "I'm fine." "Thank you," Rowan added, "for staying with me. I love it here. I just hope the baby comes before you leave. How goes the tiny sweater?" Lane regarded the tangle of silvery gray yarn in her lap. "I think I should have started with something easier, since I don't actually know how to knit." "Dell does," Rowan said, trying to stretch her back. "His mom taught him when she was sick. He made me a hat and a scarf last fall. I wore them all the time." "I know," Lane said, winding the yarn into a ball. "He told me." "When?" "He stopped by this afternoon, right after you fell asleep." Lane stuck the knitting needles into the ball. "He tried to help me, but I don't seem to have the knitting gene." "Me neither. It's our privileged upbringing. What else did you guys talk about?" "Not much." Lane paused for a minute. "He's really nice. He said the same thing about you." The back door slammed against the house, and Gabriel's feet pounded the porch. He flew past them down the stairs. "Where are you going?" "Swimming," he called. "Not by yourself. Flip's coming." On cue, a car pulled up in the front of the house, and Flip tumbled out in a red bathing suit. He tore down the path after Gabriel, the two of them kicking up clouds of dust in their wake. Denise waved at Rowan through the window. "Shit," Rowan muttered, smiling as she waved back. "That's worse than him going alone." They watched as Gabriel and Flip ran down the dock and cannonballed into the water, dotting the early evening sky with a million glittering drops. "He's so happy," Lane said. "Do you really think so?" "My God, Rowan, look at him. It's like he's a different kid." She waited another beat. "Did you do it?" Rowan nodded. "My attorney filed the petition 2 weeks ago." "How do you feel?" Rowan pulled in a deep breath and blew it out. "Terrified," she admitted, resting a hand on her belly. "But the odds are good." "What happens next?" "He stays with me. I was worried about that, but my lawyer said it's in Gabriel's best interest. He called it a kinship placement. If the petition is approved, we'll get a court date to finalize, and it should be pretty quick. There's no one to contest the adoption, so that's good." Lane tapped Rowan's knee. "You did good. And it is in his best interest. He's getting a whole family. Celia adores him, and Austin obviously does too. He has friends. He'll have a brother or sister. And he tolerates Dell," Rowan said, smiling. "Which I'll take." She was quiet for a minute. "I wish I knew why he did it." "Lee?" Rowan nodded. "I don't think there was any love lost there. At first, I thought the same thing. Gabriel threatened him to leave us alone, so maybe he was just scared. But now, I'm not sure. I think if he was scared or angry or whatever, he would have tried that much harder to get him back. Just to win, you know? And then I read this article about how parents put kids up for adoption out of love, not hate. And that made me think of something else. What? When we ran away, Gabriel took this big box of pictures with him, Rowan said. It was pretty much all he took. All of his mom, but a few months after we got here, I was dusting in his room and I found another picture. He had it taped to the bottom of his lamp. It was him and his dad at a baseball game. They're wearing matching jerseys and hats, and Gabriel is holding up a ball. He's sitting on his dad's lap, and they both have the biggest smiles. Rowan shivered in the heavy air. That picture, after knowing what happened to them, was just... I had to sit down. It was the creepiest thing I've ever seen. But I remembered it after we got the paperwork, and I keep thinking that maybe it was that guy who let me have him. The one who used to love him. Maybe he stuck his head out just long enough to give him that. Does that make you feel better? Lane asked. Good enough, Rowan said, nodding. I keep wondering if I should tell Gabriel. Maybe he already knows. I hope so. Rowan turned to Lane and tried to smile. My other kid is telling me I better eat. I'm not cooking in this heat, but we can order something. Are you hungry? Not really. Del brought me a ton of stuff from the bakery and I... What? Rowan stared at her. He brought you stuff from the bakery? Uh-huh. We were talking about it at the wedding. Was there a brownie? Rowan demanded. A huge one that looks like a checkerboard? Yeah. How did you know? She shook her head. Forget it. Rowan went to bed before dark, but her sleep was too light and too broken to count. She felt a painful quickening, unlike those that had come before. She dozed on and off, but her entire body hummed with an energy she couldn't tamp down. Even her dreams seemed to vibrate. Every so often, there was a strengthening embrace that lasted until she almost opened her eyes. In that hazy dream state, she couldn't be sure if there was real life to those kicks and rolls in her belly, or if her mind was just playing with ghosts. Then she felt something else. A fiery clamp that took hold and would not let go. She woke with a gasp, pressing her hands to the hardening globe of her abdomen. This was real pain, and it felt productive. A squirming ball thrashing and kicking deep in her gut. The pain rose and rose, and then it fell, leaving her limp and breathless on top of the covers. The aftermath was dark and very still. The corners in the room were too sharp. It was like being trapped in the silence before a scream. Gabriel sat straight up in bed. There was a nightmare waiting behind his closed eyes, but that was a constant and wasn't what woke him. He could hear talking downstairs. The front door opened and shut, and then creaking footsteps past his door. Rowan? But it was Lane who appeared outside the doorway. It's okay. Go back to sleep. What's going on? Lane stepped into the room. There was just enough light to see her smile. The baby's coming, she whispered. Del took Rowan to the hospital. Now? Gabriel scrambled with the sheets, trying to get to his feet. Is she okay? She's fine. She went into labor just after midnight. Del and I have been sitting with her all night. Why didn't anyone wake me up? There's nothing you can do. Can we go to the hospital? It's 5 o'clock in the morning, Lane said. So? So, they won't even let us in. She's fine, I promise. Dell's with her, and he'll call if anything happens. Go back to sleep.
I'm not going to sleep. I want to be there when she has the baby.
Oh, honey, Lane said, shaking her head. No, you don't. Rowan fought and bit and clawed at Dell's shirt for 4 hours before she caved and got an epidural. She was exhausted. Her water had broken before they'd even left the house, and the contractions that followed were incredibly strong and even more erratic. She couldn't brace herself for the pain. It kept sneaking up on her, and after a while, she set every muscle to stone in constant anticipation. Every time she'd managed to get comfortable, she'd been racked with another contraction, curling as tight as a boiled shrimp. The anesthesiologist arrived with a terrifying array of syringes and wires, but Rowan didn't feel a thing when the needle sunk into her back. A delicious sensation of nothing flowed through her belly and down her legs, and she fell into a deep, dreamless sleep as soon as her head landed back on the pillow. It felt like minutes before she heard voices swim up, and she couldn't make out all the words. It was almost like she'd fallen into another coma. Dell's voice was the first to break into Rowan's consciousness.
At least let me get it started for you.
No, I can. Damn it.
I don't know how I feel about Dell being the most accomplished knitter in the room, Austin said.
Rowan cracked open her eyes. Dell sat with Lane, painstakingly showing her how to loop gray yarn over the needle hooks. Celia stood next to the nurse, holding a pitcher of ice chips, and Gabriel and Austin played cards on the floor. The nurse examined a long strip of printed paper. Back to the land of the living? She asked. When did everyone get here? Rowan asked.
Hours ago, Austin said, dropping a card. We were hoping for a pre-baby blowout, but frankly, you're very boring.
Gabriel was off the floor and next to her bed in a flash.
Are you okay? Does it hurt?
Not at all. That wasn't entirely true. Her belly was calm, but she felt a deep, aching pressure that was very familiar and not at all welcome. How long was I asleep?
Long enough to get your strength back,
Celia said, squeezing her shoulder. And I hate to kick the family out, but I need to check you, the nurse said. Austin got to his feet.
Come on, kid, he said to Gabriel. You are running on empty, and I'm buying lunch.
You haven't eaten? Rowan asked. He won't, and he's been up since you left, Lane said. Jesus, Gabe, go eat. If you pass out, it's going to ruin my day.
I'll come too,
Lane said, stifling a yawn. I'm sorry to be a pain, Rowan told the nurse when they were gone. But I really need to go to the bathroom. And I'm not doing it on a bedpan. I'm just not. The nurse eased her back. Well, that tells me everything I need to know, but let's see where we are. She poked around and Rowan sucked in her breath, but she got a smile in return. Guess what? Rowan clutched Dell's hand. I don't have to go to the bathroom? Nope. Let me get the doctor. Dell smoothed her hair back and pressed his lips to her forehead.
You're doing great.
I'm scared.
Don't be. I'm right here.
The curtain swished aside and Dr. Marsh came in. No fan club? She asked, pulling on a pair of rubber gloves.
Last time I was here, it looked like your entire family was going to witness the miracle of childbirth, like it or not.
She felt Rowan's belly.
Are you ready?
No.
The doctor smiled. Try to relax. Breathe with it. Your body knows what to do. I'm glad one of us does.
Dr. Marsh positioned her feet in the stirrups.
When I say push, take a deep breath, keep your chin to your chest, and bear down. Don't stop until I tell you to breathe.
How do I know if I'm doing it right?
You'll know. Are you ready?
Rowan nodded. Celia took hold of her leg, and Dell moved to the other side.
What can I do?
He asked.
You can stand there, Dr. Marsh said. Here's a contraction, Rowan. Are you getting the urge to push?
Rowan squeezed her eyes shut and nodded, wishing she could lie. The pressure was alive now, a wriggling, squirming entity fighting to get out.
Okay, Rowan. Push!
She pushed out of necessity, not agreement. Her body gave her no option to disobey. The doctor counted, and Rowan kept pushing and pushing, whether she wanted to or not. Celia and Dell held her legs as the pain moved lower, igniting a fiery agony that turned the contractions into a fond memory. The doctor turned to Dell.
Want to see the baby's head?
No, Rowan gasped. Look at my head. Celia ran to the foot of the bed instead.
Oh my God, Dell, look.
Dell, if you care about me.
Dell squeezed her foot. I'm not going anywhere. Keep it going, Rowan. Baby's right here.
On the next push, she felt a tremendous release, and Celia let out a loud whooping shriek. Before Rowan could register anything, Celia grabbed Dell, and the doctor placed something warm and wet on Rowan's chest. Dell leaned over her.
It's a girl, Rowan. It's a girl. Open your eyes. Look at her.
She cracked her eyes open and found a tiny face with a wide, steely gaze staring into hers.
Oh my God.
Would you like to do the honors? The nurse asked Dell, handing him a pair of scissors. Her voice lifted above the baby's cries as he cut the cord, lilting like a prayer. That's the first spark of life right there. All her breaths are hers from now on. Celia hugged Rowan.
That was amazing. That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen, and I've delivered babies before.
She ran around the bed and hugged Dell, too.
I'm going to go find everyone. I'll be back.
Why don't you have a little moment, just the three of you, the nurse said once everyone had been washed and stitched. She laid the baby, now swaddled and wearing a tiny pink cap, in Dell's arms.
7 pounds, 1 ounce, the doctor announced. And perfect. Congratulations.
Do you know her name? The nurse asked.
Poppy,
Rowan said, tracing the sweet curve of the baby's nose.
McNamara Dixon.
Dell's mother's name had been Poppy. When he'd mentioned it, Rowan loved it so much she hadn't even offered an alternative. The nurse penned the name onto a small white card and tucked it into the bassinet.
Congratulations,
she said, slipping out the door.
God, look at her,
Rowan said as the baby pursed her tiny lips and yawned.
She looks just like you.
No way, he said, running his fingers over a tiny tuft of golden hair peeking out from the cap.
She's all you.
Rowan unwrapped the baby to count her fingers and her toes. Dell captured one tiny foot, rubbing it between his thumb and forefinger. Then he caught Rowan's chin and pressed his lips to hers for just a moment, the span of 3 heartbeats. She smiled, and he straightened, clearing his throat.
I'd like to call my dad, if that's okay.
Of course, Rowan said, tucking the baby's arms and legs back into the blanket.
Do you want me to send anyone in?
She started to say something, then changed her mind. They can all come in. Rowan expected a rush of drumming footsteps, but it was quiet after Dell slipped out the door. The baby let out a sigh, freeing one fist from the blanket and waving it in the air.
Rowan?
She looked up. Gabriel was standing in the doorway. Gabe.
Dell said you wanted me to come in first.
Rowan smiled, cradling the baby closer. I did, she admitted. He walked to the bedside. Rowan scooted over to make room. She was starting to feel a bit like she had after the tornado, which was saying something. Gabriel sank to the bed beside her. This is your sister, Rowan told him. Poppy. Gabriel smiled down at her.
She's so small. I didn't think she'd be so small.
Here, Rowan said, leaning toward him. You have to hold her.
Oh, no, Rowan. I don't know how.
Bullshit. I've seen you hold lots of things, she said, settling her into his lap. The baby opened her slate blue eyes, staring up at Gabriel. He returned the gaze, his own eyes moving over her tiny face. Rowan watched as they took each other in, her proudest achievement and the potential in his arms. So, Rowan said, adjusting the blanket. What do you think? He shook his head, eyes bright.
She's my sister,
he said slowly.
I'm her brother.
Sounds good, right?
Yeah,
he said. His smile was huge, but his voice was choked.
That's something.
Something what?
Something I'll never have to explain,
he said, still smiling.
It's something everyone will understand.
Chapter 35. The truck flew along a ribbon of road that split the flat fields into dusty squares of land. Rowan, Dell, and Gabriel were in the front. Poppy was asleep between Austin and Celia in the back. It was a bright, cool September day, but Rowan wasn't fooled. The summer had claws, and it kept sending surprises. 2 weeks after Poppy had come home, a tornado warning jerked everyone out of a dead sleep and sent Rowan and Gabriel running for the basement, Poppy in Rowan's arms. The storm passed through the field behind the house, but the resonating whine made it sound like it was right on top of them. The three of them huddled in the basement for hours, well after dawn lightened the sky. When they finally went outside, they found half a tree in the pond, and Rowan's flower bed had been torn to shreds. Only her mint and basil plants survived. The leaves had been stripped, but the roots were still tight inside the ground. Next to her, Gabriel was quiet. He had been all day. Rowan nudged his shoulder. Are you okay? He nodded. Rowan squeezed his knee. 10 minutes later, Dell pulled up in front of a red brick building, and everyone filed out onto the blacktop. There were other people milling about, tired people with anxious eyes and screaming toddlers. They were dressed in everything from cutoffs to chinos, and Rowan flushed, wishing they'd dressed down. Her white sundress and Gabriel's suit cast a beacon they didn't want as they slowly climbed the stairs and went inside. The lobby was dark and cool, and it looked darker fresh out of the sun. Del carried Poppy, smiling with his cheek pressed to hers. Celia and Austin brought up the rear, hand in hand.
Austin!
Corey Polovic of Polovic Family Law came barreling down the hallway. He'd played college football with Austin, and on their first meeting, he'd told Rowan all about how it was his touchdown that destroyed Austin's knee. Austin took a tackle meant for Corey and hit the ground hard enough to crack his helmet. They'd been so concerned about his head, no one had noticed his leg was bent the wrong way. He pulled Austin into a one-armed hug and then turned to Rowan and Gabriel with a wide smile.
You guys ready? Excited?
Rowan nodded. Very.
Questions before we go in? Can anything happen now? Gabriel blurted out. Everything happens now. No, I mean, can anything go wrong in there?
Corey smiled.
Not unless one of you changes your mind. This is very straightforward. We'll ask a few questions, the judge will talk to you both, and then all three of you will sign the papers. Piece of cake.
I told you, Rowan murmured. The hard part is over, so don't be nervous.
You will still have the honor of being one of the most interesting adoptions I've ever handled, Corey said, pushing open a big wooden door. You two go up front. Everyone else take a seat.
Del, Poppy, Austin, and Celia filled the first bench. Rowan and Gabriel walked between the two tables set up in front of the judge. Rowan took Gabriel's hand and held it tight. The judge smiled at them as Corey sat behind the table.
Good morning, she said. Rowan McNamara?
Yes.
Gabriel Emerson?
Gabriel cleared his throat.
Yes.
Are you both ready? Rowan squeezed Gabriel's hand. We're ready.
Perfect. Then it's time to call to matter the adoption of this young man. Let's get started.
5 years later.
You got it, I can tell. I don't even have to taste them.
Humor me. Rowan slid her spatula under a brownie and turned it over to Del, licking chocolate off her thumb. Well? Del took a bite, held up one finger, and swallowed.
Perfect.
Really?
Perfect checkerboard brownies. You're going to drive them out of business. I bet they sue you.
She threw a dish towel at him. It's an homage, and you are so full of shit. There's no way you could tell without tasting them.
Says you,
he said, glancing at his watch.
I didn't realize it was so late. I better leave to get Poppy.
Gabe's picking her up on his way home. Rowan pulled 2 more trays of brownies out of the oven. I'm putting these out tomorrow.
They'll be gone before noon.
The entire house smelled like chocolate and butter and brown sugar. Rowan wore the scent to work every day at 4 in the morning and back home again at noon, early enough to get a head start on whatever she could bake for the next day. When she had first begun developing her menu, Del pointed out she was not so subtly stealing ideas from his old stomping ground. Rowan had suggested he shut up and make himself useful by being the taste tester for all her experiments. He smiled as he took in Poppy's preschool artwork, 1,000 colors decorating the refrigerator.
Is Gabriel excited about graduation?
Rowan peeled the parchment away from the edge of the brownies. As soon as the adoption had been finalized, Gabriel started regular high school, and it was like the world burst wide open overnight. He loved it. He'd seemed almost bewildered by the idea of being happy on his own, of relishing an experience that was only his. He took as many AP classes as he could, and earned half his associate's degree by the time he graduated. Now, 1 year and 30 credits later, he was graduating again. Yes, she said after a moment.
Is he going to owe you for his bachelor's?
He's not sure yet. What time does Lane get in?
I'm picking her up at 6.
Rowan smiled at his expression as she gathered her hair into a ponytail. And?
And what?
I want details. What did she say when you asked her?
She said yes.
I know that, but what did she say? How did you do it?
Do you have to know everything?
Hell yeah, I'm top brass. I was promised maid of honor 15 years ago.
Not by me.
Rowan rolled her eyes. Lane's going to tell me anyway.
Then you have something to look forward to.
It had been Lane's idea to open the bakery in the first place. In January, Poppy came down with a cold that turned into bronchitis, and a few days later, Gabriel was sick too. The week they were out of commission happened to coincide with a scheduled visit from Lane. At that point, she and Dell had been seeing each other for more than 2 years, flying back and forth every other month. Rowan and Lane sat in the kitchen one afternoon, while Gabriel and Poppy were passed out in front of the television. Snow battered the windows as Lane watched Rowan pull tray after tray out of the oven. Why are you making so much stuff? Because I've got 2 whiny patients to deal with. Not just now. You're glued to the oven every time I'm here. What do you do with it all? Rowan shrugged. Donate it, send it to Poppy's preschool. I do birthday cakes for anyone who asks. It relaxes me. You should sell it, Lane said, biting into a chocolate croissant. You'd make a fortune. Rowan waved her away. I'm serious, Lane insisted. Gabriel's graduating. Poppy will be in kindergarten in September. I think it would be nice to have something of your own. Rowan smiled and forgot about it until a month later when Dell called to tell her about a bakery for sale in the town proper, with a brand new kitchen and a month of paid utilities. She brushed it off until Lane went over her head and told Gabriel, who immediately dragged Rowan to see it. They spent an hour in the kitchen, mesmerized by the stainless steel surfaces, and then drove to the real estate office. Within 3 months, she drafted a business plan and took out a commercial loan, and Dell came over every day to help her with the menu. The bakery had opened for business at 6 a.m. 4 weeks earlier, with Rowan and 2 other sleep-deprived people manning the shop. They were busier than she'd ever thought possible, and she already had ads out for additional staff. Her phone rang as Rowan flipped another pan onto a rack. Who is it? She asked Dell.
Celia.
Rowan grabbed the phone. Hey, Mommy, she said.
Please don't call me that.
Why not? Another month and it'll be true. Celia and Austin had tried desperately for a baby following the wedding. Celia had confessed to Rowan that they'd been trying even before the wedding. After 2 years and 2 rounds of IVF, they called it quits, too nervous to take a chance at that stage of the game. Then, right around Thanksgiving, the autumn before Celia's 42nd birthday, a routine examination turned up a pregnancy nearly 3 months along. 3 months, Celia? Are you serious? 3 months? You're a nurse. What the hell did you think was going on? Rowan said.
I thought I was going through early menopause or something. I have no idea how this happened.
You had sex and you didn't use anything.
Shut up.
All her tests had been perfect, and the baby, a boy, was due in less than 3 weeks. Celia and Austin had been fighting over names for months. Rowan couldn't wait.
I went to the doctor today, Celia said. She said the baby's measuring big.
Are you surprised? You and Austin are both 10 feet tall. Did you decide on a name yet?
No. Austin said you have to see a baby before you can name it. Rowan laughed. Dell's here. What about Lane? Tonight. Are you sure you don't want to come? I'd love to, but I can barely walk. Is Poppy home yet? I'm waiting for them now. Go ahead, then. But do me a favor and make sure Gabriel doesn't suggest any more names to Austin. They both have bizarre taste. Dell was by the window when Rowan came back into the kitchen. When did you get a treehouse? He asked. Don't even mention the treehouse. Gabe put it up just to give me a heart attack. They're home, she said, as Gabriel's car rolled in between the packed ruts on the lawn, too narrow to fit in the truck's grooves. A minute later, Poppy tore into the kitchen, a sheet of white cardstock in one hand. Hi, Mommy! Hi, baby, Rowan said, scooping her up. How was school? Good. We made jewelry. Want to see? Of course I do, she said. Look, Daddy's here. Daddy! Poppy yelled. Dell lifted her from Rowan's arms and spun her around. Come see my treehouse! He let her pull him out the door. Poppy a golden flash in the afternoon sun. She had hair to rival Rowan's, the same cacophony of colors falling in a bright cascade to her waist. But her sweet brown eyes held none of the indecisiveness of her mother's. Gabriel shuffled through the kitchen door, a tiny red backpack slung over one arm and his laptop under the other. Finals were brutal. He was putting in almost as many hours as Rowan. He usually went to bed the same time she left for work, his late nights morphing into her early mornings. How are you even awake right now? He asked her. I feel like I had a lobotomy. Rowan took Poppy's backpack from him and pushed his hair back. You look like it, too. He dropped his laptop on the table and sank into a chair. Want a brownie? I want a nap, he said. Do you have a lot more to do? I'm done, he said, stifling a yawn. My last test was today. So I'm going to be up in the middle of the night all by myself? You're not going to make me coffee at 3 a.m? No, I'm going to be comatose at 3 a.m, he said, resting his forehead on the table. Is Lane here? She will be, tonight. I'd take a nap, but I'm pretty sure I wouldn't wake up. She's not coming until after 6, so you've got time. I'll wake you up. Poppy kept Dell occupied for nearly an hour before Rowan saw them again. When they came back, Dell was holding out his hands, and Poppy was laughing, dancing around his legs. Do you do that to everyone? He asked. What did she do? Is it the sap? Dell nodded and held up his hands. She does it to everyone. That tree sprang a leak and hasn't stopped dripping. Poppy tugged on Rowan's arm. I made this for you, she said, holding up a strand of rainbow beads mixed with tiny charms. It's beautiful. I'm going to put it on right now. Why don't you go get out of your school clothes? Aunt Lane's coming tonight, and we're going to have a party. Poppy dropped her voice. Mommy, did Daddy tell you they're getting married, and I get to carry the flowers? Rowan laughed. Yes, he did. That's why we're having a party. Go on up, but Gabe's asleep, so be really quiet, okay? Poppy paused, a tiny smile curling her lips. Did you tell Daddy that Gabe— Shh, Rowan said, pressing a finger to Poppy's mouth. Secret, remember? Okay, she said with an eye roll that was all too familiar. She ran out of the kitchen, feet pounding the stairs. Rowan turned to Dell, who was drying his hands. It's never quiet here, she said. I can see that, he replied, taking a seat. So, Secrets, huh?
You've got them, I've got them. She smiled as she fastened the beads around her neck. Everyone's got them. It was late, well past midnight, when Rowan and Gabriel went outside and sat on the porch swing. Poppy had been in bed for hours, and Lane and Dell had just driven away, even though they had their own guest room upstairs. Rowan had taken the time to make the room distinctly personal to them. Nothing was spare in her life. Not anymore. The air was chilly, more like fall than spring.
Are you cold?
Gabriel asked. I'm in front of an oven all day. This is divine.
I'm happy for Lane and Dell. I really am, he said.
Rowan nodded, breathing in the smoky scent that traveled on the air every night. Fireplaces didn't burn out until March, and then the bonfires took over. Clean fires that took the chill right out of the air. In the mornings, there was a dampness that was far from unpleasant, a sense of turnover that rose right out of the ground. The fire and the earth dominated in spring, as much as water and wind ruled the summer. Me too, she said, staring into the dense darkness. She must have been still for a while, because when Gabriel nudged her with his shoulder, it didn't feel like the first time.
What's the matter? You're a million miles away.
Sorry, I'm counting the days.
Stop. We said we're not doing that.
She swallowed against the lump in her throat. The one that grew the day Gabriel got his acceptance letter. It hadn't left since. I can't help it.
I'm not going far.
Yeah, California's real close.
It's just a plane ride. Maybe I'll hate it.
I hope not, she said, resting her head on his shoulder. The breeze carried the sweet scent of herbs to her nose from the tiny potted plants that had turned into long boxes of lush greens lining the porch railing. I hope you love it. Rowan meant it. She really did. But the words did nothing to comfort her. She was not going to love driving to the airport at the end of August, and she didn't even want to think about the years he'd be gone. He was majoring in art history at Stanford, just as his mother had. Rowan and Poppy were the only ones who even knew he was going. Between Lane and Dell's engagement and Celia and Austin's baby, he hadn't wanted to steal anyone's thunder.
If I do hate it, can I come back?
Gabriel asked. You better come back either way, Rowan said. Before you move to Paris to open up galleries and appraise lost masterpieces, and I never see you again.
I love these imaginary lives you dream up for me. They get better every day.
I'm sorry, she said, rocking the swing back and forth. Just let me be sad for a little while. I've had you for 8 years. This is hard for me.
8 years, Gabriel said. Jesus.
You never what?
I never counted, I guess.
Rowan felt a jolt because she'd never really counted either. Putting a number on it solidified something that had been shapeless in her mind. Just a concept, never a truth. Their lives were not imaginary. They had brought each other to life, and they had every reason to expect more. When she looked at Gabriel, she could see everything that had changed and everything that stayed the same. The things that had healed, even if they weren't pretty, and the pain and blood they'd given to reach this here and this now. As she rested her head against his shoulder again, she thought about those years as the sum of their parts, defined by protection and pain, longing and loss. The journey didn't matter now. None of it did, because everything in her life was real. Something she hadn't even allowed herself to hope for. And in the calm air, under a wash of moonlight cutting through the darkness, she found she didn't need anything more. This has been a Highbridge production, read by Jeremy Carlisle Parker. Copyright 2023 by Brooke Beyfuss. Recorded by arrangement with Sourcebooks, LLC. Recording copyright 2023 by Highbridge, a division of Recorded Books.